Good evening, everybody. I'm probably making a mistake by doing another stream. Not that I don't like streaming, but I do know there are demands on my time, and I just have a feeling that I'm not able to get through everything that I want to get through today. But it is January the 9th, and if not playing Book of Hours today feels wrong. So we're going to do something a little different. We're not going to play the normal stream. We're actually going to start a new game, and I want to see how far we can get. So, because we're starting a new one, it is worth giving credit. It is also maybe worth mentioning here that I am playing a copy of the game given to me by the developer for promotional purposes. It has been a while, so I sort of feel that it's most people kind of already know that, but given that I did sort of say I was planning on not just playing the game today, but specifically that I was trying to I was going to do a new playthrough. I figure it's probably not bad to just say that up front. Cured, good evening. New save file day. I'm glad that you just started your break. Excellent, yes. So just a quick word. I have a number of Book of Hours saves that I do intend to go through, and that plan has not changed. Although whether or not I do them on stream or whether I do them as part of a YouTube video, that I sort of need to figure out. But just a quick warning there. So the idea is that so far, out of any game that I play of Book of Hours, I have every intention of seeing through to the finish, although the given finish may be a little bit different from what people are expecting. But I know Cured is on a break, and I suspect if Selphea is able to come in, people are going to have time's going to be at a premium. So I'm going to run through the credits, and then we'll start a new game, and we'll see how far we can get. So, authors: Weather Factory is design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy. Art, production, and marketing by Lottie Bevan. We salute our collaborators. Additional coding by Roman Glaskudov, Knights of Unity, and FRGM. Additional art by Adrian Deggan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Catherine Unger. Music, which is now available not just as a DLC from on the Steam page, but also you're able to listen to it on, I believe, YouTube, Apple Music, and Spotify, and there may be other services that I'm not familiar with. But Mary Beth Solomon, Brent Barkman for Mickey Mar Productions Limited, R.I.P. Mickey Erb. Sound effects by Sound Cuts. Very special thank you to the Steam page localization team, and I do apologize. There are some names that I can pronounce, but I can't do justice to all of them. Although I will thank Clock for, actually, who does occasionally stop by the stream as well. But I do also notice has really done a wonderful work in terms of just shouting me out. And I appreciate that because, of course, I am only an English speaker, and so it's, I know I'm not the intended audience, but I really do appreciate the support because it's never something you can take for granted. And obviously, I mean, Twitch is trying to make money, and that is never good for smaller broadcasters. The money on this platform are for the large people. And so, both Weather Factory kind of giving me a shot as a smaller broadcaster, viewers like yourself who still kick around, and particularly those of you who recommend my stuff. It's the only way that, the word gets out. I am not good at marketing. I probably never will be good at marketing. And I think it's worth taking the time to recommend. So, again, apologies to the Steam page localization people, but I hope you understand that it is. I greatly appreciate what you do for ensuring that this game gets to as many people as possible, and so I'm able to enjoy them. But I am really not going to be able to pronounce every name, and so I abstain. And finally, special thanks all our beta testers: Fingles Coffee on Trafalgar Road, Norman Chalk, Johnny Copeland, and Mark Lewis, Alex Tuddy and Anna Poulter-Jones, PK and Sonia, Matt and Taz, Sulo and Chi. Apologies to anyone on that list whose name I mispronounced. Okay, so it says overwrite the save. Now, I already see here we've got what we need here, so I'm glad Weather Factory didn't put any of the books in the languages you have to translate them from. It would be slightly funny having a large majority of the later books be unreadable if you didn't know the language IRL. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, Deep Mandaic, Vac, Aracapayan, if you've seen, like, these are made-up languages. Time enough? The seasons will pass, don't worry. Brandkrug, March 7th, 1936. There has been no librarian at Hush House since the fire, 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find. Perhaps we found one in you. I gotta find out how to make that last longer. That's gonna be a problem for future playthroughs, I think. But yeah, no, it's fun to do the immersion stuff, but there's limits for sure. Alright, the cold comes first. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There is something in my hand. Now, I don't want to... So I am limited in terms of the amount of time that I can, I can play tonight. I really do want to do my best here, but I also sort of recognize that, this is an opportunity for some people who are... compelled by the stuff that's being talked about on the other playthroughs, but really don't have a grip on what's going on. This is a really good time to sort of get an understanding of what the open moments of the game are. So I'm going to try and explain what I'm doing, but I'm not going to go in as much detail unless people sort of stop me. So just a heads up on that. I actually encourage you to jump in if there's something that's unclear, and I'll remind people of that every once in a while, because obviously there's going to be a turnover. But this is how the game starts. You wash up on St. Brendan's Cove. There's a thunderstorm, me sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. We have our health half drowned. Shivers rack my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. So this is a card-driven RPG. So there's obviously there's more of a world to explore here than a game like Cultist Simulator. But in the end, so much of the story is told through these cards, and it represents a number of different things. So for instance, in the case of health, that is going to be different compared to, say, a thought or a memory, right? There's varying degrees of sort of tangibility for the different cards. And one of the ways that you can make sense of that is not just to take a look at the name of the card, but specifically to take a look at the aspects of that card. So in the case of health, we've got a description in terms of what it is. I'm half drowned, but it has heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. It is an element of the soul. The human soul is composed of 9 elements, and this is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kind of things you do with your soul. That usually means talking to people or crafting. A malady, something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady-tainted when you are exposed to dangerous influences, sometimes when you fail in a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. And finally, soaked, in peril of dissolution, intervene quickly, but not hastily. So this is, there's quite a bit that's communicated in this, right? We've been in a shipwreck, and we're not in a good place right now. You can, not just with the sound of the weather, but you can see, this half-drowned, soaked, very poor off fellow. Or maybe a milady, who knows. We've got a memory of the storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. Now, this memory also has the heart aspect, but it also has sky, wind, storm, echo, song, the intricacies of mathematics, and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. And finally, memory. Something remembered might be something understood. Memories can be used to help with crafting and to upgrade skills. Memories disappear each dawn, except persistent ones. So as you can see here, right, you have something physical, you have this element of the soul, this is you, and then you have a memory, which is also you in a certain way, but in this case something that can't necessarily be touched or exchanged. The other thing that's kind of worth noting here, and this would not be, if you're playing this game for the first time, this wouldn't necessarily be something that you pick up, but there is this world here which is filled with these principles, these maybe otherworldly things that touch on the world as we know it, the mundane world. And so again, we have this idea that heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Well, again, the heart, we tend to associate that with health. And the winter, on the other hand, is something that we wouldn't necessarily associate with our vitality. And yet, because we're half drowned, you would imagine winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. This is specifically speaking to my half-drowned quality. To be honest with you, a lot of this stuff, whether you try to take it from the esoteric point of view or, there's a number of different ways that you can arrive to this, but a lot of this stuff comes all the way back to Plato. So, and of course Plato had his own influences in terms of the pre-Socratics. But if you ever had to do a basic philosophy course, if you're familiar with Plato's forms, that'll give you a decent sort of first approximation of maybe how to think about these things. And if you don't particularly care for Plato, that's fine. You don't need to be a scholar of that. But it's a nice shorthand to work with if you have that frame of reference. And of course, for me, it's basically philosophies, movies, and maybe a little econ for making sense of anything in the world. So. A drowned book, the one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this item. Move over them to learn more, which is what we've been doing. So the drowned book is a thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is a servant to things. Master Zun. Readable, there are worse things to put in your eyes than this. Journal, I began before this book, but it'll end when I do, and soaked in peril of dissolution, intervene quickly but not hastily. So the other thing that's communicated here with the drowned book, when it says the aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this item, mass over them to learn more, this is the tutorial for the game. And one of the challenges that I sometimes notice this when I watch people stream the game, people are not always accustomed to reading the details, and so if you miss this part, it can actually make the game quite a bit more difficult than it seems. And this is one of the reasons why I do take the time to sort of work through all of this stuff, and why I take the time to read it. Because reading and rereading is very important in this game. It is how you make sense of what's going on. So, again, we're effectively in the tutorial right now. So what do I have left to work with? So salvage. Anything that matches the aspects below can go in this slot. So it can take an element of the soul, it can take a memory, or it could take something that is soaked. So in this case, all three items are available to go in. So if I add my health, alive approximately. I'm soaked, I'm freezing. But as far as I can tell, I'm still alive. You still have some health, don't lose it. You need it if you want to be alive. What else do you have? Your single remaining possession is in the belongings slot at the top. So that's a pretty good hint right there, right? I remember, perhaps this book can help me put the pieces together. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized this book as the sea seized me. Then the sea brought me here to Brandkrug. And so this is the next part of the game. You have these different slots and all these different interactions with the various parts of the game. So I remember, there was a storm that smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized this book as the sea seized me. Then the sea brought me here to Brandkrug, and Brandkrug is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? So here we have a memory of Kor. Kor's exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Do those mean something to me? Fet. Fet is the part of us which dreams. Are dreams important to me? And Shapt. Shapt is eloquence and also understanding. The door opens both ways. Is my soul open to knowledge? So let's go for Fet. Fet is that part of us which dreams. Are dreams important to me? I can't get my thoughts straight, but there's something in my hand. Your single remaining possession. Oh, sorry. What remains of me? Dreams? The human soul has 9 parts. Fet is that human part that dreams. Is my Fet strong? Recover this. The other 2 possibilities will be lost to the sea for now. This is the coast where Brankrug Isle lies. I've seen it in my dreams night after night. I know there's no way I can cross to the isle in these seas. I'll need to find shelter for the night. Now, if you want to collect everything all at once, you can just hit this collect button here, although I do kind of like the process of unpacking individual cards. It also gives me a chance to read these things. So, we've got Whist. Whist is the name, the memory, that part which remains. Is it important to me that things endure? Arab is pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Do those passions burn in me? Metal is the capacity for meaningful choice. Did I prove my metal? And Faust. Faust is sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. Is my soul a bright soul? Scattered memory. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting to add my journal. My journal is me in this case, so. Whist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone. What remains after the rest has passed? Choose a strong whist and a past where you sought voices that had fallen silent. Waves will wash away the others for now. There are things I don't remember, but I do remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal. You can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. So here we have an address. Mr. Kill is the coffin maker of Brankrug Village. I once wrote kindly of his poetry. His home is always open to me, though he's asked me never to mention poetry in front of Mrs. Kill. I can find shelter for tonight under their roof once I've reached Brankrug Village. So we're sort of out of things to do with the consider verb right now. In this case, we can add a skill, readable, lesson, or a cache, but we can't add a reel, a film, a phonograph, record, or something that is fixed in place. And then we have shelter here. Brankrug Village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Memory, fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Lovecraft. So this has edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. And scale. Hard without, hard within. Hard to rouse, harder to subdue. What is left of the crude powers of the deep earth. It is worth mentioning here that Fet has a couple of other features. So Fet, that part of us which walks in dreams. Moth, I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. And Rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizons. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. Oh, sorry, I just got a second here. All right, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions, new horizons, exploration, enlightenment, hope. And then Whist has lantern, name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and the light above it. One other factor is occupant. A visitor or soul element with this aspect can be placed in a guest bed to occupy it for a while. So we don't have any guest beds. We probably don't want to sleep on the beach, and so we need to start thinking about how to get to Brankrug Village. Now, it's worth noting, and again, this is the benefit of reading everything. If we just close the window once we get our memory fear, we miss out on this note here. Above me, atop the cliffs, lies Brankrug Village. I'll never reach it in this storm, but if I can only muster my remaining strength to find help. Clicking a slot will highlight cards and objects which can go here. So you'll notice that my Fet can be employed, and that gives me a nice little tip in terms of how to progress. Deja vu. Did I dream of this beach and this wind? If I did, I might remember the path I took in that dream, a path which brought me light. You'll also notice there's a lock here, so it says Brankrug Village, sanctuary in the storm. All need help to climb the cliffs in the dark. and the locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever so since the Restoration and the new king. So this here has an essential recommendation. It requires Sky and Sky and assistance. So the librarian lives alone, but there's no shame in seeking assistance from others. Assistance can open new rooms or help with your studies. It disappears when used or at dawn. And then skeptical. Trust can be bought or earned. So it can't have that. At last, the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face looms out of the night. Fisherman's assistance. A fisherman from Brankrug village. He can guide me up the cliff path if he trusts me. The aspects below tell you more about how and where you can use this card. Mouse over them to learn more or to see what other things also have these aspects. So we have another aspect that's new. Moon, secrets are soft, night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. Nocturnal, the forgotten. We have talked about Sky. That was from Storm that we first found it. Now this gentleman is skeptical, so even though he has the Sky and the assistance, it's not quite enough for us to be able to get to Brankrug yet, and he is reluctant. Someone who will provide help, but only essential help. So, then that invites the question, right? Well, what do we do with this guy? Well, we can always click on the consider verb. So it's like, well, okay, what do? I just take a look at my journal in between, challenges. I'm actually kind of curious what happens if I consider it in isolation, but I'm going to try talking with the fisherman. Come no closer. What's thy business? So in this case, it wants a name. Is there someone who might vouch for me with the villagers? So logically, you could think, well, the old friend's address probably helps, but even if you click, you get another hint here. So, be someone that'll speak for ye? Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners, but there is someone in Brankrug I know. I can't glean anything from this book until I've dried it out carefully. To do that, I'll need to find somewhere warmer, much warmer. I'll take ye by the cliffs then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. Use him to unlock Brankrug village. I've noticed that the tutorial here is really improved. It's quite a bit more explicit in terms of how to go in. Brankrug village, sanctuary in the storm. I'll need help to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever so since the Restoration and the new king. So I probably should have pointed out that the fisherman lost his skeptical trait, but I figure most of you probably can figure that out on your own. Alright, and here it is, Brankrug village. This quiet Cornish fishing village has lain long in the Isle's shadow. It might be as old as Hush House itself, and like Hush House, Brankrug village has provided sanctuary over the years for its share of misfits and exiles. Now, if I wanted to be particularly bold, I suppose one thing I could try to do would be, I don't have money, but in a future playthrough I could maybe try to get metal, core, or shaft and just see if I can, bang my way into the sweet bones and recover that way. But in any case, Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill is the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. And of course, we already said here that Mr. Kill is the coffin maker. Hello, Marco Sono. Do you mean for the game in general, or are you someone who's been watching for a bit and wanted to see me start from the very beginning? Either way, welcome. I've been trying to. I want to occasionally remind people, so apologies if this is news or this is repetition for you, but because this is a brand new start, I am actually eager to fill people in on details if it's not clear on certain things. So, got a bit of your last save. Oh yeah. No, so this is a brand new start. So yeah, you'll notice this is what the house actually looks like at the start of the game. It's very different from what I normally play. So yeah, I'm actually quite eager for people to see what the start of the game looks like, because I've spent so much time with the whole house unlocked that I think I may be giving a mistaken impression of what the game is like at the start. Mr. Kill struggles with the door. The wind almost snatches it from his hand. The storm wind plucks at you both. So in this case, I want to add an element of the soul and soaked. There's really only one option for that, which is my half-drowned health. Mr. Kill struggles with the door. The wind almost snatches it from his hands. His eyes widen as he sees me. But yeah, if it wasn't clear for anyone before, definitely this is a great time to be asking questions. If you want to know more about the game, about the start, about what my goals are, today is actually a rather special day for Book of Hours. Some of you may know, some of you may discover, but I feel it is inappropriate to not play Book of Hours on the 9th of January. Mr. Kill constructed the bed himself, I rather fear with the same tools he uses to shape coffins. It is not a comfortable bed, but it is dry, clean, and warm. I sit up talking with Mr. and Mrs. K as the wind rattles the shutters and the fire shrugs its way emberward. I am very hungry, and Mrs. K's gallets are impossibly good. Mr. K pretends to grumble about foreign cooking. No one is convinced. So, my health is restored. We did use the FET to get to Brandkrug in the first place, so we do have a little bit of a challenge there. But we've recovered, and this is the important thing. So there are a few different things that we can do today. So for instance, we do have this drowned book, the one possession that I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. Use aspects below to tell you more about how and where you can use this item. Mouse over them to learn more. So in this case here, one of the things we may want to do is to dry out the book. The other thing is, because we've already had an encounter where we want to, basically we want to, I'm trying to think of the right way to put this, like, I'm already in a situation where I have unlocked one part of the world. Maybe I want to just head straight to Hush House. So every so often someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200, and then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but that doesn't mean it's new. So I have a few options on this one. So in order to open up the Mist-Cloaked Bridge, we need assistance. The librarian lives alone. There's no shame in seeking assistance from others. Assistance can open new rooms or help with your studies. It disappears when used or at dawn. So it's essential to go in this slot. An object must match at least one of these, and it either needs forge, lantern, or sky. So the front room, we can add either Grail or Winter. So again, if we ever need a hint for the game, we can actually just click. In this case, I only have my Whist available. So speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So my other option, or actually I guess, yeah, I don't really have any other options in this case because we talked about, you know, the possibility of doing other things, but really I need to deal with Mr. Kill first. So Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. Now, one of the other options that I have is to try and dry out the drowned book. Now, one of the catches here, and this is something that I know ahead of time, is that I can't actually use health to... I can't really use health to improve the book. I think I'm still going to dry out the book here, though. It just means that I'm not going to be able to... I'm not going to be able to do anything with Mr. Kill ahead of time. So Mrs. Kill, gloomy as always, kind as ever, lights the kitchen fire and helps me dry the book, while Mr. Kill saws away in the next room. Birth always leaves marks, she opines, as she carefully tucks fragments of muslin between the damp pages. Now, if it wasn't clear, we've got the silvery book. Is that real silver? I feel that it should be. I should remember. So it's got the rose aspect, mystery winter. It's a thing uncatalogued. Nothing is as safe as ignorance or as dangerous. Near a wolf. It's readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. And journal. I began before this book, but it'll end when I do. So you do need to catalog books before you can read them. Now you can catalog, you can catalog with the with your consider verb. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Bacon. Studying requires effort. You will always need a suitable soul card first. And unfortunately, you can't catalog using health. In fact, I think I might have made a bit of a blunder here. Let's just take a quick look. So, the post office locked. The postmistress may have something for me once I know what to ask for. Nope, this is fine. So, something for me? The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. The librarian, she says. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. The postmistress returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian Hush House, Brankrug Isle, postmark in Wales, a week ago. Letter to the librarian. A letter to me from St. Ronwin's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent but persistently obscure. Since correspondence, I can reply to this from a writing desk. And a 10-shilling note. Half a pound, but not half a note. A recent innovation. 120 pence. Pence, the eccentric currency of a fallen empire. 1 penny is 4 farthings. 12 pence is 1 shilling, and so on. So, we now have unlocked the post office. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right, the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brankrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. So, in this case here, I would need to add pence, ready to post, or tally, depending on what the circumstances are. I could offer the 10-shilling note to break the 10, but change isn't that hard to handle in the game, so we'll carry on from there. Now, how about unlocking these other areas? The smithy, locked. Denzel Smith has more work than he needs, and he rarely opens his door to strangers. You'll need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with edge, forge, or heart, someone in a similar trade, or someone who can appeal to his secret passion for saffron cake. So you can get an idea here. An introduction, well, we already used the one for Mr. Kill, and we would need edge, forge, or heart. So, and you can kind of see someone in a similar trade. Well, that would be the edge or the forge part, but his secret passion for saffron cake is the heart here. And it can't be... Basically, you can't use the other addresses, and you can't use someone reluctant to get him there. Similar story with the rectory. Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence's housekeeper guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the new king's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern, knock, or sky, perhaps someone who shares his interests in theology or poetry. Now, I've talked about this before, but for those of you who might be new to the opening, there's actually someone who was mentioned was a poet already, and so that might give you a hint in terms of someone who we might be able to use to get in touch with Reverend Timothy, but currently that's not available to us. So the last of the rooms that are available to me right now are the Sweet Bones, locked. After the restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. So how do we deal with the sea of hostile faces? We could use assistance, we could use pence, we could use metal, core, or shaft, and we can't have reluctance. So in this case, we've already sort of said that my health can't really be used to accomplish anything that I'm looking for right now. That's also true for the Sweet Bones, but I do now have pence because of what I did with the journal. So, a wary welcome at the inn. In the time of the Heptarchy, a ring giver was accounted generous. In this bright and civilized century, a beer buyer enjoys the same regard. Hello, Selphea. I noticed it says that you're not watching the stream, so apologies for that. But this is a brand new playthrough. The tutorial part we're actually just kind of getting near the end of. There'll be 2 more rooms that we unlock, but you only really missed the storm at the opening. And hello, Vesper Fortune. New save for Book of Hours, indeed. We haven't deleted the old save, but I'm doing something special for today. For those of you who don't know, and I'll actually take the time to do these shout-outs here. Do I spy a Brit? Do we have a Brit in here? we've got Selphea, who is a very capable Australian streamer. Most recently doing My Time at Sandrock, if I recall correctly. I know you were playing Candy Crush Saga, but for anvils, and it was not. For those of you who might think I'm serious, it has nothing to do with candies. Had everything to do with anvils, though. It's a very forge-oriented game. And yes, Selphea is Australian, and Vesper Fortune. So I apologize for not using the proper Twitch shout out for you, Vesper, but I know that there's going to be a cooldown for that. But Vesper Fortune is also a broadcaster. Very recently played Cultist Simulator, achieved his Apostle victory, and his Grail victory, and has been privately doing a Grail Apostle run, Apostle Obstinate, I believe. And I love how he sounded shocked that Australian streamers are a thing. I didn't realize you all had internet. That's fine. I'm a member. I'm part of the colonies too. I'm wondering if there will ever be a point where we get to talk about the New World in the Secret History setting. I definitely have some ideas about how North America would work in this setting. I just kind of assumed that the Lionsmith had his way with creating monsters in Australia, and that's the real big one. So depends on how you define have internet. Fair point. Anyway, sorry, I've been stepping on Vesper Fortune's shout out here, but Vesper's actually been a lot of fun to hang out with. He's a VTuber. But in addition to just, I like being able to support things that do Secret History stuff. Weather Factory have certainly been very good to me, but they're also just very original games. And this is something kind of cool about independent games, but also a little depressing, where you may love an independent game, and yet chances are there will always be more people who have never heard of an independent game, even a very successful one, than ever play it. And so in that sense, you do have this nice opportunity of being able to show someone a game like that for the first time. So just to give you a quick... oh, that's right, you're playing Final Fantasy XIV, Vesper. So here's a good example of this. The text message I just got was from my coworker, who originally wasn't a gamer, and I feel slightly responsible for getting him into it. So it says, I can't remember if you told me if you had played Cyberpunk at all, but if not, consider this a recommendation. I have really enjoyed it so far. Now, I could, just take a chance to, play the hipster card and say, oh, I played it on release. I got a key from CD Projekt Red, which is true. I guess it would be CD Projekt Group that I got it from, but that is all entirely true. But what a completely snobbish and unhelpful way to engage with someone who had not played or possibly had not heard of Cyberpunk before. I'd probably heard of it, but, what a nice thing. Now, imagine for a second here, you could say Hollow Knight, right? There's a bunch of people who've never heard of Hollow Knight. What a wonderful opportunity to be able to say, you've not heard of Hollow Knight? Oh, here, let me put you down in front of the computer. Well, it's the same story with Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours, right? If you've got somebody who maybe doesn't have a very high opinion of video games, who sort of thinks it's all Street Fighter and Call of Duty, and if they have a particularly literary bent, you may actually be able to open their eyes to an entirely new world of gaming. And so with that in mind, that's one of the reasons why you've ruined your friends with Hollow Knight. I guess it was a good example then. But yeah, so this is one of the reasons I really do like, I for the most part, I think the Secret Histories community, the Cultist Simulator and now Book of Hours community, has definitely been very nice in terms of being able to engage. I mean, over enough time, there's always going to be like one or two people who kind of spoil it. I remember when I did the stream broadcast, one of the very first things I saw in Steam chat was, I hope it's not System Shock broadcasting. And then as soon as apparently there's a delay, so my voice comes on, he's like, oh, it's him, I'm out. I'm like, what a mean thing to say at the start. So I got over it, obviously, but but overall that has been a pretty, that's by far the exception. And I say that because it used to be the case that on YouTube, whenever I would see whenever I would see a comment, I kind of needed to brace myself because I did have a video that sort of wound up in the algorithm for people to hate watch, and they certainly did not mind letting me know what a terrible person I was in the comments, and that never feels good. And I realize there are other people who have it worse, and et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, people can't just complain about stuff anymore. There always needs to be some sort of Olympics in terms of who has it worse. But look, like nobody, I don't think anybody should have to deal with that, right? I would be happy if other people, you know, didn't just have it as at my level, but did not have to deal with it at all. And I think it is completely reasonable to say, I don't like this thing when something bad is happening to you. So I realize that is a tremendously controversial point of view. In any case, the Weather Factory community and the Secret Histories community changed that. The responses, for the most part, to Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator have been very good, and it's transformed how I react to comments. And so as a consequence of that, I really do like to go the extra mile and to be able to make recommendations, to be able to host and otherwise support people who are supporting these kinds of games. I agree, Selphea. So I don't see it as a zero-sum thing, and I honestly think for the most part people are much too tolerant of disrespect. I hear a lot of sort of, oh, well, it's not that bad, whether it's talking about my own things or other people's. And I'm like, there is just too much of that, right? We, to a certain extent, get the internet we deserve. And, you know, I can be a lot meaner online than I am. But I don't want to contribute to that. I would like to... I'm sorry, Kieran, I turned this into a rant instead of doing more of the game. We'll get back to it in a little bit, but good luck at work, and I'm hoping I get to the thing that I want to... I kind of hoped I get to the thing that I want to do before the end of today so that you have a fun VOD to see. But enjoy the rest of your day. But yeah, one of the ways that I try and do that, and I realize I'm a very small presence online, but it is to support the things that support me and make for a better environment. And so Selphea, both as a mod for Dendrian, but also as a very good broadcaster in her own right, definitely has a community in which I feel welcome, and I think has expressed a little bit of interest in playing Book of Hours at some point. So I obviously don't want to commit her to playing a game online, but you know, there is the possibility of that in the future. And likewise, Vesper Fortune has done Cultist Simulator, and again, whether they do it again or whether he whether he moves on to Book of Hours, both of these are people who I have certainly enjoyed being in the presence of on Twitch, but also, in addition to sort of making me feel very welcome in their communities, very likely are going to be playing games that I would like to see supported. And so those are the reasons why I take the time to do these shoutouts. On that note, we have... So I was going to say the Ringgiver. I don't know if this is a Beowulf thing or if this is just a general reference to ye old times, but we're buying people beer. I bought a round for everyone, and another, and one more for luck, and thus I was accounted not so bad for a foreigner. I'll find a warmer welcome here next time. And I have a memory solace for my trouble. So, what did we do with the Sweet Bones? Well, we've unlocked it. What does that get me? The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brankrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or discreet assistance congregate in the snug. So there's a few things that I can do here. We've got me and mine. So I could put pence, I could put soiled, or I could put soaked in here. Now, this is no longer soaked, and I'm no longer soaked. But we can put some pence inside. So what happens if we add a sixpence? A fair arrangement, 1 shilling, 12 pence will hire a casual laborer's services. Okay, well, we can't be cheap. Assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale, forge, and a little moon. Alternatively, add a soul card to find rarer guests who might be seeking employment. So, of course, I could try that here, but I think we have enough for a miner. Now, I'm going to hit start here, but it's like, why did I have the idea of doing that? Well, because we've got a forge requirement here. So hiring that miner is going to allow me to help repair the bridge. We have the tidal flats. This seems to have moon here, although it did say a little bit of moon. So Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide, you could probably walk there, though you probably shouldn't. So this is just an opportunity for me to open up the Kukerbit Bridge. In spring, the local miners often travel to the sea... Oh, sorry, we read this before, but I'll read it again. The Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. A miner's assistance. Thus, they more or less ruled themselves, with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human, but it must be remembered that among them at all times were those characters who could stand comparison with the best of men. L. Russell Muirhead. I actually don't know the source of this. Well, obviously there's the source that's listed, but I'm not quite sure what's being quoted. So, we will do much like we did before. We had our fishermen who helped us get to Brandkrug, and in this case, we'll use the miner to help us cross the Mistcloak Bridge, and we'll remember in future that they provide forge, moon, and 2 scale. It's also worth remembering here that even though this is looking for moon, it's looking for 2 moon, and so I wouldn't necessarily be able to make anything of that. Although I do have edge, I do have grail or heart, and I do have heart or sky. Actually, if you can give me a quick minute, I'm going to let that... actually, I don't feel secure enough. I'm going to take a very small break. I'm not going to run ads or anything like that, but it just occurred to me I want to get something out of the freezer to thaw, and if I wait to the end of the broadcast, that means I'm going to lose a couple of hours. So just give me a minute here. All right, sorry about that. Probably could have gone by with the 30 seconds, but I don't know. Maybe I'd slip on a puddle and knock myself unconscious for an hour, and then, worst of all, I would lose my memories. You know, I never realized I knew there was sort of a, I knew there was a drift on these, but I actually never realized it was sort of a shimmering effect. That's really cool when you zoom in on that. The Kukerbit Bridge, Hush House, has been many things over the centuries, including in the nocturnal period of 1896 to 1929, a jail. No one remembers that period fondly, but at least it meant Nocturnal Branch paid for a new bridge. Alright, Lodge at the Gate, a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. So this requires a assistance, forge, heart, or knock. So the local blacksmith can defeat the door, the rector probably has a spare key, and the midwife knows how to jiggle the latch on the back door. So it's noteworthy here, right, that Mr. Kill does not actually solve this for us. But there is a trick that I can use here. It's going to cost me some money, but in this case I think it's worth it. So if we go back to the Sweet Bones, and we hire another miner. So recall, we've got the forge, we've got the moon, and we've got the scale. But there are other things that we can do. So we can talk. Speak to an assistant. I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, for a little while, exalt them. Or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. Add something to enhance your assistant's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. So I can use an element of the soul, a memory, a tool, a beverage, or sustenance to be able to enhance them. Well, what I need here, again, is the forge, the heart, or the knock. So this is scale and edge. But this provides grail and heart, and this provides heart and sky. So in both cases, we can actually grant heart to the miner, which will allow them to open up the lodge at the gate. So we'll do that. We'll use the solace in this case. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So in fairness, this is maybe not the intended way of solving this problem. When it talks about the rector, the blacksmith, or the midwife, what it probably wanted me to do in this case with Mr. Kill, it would want me to rely on a relationship that is implied with Mr. Kill to be able to access another one of the members of the community. However, it costs the same for me to hire a miner as it does to hire one of the other named characters. I don't think that was always true. I think it used to be more expensive at one point. So in this case here, I'm just trying to make the most of the day. We're halfway through the day here. So memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So in this case here, the miner's assistants will allow me to open up the lodge at the gate. Again, it takes a minute, but we're in good shape. And part of that's just because, again, I don't really have a way of using the health right now. One option that I would have, maybe it wasn't even this would have been a better way for me to handle it, would be to hire one of the miners so that I could open up Denzel's smithy, and then hire Denzel to open up the lodge. But I figure we'll probably we can make this stuff work out, one way or another. There's lots of different ways to play this game, so whatever path works best for you. Alright, the Keeper's Lodge. For 500 years, in the times we call baronial, curia nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof when the sun was shining. There is no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storms of Brandkrug Bay. So this is the first room where you see a number of objects, right? Everything up to this point has been interacting with the village and becoming reacquainted with people. But this is the first time when you actually get an idea. And in fact, it's fair to say this was one thing that they added a tooltip for. A lot of people can maybe interact with the game at this level and find it works fine, but you'll notice it's actually quite small, and it's not necessarily natural to think that you can actually zoom all the way in on the room. And so there is another part to the tutorial here, which we'll get into in a minute. But basically, what happens is you have this puzzle here. The great gate of the house, the walls of the house tower above me. I had been told it was abandoned after a fire, but there is no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd fear. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. So this requires a key, right? That part of the soul called Shapt is left outside the white door of the Mansis as a key in the door, or as a sword outside a king's hall if you listen to the noble endeavor. Most rooms in the house will need renovation. This just needs to be opened. So it needs to be a key and a thing, and it needs to have knock too. So unlike what we've normally done, we don't need an assistant anymore. What we need is to find a key. And probably a natural way of doing that is to look inside the room. Now, this is a very obvious key, right? Heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn, heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. But of course, this is not the only thing in this room. We have dandelion wine, homemade flower wine. We have basket of clean linen. I should also mention the aspect. So lantern, nectar, the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. Incidentally, if we take a look at my health, it is no longer heart and winter, but it is heart, nectar, the same, and scale. It's a liquid. What seeks the depths flees the heights and cannot be contained by any chain ever forged. Beverage. There are some things it's wiser to drink in the morning, and others it's wiser to drink in the evening. Restorative for rest and recovery, something that will help you recover from maladies if you use it in bed with sufficient suitable power aspects, especially, but not exclusively, if it has useful power aspects itself. And to serve, use a store of glasses or cups to pour this out. Basket of clean linen, nighttime luxury. It's got heart, thing, woven, and restorative. We have a potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor. It has scale and leaf. Pillis oat bread, gritty bread made with the hardy ancient oats that grow at land's end. Forge, which I believe this is the first we've run into that. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of forge transforms and destroys. It also has heart, nectar, and rose, so aspects we're quite familiar with. And sustenance. The bad live that they may eat and drink. The good eat and drink that they may live. Socrates. Tea. Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam. It's a packet. A tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. This has edge, knock, and lantern aspect. It's also a leaf and brewable. Ready to be steeped or warmed or transformed. Use this at a fireplace or a kitchen range. Same aspect, brewable for the Dawn Lion coffee, a packet, coffee from beyond the great deserts. This has forged, lantern, and scale aspect. A shadowless silk, a variant of the Persian silk tree, golden as the shadowless kings, with lantern aspect and flower, the hair of a plant. And we have a honey-scarred scented candle, a candle scented with honey-scarred jasmine, 2 forge, 1 rose. It's a thing, it is a candle. They generally burn brighter, but we generally burn longer and light, so we can see or so we can celebrate. We have the serving table, so plates, cups, and glasses, so that if I want to offer someone wine, I needn't give them the whole bottle. So that makes you a very generous host. Oh, I did forget to mention the mirror, or fractured mirror, cracked and fly specked. This has knock and lantern aspect. It is also wall art. You could describe the whole house as a book, though it would be troublesome to index. And we also have a shaving mirror, snip snip, lantern, and moth, also wall art. Finally, we have more books. So we have 2 books which we already know the contents of. So this is Traveling at Night Volume 1, The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. And we have Traveling at Night Volume 2. So this is similar to my Silvery book here. You'll notice that these don't have aspects where the Silvery book does. These don't have the uncatalogued category, so we know what this is. And this has a mystery, so mystery knock. Greater challenges require stronger skills. And so the idea here, in Codex, pages, cover, spine, knowledge decently tucked away like organs. So if we want, and again, maybe this would be something that you learn over the course of playing, but the idea here is that if you want to read a book, you try and bring enough aspect that matches the mystery to be able to read that book. Now, you are not obligated to match the mystery. You can actually try your luck and see if you can wind up with, if you can get lucky or get something to supplement your attempts. But there are also 3 books which are uncatalogued. So we have a book from the Curia period, we have a book from the Nocturnal period, and we have a book from the Baronial period. But again, I probably want to catalog those after I've cataloged my own journal. But we do need to solve the puzzle of the Great Gate of the House. You'll notice that I'm mousing over the key. So I suppose if I was further back, I would get I'd get a bit of a hint here. But that's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to unlock it. Another thing that's worth mentioning is we do have the guest bed here. So stout, rustic, snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. So if I have the heart aspect, I can use it to set up camp in the Keeper's Lodge, which is exactly what I'm going to do. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. I did have other options in terms of what I could do with the heart, but this seemed to be appropriate. So it's our first day. We do technically have 2 memories which we haven't used, but overall we made a pretty fair amount of progress. So we went from being recovered at Reverend Timothy's. We were able to stop by the post office. We dried out our book, and we're about to open up the great gate of the house. We did get everyone drunk. Okay, the Watchman's Tower, the gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress, and by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house too minor to merit immediate attention. This is a room from the baronial period. We could have actually read that in the Keeper's Lodge as well, but in the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brandkrug, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. So there are a few items inside of the room here. So we've got red deer antlers, not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. It's got 2-scale wall art, and it's a carcass, something that once moved without my assistance. Take this to the necropsy table to render it into animal bones. We have a lingering repose, upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Its Grail aspect, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of Grail honors both the birth and the feast, as well as lantern and comfort. Hush House has been called bleak, but usually only by those who have never been inside. Yethhound horns. In times past, the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of this country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. Grail, 2-scale, and carcass. The tattered outlaw, Thirza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thirza never much cared what other people liked. Heart and scale and its wall art, and Reveline Summer, a dry spell in a still place, forge, nectar, and wall art. There's also an expansive chair, upholstered in velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Sit down a while. You've earned it. Another comfort, this time with moon, and a treasury of shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. Heart, sky, and comfort. Finally, we have a bust, Serena Blackwood. This bust is carved from alabaster. Lantern and a thing. Now, there's lots of things that you can investigate here. Thirza is a mood. Girl, keep painting those donkeys. You haven't seen the bust of Thirza Blake, have you, Vesper? Because I think you're going to really like it if we get a chance to see it in this playthrough. You can consider objects in the house, but as the game indicates, right, the human soul is composed of 9 elements. This is one. Most other things have simpler souls. Each soul card can be used once a day for the kinds of things that you do with your soul. Usually that means talking to people or crafting. So generally, if you don't have lots of elements of the soul, you're not able to do as much. Oh, you are going to like this, Vesper. So I'll try and get to Thirza, but no promises. So there's not a whole lot that we can do as long as our elements of the soul are exhausted. But again, there's no rush. We do have money in this game, but the money isn't used to order food. We more or less have that covered automatically. Okay, so we have the gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore this place. So we can unlock that with forge or lantern. And then the cloistered garden. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space, and this would take lantern or nectar. I'm curious if anybody here knew, like, so some of you have seen this game for a long time, but I'm curious if there are people who didn't know that this is how the house actually starts in the game, because I know I've been playing for months with a very different looking Hush house. Now, I suppose if I wanted, I can try and preserve one of these memories. We could use the fear, or we could use the satisfaction. I think I'm going to try and keep the satisfaction. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. They were particularly good gallets. Ah, yeah, so part of the game is actually figuring out what's happened here, right? We have this mystery about a fire, but no evidence of a fire. And there will be more, so there's going to be some stuff related to these busts that we need to figure out as well. It's also worth mentioning, so this was apparently news yesterday, so these are not predetermined. So we've got Traveling at Night Volume 1 and 2, and I believe these are always available in the Keeper's Lodge, but these are drawn from different decks. So the Curia, Nocturnal, and Baronial periods are distinct periods in the house's history, and those are going to have certain books. So I'm just trying to think, how the end will begin, assuming that that's in this game. It is not going to be a Baronial period book. That would almost certainly be something like Dawn period. So generally, you're not going to see a whole lot of VAC texts in, say, the Nocturnal period, but in the the Dawn period, you're going to start seeing some of the strange languages, and you're going to start seeing some fairly intense lore. And again, that just kind of depends how the day goes. So let's figure out what we want to do with the day. I do have a couple of dilemmas here. So one thing I would like to do is I would like to be able to study the Silvery Book. And that doesn't seem like a bad thing for me to do, but what that does do is that it does close me off from being able to talk with Mr. Kill. Now, I do have a solution to that. So I think what I'll do here is I will, first of all, try to study the Silvery Book. It's the soul's labor. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Bacon. So studying requires effort. You'll always need a suitable soul card first. So journal. My journal. The silver binding is familiar, but the storm so scattered my thoughts. Now, what about the rest of the day? So we do need 2 forge or lantern. So I have an idea about how to handle that. In fact, yes, I think I know how I'm going to do this. So we will go back to the Sweet Bones to get assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Oh, rain. That changes things. So note here that the Cloistered Garden needs nectar. So what I'm going to do here, when it says a mutual acquaintance marked with edge, forge, or heart, someone in a similar trade, or someone who can appeal to a secret passion for saffron cake, well, the miner's pretty close to the smith, right? So a mutual acquaintance will introduce me to Denzel the smith. I might get 6 or even 10 words out of him if I'm patient. Denzel is a surprising source of practical advice. The smithy is now available. So for that, we gained foresight. Now we've lost our assistant, but we're now able to work with Denzel. The other thing that's interesting about this is that I now have the foresight memory. So instead of using an element of the soul to hire Denzel, one option I have is to use my foresight to improve the miner and open up this higher level of the house. Now, this is going to start putting a drain on my finances, but I actually think this is not a bad way of doing things. So we are going to hire another miner. And we do have a satisfaction to work with. Doesn't directly help us here, but... we use the foresight to help out. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. And we've finished reading the book. My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here. With time and peace, I'll remember more. More about your origin and your aspirations in your journal. You can now also access the Tree of Wisdoms from the top of the screen. A silver-bound journal. I was rich, but something was missing. I am no longer rich, and still something is missing. Hush House is a place of conclusions, and here as librarian I may find mine. The magnate came to the house to conclude a history where they will find peace, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Hushery Wisdom. So this has the rose aspect, which we talked about before. We just solved our first winter mystery. Memory is the magnate. I've lived too long, but I'm not ready to die. I've tasted everything, and it wasn't enough. Give me silence, give me peace, give me the peace of snow. It's readable, it's a thing, and it's a journal. And we got an extra whist for it. So let's commit that silver-bound journal. The roots of memory. There are always choices, and so there are always regrets. Unlock the tree and gain a tryst card. Now, I always thought you got... Oh, that's right, we cataloged. We didn't... I should have used the FET to catalog this thing, but that's fine. We'll solve the mystery now. Winter, a conclusion. I can master this mystery. Enough winter to match mystery winter. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to do. We can recover a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Restore a fatigued soul card. So you can use laundry for that. I could also use the dandelion wine, but it's a little early in the day. So memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we have more forage than we really needed, but I do want to unlock this part of the house. So the gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room are blocked with debris, and here the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore the place. So I do only have the crown left, so I'm starting to run out of money. But again, we have money to work with it, right? I'll also note, so traveling at night requires knock, and, well, Volume 1 requires knock, Volume 2 requires sky. This is a nectar challenge, so I'm actually going to hire yet another miner to take advantage of the weather. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. And we will find uses for the Fet, Health, and Tryst here, but there's a few different things that I can do, so I want to wait until a few more of these things pay off. So for instance, you can't immediately unlock various parts of the house, although in this case it won't matter because this will finish pretty much right away. The Watchman's Tower, the first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room because this side of the house carried fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. So a few different items in here. We've got Walter de Wolf. The bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone. This has scale aspect. We have an astrolabe, Baron Silence's astrolabe. Thomas de Wolf used this armillary, a spherical astrolabe, in his calculations. It is much older than he was. This has the sky aspect, and it is a comfort. Speaking of comforts, we've got the night sky chair, velvet smooth as midnight, moon. The star-strewn chairs, velvet soft as starlight. As above, so below, a framed page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle, also sky aspect. We have a desk, Ava's desk, a magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolf, last of the Brandkrug de Wolfs. We also have U-Gall ink, a variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. It has nectar aspect, it's a thing, it's a liquid, and it's an ink. If it scrawls, mix it. The mirrorscope, bewildering and occasionally useful. Lantern aspect, thing and a tool. One reason apes beat the Beatles. A quire of paper, creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. It also counts as fuel. It's also blank. Has nectar aspect. And we have 5 new books, 2 Curia period books and 3 baronial period books. We also have the Watchman's Tower, the top floor, so if we have Grail or Sky, we can unlock it. We do have Grail in the form of Satisfaction. So another reason to use a minor when we can. And once we finish this mystery, I'll probably start cataloging the books, but we'll see where things go from there. Right, let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So in this case here, I'm just going to head straight to the cloistered... Oops, sorry. Oh yeah, no, you should head to the cloistered garden. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. And we can go to the Sweet Bones to hire another cleaner. Now, I didn't actually read the letter to the librarian, but I have the option of doing that here. Now, you don't actually need a soul card for that, but I was using my consider verb to study my own journal. So, a message for me. Read the letter, or to reply instead, at ink at a desk. So, let's read what the letter has to say first. St. Ronwin's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian of Hush House. The Trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited and suggests that I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. To let us know when you are all set up and ready to receive visitors, the letter concludes. It's signed simply the trustees. Now, if I want to write the reply, so we can take the letter, and it says add ink at a desk, add a soul card to determine the tone of the letter. Not all desks allow all soul cards, so this one has to allow Edge, Grail, Moon, or Winter. So in this case, if I want, I can give the Moon reply, an enigmatic reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. The sea remains, the house remains. What else remains we shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. We're going to talk with the miner about satisfaction. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I've also got my whist back, although we now have a basket of dirty laundry. Once washed, it'll be suitable again. Needed a little quiet time. Trying to decide... Yeah, we can probably do this. And we got an intuition for our trouble. That may change things. All right, so let's send the reply to the Trust. Patience, thus the mountain await, or we can read it here. I can take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ronwin's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds, I hope. Patience, thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow, thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend, thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the necessary stamp. King-marked stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. The postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Now I can expect visitors, correspondence, and a stipend from the trust every spring. So there's a few more things that I want to get through for the rest of today. I think I am... Actually, I'm more inclined to wait to see what the... what this reveals. Right, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. In this case, I'm going to put my journal on the shelf here. So we have a lesson, Sacralamea, and we have a lessons, Quenchings and Quellings. So use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I've gained more understanding of Sacralamea. Use this with Consider. Now the Heart and the Winter don't help me in terms of the intuition here. We could have used the Satisfaction, but the Satisfaction is going to be what gets us to the top floor of the Watchman's Tower, so I don't regret that choice. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. I actually don't necessarily need to do this right now, and there is a good argument for me to catalog these books sooner rather than later, so I'll probably use my FET here. The rites of an order of immortals who have tried to remain apart. These rites touch on the secrets of the gods of the Mansis, chiefly gods who were flesh and gods from light. So this takes Moth, Sky, and the Horum. It can be applied to the Horamachistry or the Hushery branch, remembering that it did recommend that we start with the Hushery wisdom. But here we can add Moth or Sky to our inquiries. And we can also try the same with Quenchings and Quellings. But I think what I'm... Oh, actually, sorry. I have other options. So I can catalog a book using my FET. That's exactly what I'm going to do. No, hang on. My FET doesn't work because I don't have the relevant skill. All right. I'm going to take a minute to figure things out because I'm not thinking straight right now. So, St. Brendan's Cloister. This is an open-air area, so the birds and the seasons can both freely visit the place. St. Brendan's Cloister, the sisters and brothers of the Abbey built these gardens in the 13th century at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. So here we have the first floor. Now this is noteworthy because this requires 3 lantern or 3 winter, so we can't just get by with the old trick of using a memory that that gave the base amount. Although in the case of the intuition, I actually if it was a moon challenge, we'd be able to handle that, but it's not. So now if we want, we can cross the first true threshold. This a miner will be able to help me with as long as I'm willing to give up the FET, and I actually think that's okay in this case. Being able to make some progress in the house is not the worst thing in the world. So what I will do here, we'll hire 1 more miner. I'm actually relying a lot more on the miners than I usually do, but... Now I gotta think about what I want to do with the consider verb, because I was originally going to try and do something with the whist, but I'm thinking that may not be a wise choice now. Someone has to give them a job with how the mines are probably filled with invisible eldritch entity. Indeed. Okay, so let's start by cataloging this baronial period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I'm also going to try and figure out how much it costs to do the laundry. Have something cleaned at the Sweet Bones. For a shilling, the Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. So it's the same as hiring one of the miners. Good to know. I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. So this gives me the extra heart and sky. It's always useful to kind of compare these to different challenges that I have, but in this case it's not sufficient for me to read Traveling at Night Volume 2. But what I am going to do here is we're going to get this miner to open up the top floor. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. I'm actually kind of glad that these are not unique. I probably should have thought about that, but the game didn't punish me, so I'm happy. Oh! Did I mess up? I did mess up. I shouldn't have used that FET. I meant to use the WIST instead of the FET to catalog this, so I just wasted money. I need a minute to think. There's a very, very slim chance I can make this work. So we're going to talk about the intuition. I'm going to wait the 27 seconds. So this is going to involve spending more money than I wanted, but I can live with that as long as... Yeah, no, we'll be fine. So what I'll do is I'll go to the Sweet Bones, spend money to restore the FET so that I can get the FET to the first true threshold. All right, Opus Magnum Carulium. Ambrose Westcott used to render the title of this venerable and anonymous work mockingly as The Big Blue Business. A kinder translation would be The Great Work in Azure. So this is a 14 lantern mystery. There is no way we are going to read that anytime soon. But I do have my FET back. So we'll go back to the Sweet Bones. Rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. So we've already got the miner for the day, and we've talked to them about the intuition. So in that case, we've gained the relevant rows. So we're going to talk to get another memory. We can only keep one, and it'll probably be the Solace, but in this case, I'm just kind of making the most with what I have. And given that we're not able to read the Opus Magnum Carulium, I have kind of two options today. So one of them would be to bring in Mr. Kill. And one thing I could do with Mr. Kill would be to attempt to open the Long Tower. The only problem with that is it's not entirely clear with me where I get that extra winter from. We might get that through conversation, but it's going to take 30 seconds in terms of conversation, at which point it might be too late for Mr. Kill. Now, another option is we can try and open up the tidal flats, and the final option we have is we can try and catalog one of these books. And actually, you know what? I think I've changed my mind. I think opening up the... No, because opening up the tidal flats will take a minute, and we're going to need that with our other guests. So I am going to use the winter to catalog a nocturnal period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. So there'll be one more thing that I do with the Sweet Bones tonight, but it's not as critical. Right now I'm really focused on opening more rooms of the house. Okay, So this is the point I want to start thinking about wrapping up different texts, or different tasks. I think I should have another 30 seconds, so that got me a gossip. If we could add another memory, we would actually be able to open up the other room, but you can only use a memory to exalt an assistant once per day, so we don't get to do that more than once. Talk with them again. And here we have the Cucurbit Prisoner Records. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Accounts by Governor Collar's private secretary of interventions and experiments in the last years of the Cucurbit prison, focusing particularly on prisoners he believes might have Carapace cross lineage. So in this case, this is a 12 nectar mystery. So far we've wound up with some pretty powerful books, but definitely not ones that we can handle with our current skills. And it's already said I can't catalog books with my health, so that's not going to work. We can, however, investigate the room that we just opened. The Watchman's Tower, the observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. In this room we have Kitty's armchair. This looks like the armchair in which Kitty Mazarine, 2nd librarian, sat for El Breton's famous group portrait. Also a sky piece of furniture. We have miskissed water, a glass of it, so the faintest vapors still ghosts the water's surface. This has Knock, Moon, Winter aspect. Oh, and Heart. And we have 4 baronial period books. It's also our first workstation, so the telescope. The scholars of the house watch the courses of the stars to determine their pasts and understand their future. So this will accept Forge, Moon, Rose, and Sky. Although we don't have too much to do with that right now. So we have something with Sky, but we don't really have an element of the soul that has Sky. And you know what? It did occur to me that I could have used the winter the way that I wanted. But again, neither here nor there. So, I don't have that much to do with my health right now, so we'll do some manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. So this, of course, will give me another... We've got 1 shilling, which we can use to hire another miner, or one of the other members of the village. And here we're going to have a 2nd that we can use. So we can basically hire 2 more people. But it's worth remembering, right? We've already unlocked 4 and soon to be 5 rooms of the house. So I don't necessarily think this was a bad use of that money. I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. So here we'll talk with them about Fete. Perhaps we shared a dream. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I'm not too worried about the night. I did want to make sure that I talked with the miner before nightfall because we wouldn't be able to boost him. But in this case, we now have the 4 rows. We only need 3. The first true threshold. I have reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here, I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. And while we're waiting, we can use quenchings and quellings here. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. And then overnight, I can try and keep one of these. So as long as it has heart aspect, I can preserve it. So in this case, it can be solace, it can be satisfaction. The gossip won't work, but in this case, let's keep the solace. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. And this is one of the things, I haven't talked a lot about the role-playing elements here, but you can kind of get a bit of an idea in terms of a story that's being told here, right? So what did we do today? This is kind of like our first proper day in Brandkrug. And as the librarian, we really got a good start on sort of renovating part of the librarian. Part of the library. We also renovated part of the librarian. But we got a good start on renovating the library. We were able to send off the reply to the trust. It was a very full day. It was definitely a lot done. But I don't know about you. Maybe this is just like the Protestant work ethic speaking here. But I've definitely had days where it's like it's been really full and like there's not been a whole lot of downtime. But I just feel very good at finishing that work. And in this case here, right, reflecting on the day, feeling that satisfaction of just a full, proper day's work, lying back in bed just before you nod off. Like, I've had days like that. And so there's no point, there's beautiful writing in this game, and there's a lot of space left for you to sort of make your own decisions or to sort of decide what's going on in here. But one of the things that I really like is that there's a lot of implication that's left by the presence of certain cards. And so at no point did anybody at Weather Factory sit down and say, I'm going to make a moment where somebody sort of feels like they're just lying down in bed after a full day where they really feel that they gave their all. And yet, that's the moment that I felt, this first day after Hush House, where I've gotten a whole lot done. And again, it's a little thing, but I think it counts. And it's something that I really admire about these games and why I spend so much time on them. The entrance hall, the beginning of the house proper. The curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes, pause a moment, and listen to the histories. Now, we have a lot of things to investigate in this room, which I will do in a moment, but I do want to talk about the areas that have been opened up. So, first of all, there's the two that we're already familiar with, the Long Tower, the first floor, which has lantern and winter aspect. There's the Walled Garden, which has edge and nectar aspect. The Tangle of Thorns, which has 4 grail and 4 nectar aspect. The Weed Choke Garden, 3 heart and 3 nectar. So this is actually something we would be able to open up if we so chose. And we have the Grand Ascent, the ground floor. In this case, 4 edge, 4 heart, 4 moon, or 4 winter. So a couple of these are ones that we should be able to achieve. It's just a question in terms of when we want to start doing these things. Hello, Eldresh. All right, let's carry on. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms, quenchings and quellings, arts which quench the fires and bring solace to the troubled mind. A true adept is never troubled by fire, nor by fever, nor by restless spirit. Ambrose Westcott. You seem to have a good grasp on things so far. Is this your first playthrough? I would love to pretend that it is, but I've actually been playing this game for a very long time. I was one of the lucky people to do the beta. So I have a mate. So the funny thing is, even though I've done the beta, I have not actually completed the game, but that's just because of my desire to, really, really dig in deep. So my main playthrough, I've unlocked the entire house, and I've made some determinations in the journal. But I really wanted to have a very specific set of things that I did. That run I actually did without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. Perpetual Edition player. Okay, excellent. Yeah, so I was, I'm a Perpetual Edition Cultist Simulator player, and technically Perpetual Edition for Book of Hours, but Weather Factory did give me a key because I'm a broadcaster for promotional purposes, so it's a little different if I, if I say, number one, it's good to disclose that on streams, but it's a little bit different from showing, financial support for the game. I obviously appreciate. I mean, again, if they had asked for money, I would have loved for there to be a Kickstarter to to show some support. But yeah. But in any case, the relevant factor here is that because I had many journeys at the start of St. Brendan's Cove and working my way through the house, I wanted to sort of change it up and do things a little bit differently. So I essentially committed to opening up the full house without committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. Now, I made one exception. I did commit Glazerian Lightsmithing, to Hushery, kind of hoping that would stop the backseating of people trying to explain how to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms. And that totally failed. People were still telling me how to play the game. And that whist was helpful. But for all intents and purposes, it was, it made the point, right? What I tend to find, I will get back to playing the game, but one thing I tend to notice is that people probably, the first thing that they notice in terms of being able to solve puzzles is they get an element of the soul and they can use that to boost their assistance. And so I think there tends to be sort of this overemphasis on getting elements of the soul to solve puzzles. But of course there are limits to that. There are specific parts of the house that are designed to be solved by things that are not assistants. And those are sort of not exactly skill check. It's about as close as you get to a skill check in a Weather Factory game. And it's basically to say, do you know how to make special memories at this point? Do you know how to make inks at this point? Because if you haven't learned how to do that, you're not necessarily going to be able to get the most out of the game. So it's sort of an implicit tutorial in that sense. But the big thing is that there's always, at some point, whatever trick you rely on is going to stop working. And so, to me, the big thing was just to sort of prove to myself that I wouldn't rely on that crutch of getting lots of elements of the soul to learn to be a little bit more, I don't know, careful in terms of what I was doing. And one of the things that I thought was kind of fun was that I didn't realize. So now, if you, if you add money, or I guess it has to be the florin. Yeah. So they've added a note here when it says, alternatively, add a soul card to find any rarer guests who might be seeking employment. You probably remember when that wasn't in here. So by complete coincidence, I finally learned unusual help. That completely changed everything. But that was a surprise when I first found it. So, there's always things to learn. But I like learning that way, right? Like this is, to me, you don't pick up a game about, inheriting an occult library so that you can go to a wiki and learn how to play. And that's no disrespect to people who do like to play that way. Obviously, there's room for everyone. But part of the fun of this game is just discovering things and being able to be delighted by some of the new things that you encounter. So to me, that was good fun to find. Although I'm certainly happy that people won't spend as much time really agonizing over the kinds of helpers. You just learned that you could have boost assistants with more than one way. You thought that was one boost per assistant per period. Oh man, yeah. So that must have been a huge one for you as soon as you learned that and I can see why, right? Because if you try to use a memory twice, memories are consumable. So usually, to me, that's the main thing that you would use to boost them. And if it tells you can't do the memory twice, it's a very natural inference to say, oh, okay, well that must mean that I can't use more than one item. But of course, all that it's saying is you can't use more than one memory. But if you never experiment, if you never try it, then you just don't know any better. So, yeah. And I mean, again, like I said, especially with Vesper, because it was a lot of fun to watch you play Cultist Simulator. Like I do not mean to throw shade on people who want to experience the game that way. That is absolutely a valid way of playing the game. But of course, to me, so much of the appeal of Cultist Simulator was the idea that there is no, the dark secrets lying underneath the skin of the world for dummies book, that it was the game that you learn by playing it. being able to take some of that into the more relaxed game of Book of Hours was very appealing to me. So, it's I can obviously only speak to my own tastes, but I do realize it is the internet, and so sometimes people will take this as an absolute statement or an effort to undermine other people's preferences, neither of which are intended clearly. But I'm babbling on. I did promise that I would read the contents of the entrance hall. So, Leaves in the Wind. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you know Eldritch, but there is actually a very specific reason why I'm playing on January 9th. If you don't know, Hush House is a place of many mysteries. But if you do know, you may know where I'm trying to take this. Leaves in the Wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. We have St. Melissenth, visionary philosopher alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isle's abbesses. An inscription in Latin reads, "The cross died not, but passed within." Authority, once the shepherd's crook represented the authority of the church. Perhaps the Suppression Bureau kept it here because they liked the idea of authority in general. Oh yeah, no worries. So I was going to say, there's a specific reason why I am playing this on January the 9th. You may know or you may not know. If you don't know, Hush House is a place filled with many mysteries and that reward multiple playthroughs. So that was the part where you gave $1 million, but I missed it. Hello, catastrophically, Emma. I'm glad that the Nice Guy Act is something that I can only sustain 3 broadcasts a week, and then some of you get to see what a sarcastic jerk I am in other chats. So I'm glad that my audience can be sarcastic for me during the Nice Guy Act. Abbot Thomas. Thomas was one of the first abbots here at the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. An inscription reads, "Speech, the first sword." Crowcross Sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. Lignum Vitae Blanc, the hardest of all woods. So one thing that Eldritch was talking about was the idea of being able to give things to sort of augment assistance. And it may be worth noting, we haven't really talked with Mr. Kill that much, but we were introduced with Mr. Kill as a coffin maker, the worker of woods. And so one thing that I can tell you that'll happen later is that it happens that Mr. Kill is good at working with wood, and you can, in fact, give him wood to work with. He did fashion the bed that we rested in, after all. And so, in this case, the pillars of the sky to some, to others, paper in waiting. And so I feel like I should know the reference to the specific date, but I'm terrible at recalling dates of things. Well, I am being deliberately cryptic with this, but there's a reason why I want to be kind of cryptic about it. There's something that there's a small thing, let's say, that happens in January in the history, and on a January, let's say, because there's many Januaries for Hush House. But there is buried in a particular item, if you interact with it in a particular way, you learn more specifically what happened on that particular January, and it relates to one of the librarians. And don't worry, we'll unpack this as we go by. But I think you probably know the librarian I'm talking about now. So. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Natan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Natan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. Sister, priestess, oracle, queen, a very old image from the Dawn period with a simple inscription. Lady Rowena, for as long as there has been a Hush House, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. Lady de Braus, sometimes known affectionately as the First Ava. Lady de Braus never visited the Isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. Yeah, no, and that's totally fine. Again, part of it is... this relates to something that may not be very well known about the game, and we've touched on it in the other playthrough, but I don't know if anybody quite picked up on the significance. So it is something that, if I can, I will go into a little bit more detail on. But much like it's fun to sort of learn a little bit about Hush House as you go through, I don't want to just kind of, if I start the broadcast, talking about the full plan, then there's no point in watching. So as we find these things, we'll start shuffling them in, and I figured that might be kind of fun for the people who are familiar with the game too, because there may be an aha moment there. And some people may already know everything. Like, I don't want to pretend that I am the expert of, on Book of Hours. I suspect nobody can really claim to be the expert on the secret histories except for, Weather Factory, basically. But there are fun ways to engage with some of this stuff. Although with that in mind, it's maybe not a bad time to remind people that because this is a fresh playthrough, I know Solfea was sort of interested in seeing the game from the start. And I realize here we've made some fair progress. We're only on the second day in the game, but we did kind of bang through a lot of these rooms very quickly. So if somebody's unclear on something or how the game works, I do encourage you to stop. You can feel free to stop me and ask questions, because I do think there's a lot of value in interactivity, and a big part of the appeal of this game is the fact that I get to share it with people, sometimes new people. I think you're talking about the Winter guy. I just can't remember his name. Yeah, I am talking about the Winter guy. We're about to open up his room, in fact. Maybe not today, but we're close. Hendrik de Wolf. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brankrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brankrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. With edge aspect. And Valentine de Wolf. Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brankrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. Actually, if you want, I believe he is the 3rd librarian of Hush House, if that helps. Okay, so I've talked a lot, but let's think about what we're going to do today. So the most obvious actions that I have, we have a Solace, which gives me heart, so I can use that to level up Quenchings and Quellings before I talk to anyone. I always like Valentine because you remember him as Bird Guy. I've never thought of him as Bird Guy, but that is actually a really good name. I think what I'm going to do with the Fete, I'm going to use that to catalog a book right away. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Now, one of the reasons why I'm using the Fete here is that it won't really get me that much in terms of money. And I am looking to try and get some books that I can read, because right now everything I have is too difficult to read. What I'm really looking for are, Winter, maybe Heart, maybe Moth books. So those ones are a little bit easier for me. There's other things that I can do, right? I can brew some tea, I can make some coffee, but at the moment, what I want to do is I just want to cast this wide net in terms of possibilities for me to do. And so using things like the Tryst and the Fete, which don't earn me a lot of money, to be able to open up these various books, those are, in my view, or to catalog those books, those are the best options available to me. Whereas things like trying to, using the Whist and the Health, I can make a choice. Do I want to try and level up Quenchings and Quellings? I can't use that to level up Sacralamea. Do I want to talk with Mr. Kill? Does it make more sense to hire a new? Does it make more sense to hire a miner instead? And in this case here, right, that would depend on the kinds of memories that we get, and part of that depends on the weather. So we're actually just going to wait to see what the weather is before we move forward. A gale. Okay, so this does change things a little bit, specifically because of Traveling at Night Volume 2. My bad. So I was thinking it was 4, but it's actually 6. So we're halfway there. And if I use the Sacralamea, actually we are darn close. I think it's worth risking. so this is good actually, because this this introduces something that I think some people didn't know about. So my original intention was to level up quenchings and quellings with this, but there's actually another opportunity. Yeah, so this is something that, again, depending on how familiar you are with the game, this may or may not be news. So I don't have a sky element of the soul, but what I can do here is I can take the, oh, that's right, I can't put the memory in this slot. I'm assuming a lot more familiarity with desks than I have. So if I study this on my own, I can still use the Sacrolamea. I can't use... Okay, so if I use the Astrolabe... Okay, so here's the problem. With the Sacrolamea and the Solace, that's 2. Then I can add the Gale, but that brings me up to 5. So at that point, I'm waiting for two entries to get lucky with, and I don't like those odds. But if I open up the Long Tower, that might change things. So I'm still going to go for it. I'm just going to slightly change the order. So we are going to speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. It's not about the workstation, right? Because I need to be able to put the book in the... Like, so if I tried to take traveling at night, I need to put it in... And it makes sense, right? Like, I don't exactly read books at telescopes. I read books at desks. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. But I definitely have some ideas here, so... Coffin Maker's Assistants, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He's also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. You totally read a book by a telescope? It's either... I guess it's a very, very small print. All right, so this is something I was meaning to do anyway, but it just happens that this is a convenient time for it. So Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the new king's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern, knock, or sky, perhaps someone who shares his interests in theology or poetry. So it was kind of fun. This was after one of the Steam broadcasts, but it was actually kind of fun to interact with Lottie after one of the broadcasts, because she commented on how very differently I play the game, presumably from her. So I know Lottie, obviously, I mean, somebody who fought very hard to work at Failbetter, co-founder of Weather Factory, you know, and was an English major in Oxford, for crying out loud. So clearly has a great love and a great ability for story. It's worth remembering that parts of the Dancer DLC, and probably more, were written by her. But you know, again, one of the many things that she's very talented at, it turns out. But it was kind of interesting because I know she commented on my tendency to sort of rely on sort of the relationships and the indicators, the very almost mechanical way of playing. And I really need to stress, I do like this game for its story. I do like all of those factors, but it's also quite difficult for me not to take advantage of sort of the breadcrumbs in terms of the aspects that it's left to me. And again, I think to a certain extent, because I do relate with these powers and aspects, you know, I like Sky and I like Lantern and I like Knock, as opposed to, you know, as opposed to, like, I don't dislike Moth. These are things that I relate to a little bit more. And so to me, to be able to see the presence and absence of certain aspects, to me, is part of enjoying the story as much as reading the text. But I also think the game works on both levels. So one thing you would note is you can say, okay, well, the front steps require an introduction in a sky. Coffin Maker's Assistance has an introduction in sky. This is also very convenient, by the way, for introducing people into the game, right? You can say, well, how do I know to do this? Well, these things match. But let's say that I didn't have Mr. Kill in the in my inventory, for lack of a better term. How would I have known to do this, right? What would my impression have been? Well, there's a couple of ways that I can tell. Remember, first when I got the introduction to Mr. Kill, right, the old friend that I had after I got this book, it said, I commented on his poetry. Don't mention his poetry in front of Mrs. Kill, right? So that's kind of fun. You get to kind of get an idea about the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Kill, but there's the first mention of poetry. Then we have the description to Mr. Kill himself: a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He's also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. Okay, fair enough. And I mean, so I am the last person in the world who should be telling people how to write fiction. But I have read from a couple of different sources in terms of, writing good short stories and writing good fiction. You've always been partial to Heart, Moon, and Knock. Interesting. What speaks to you about those, if you don't mind me asking? I'm happy to elaborate on my own reasons for liking the ones that I do, but I'm much more interested in because it's, the game kind of starts with a personality test, right? So I'm interested in knowing what drives people to sort of aspects that they do. In fact, I know people are getting so tired of me linking this, but I don't recall if you've played. I don't know if you've played Cultist Simulator. I know Vesper has. Now this is interesting. When I write the networks of Cultist Simulator, the blog I wrote doesn't come up, but my YouTube does. Good to know. And yet, when I do it in Google, it's the first thing that comes up. Okay, so I don't know if you've read that, but this was me going into the JSON files and doing a big old network analysis of Cultist Simulator. So I don't know if I shared that with you, Vesper, but now that you've gone through it, you may find that interesting as well. Sorry, this is complete self-promotion, but it is my own channel, so. But yeah, anyways, it is always fun to see. I get a feeling that Vesper probably is a big Grail fan. I would make a guess, probably Grail and Moth are your two big favorites, but I don't want to make too many assumptions about people. I'd say my top three of Lantern I've always really liked. Knock was also one of the first ones I was quite fond of. But what I found is that I've also grown to appreciate Edge quite a bit, and specifically the Colonel as opposed to the Lionsmith. Although I recognize that both have their purpose, and that the point of the chorality is not to pick sides between the two, but rather it is the dyad that matters. But you've always been into music, and Heart leans pretty heavily in that direction. Sky too, for sure. I actually really liked Sky because of its references to music. But you're right with Heart and its rhythm. It's basically the Whiplash aspect or principle. You're also interested in biology in general, and that's also hearty, although it overlaps over other things too. Knock and Moon are just you being interested in knowledge and mystery and secrets in general. Interesting. Well, the other thing too, right? The idea of if you're interested in biology, and specifically with Heart, the preservation, the opening, right? You can kind of see how Knock and Heart have this relation between sort of wounds and their healing, so... Grail and Heart, interesting. And probably Winter. Ah, yes, Vesper's goth phase. Anyways, so yeah, I kind of got off topic a little bit, but here are kind of the two ways that you can you can sort of see. And again, I don't want to suggest these as necessarily opposed, because to me, I see them as very complementary, right? I have a great appreciation of the now I remember where I was going with this. So some of the writing advice that I've heard in terms of like the difference between good writing and bad writing, you know, you'll have these examples where there's quote unquote like character being established, and it's just, you know, they have a funny walk, or, you know, they're wearing a certain color tie, and sometimes this is just sort of like, you know, you'll kind of imagine somebody's reading like a book about establishing character, and it's like, okay, well, I guess having a funny limp is establishing character or something like that. But, you know, what you tend to find is there are, in terms of good writing, these generally serve a purpose, right? It's not just, there's any like the way I kind of like thinking about this, and again, I am absolutely not in a position to tell anybody on how to write fiction, but winter's a fun aspect. I don't believe I would ever have expected those words to come out. I always imagine winter is a very somber and still aspect, but I know exactly what you mean. I think winter is a bit of a favorite of the Weather Factory too. I'm trying to remember. I feel like Lottie has a. I'm trying to think. I think Lottie was. The last time I've seen her answer this question was Knock and Moth, maybe? And I'm trying to remember, Alexis, I think, had Winter, Knock, and maybe Moth as well. I think I'm getting this wrong, but there's a video of them playing the demo. But yeah, in terms of the details, right, it's ideally you don't just say things. And the way I like to kind of reconcile this in my head, even though I'm not a fiction writer, is that there are any number of details that you can talk about with someone. Like, you could fill a book with details, right? Did they clip their toenails, right? Do they have body hair? Did they obviously shave that morning or not? You know, what color are their eyes? How long are their eyelashes? Do they have thick or thin eyebrows? You know, there's any number of details that are more or less interesting to people. But the ones that are relevant to stories are ones that have some purpose in the story, right? They talk about people's relationships with each other. They talk about their current state of mind. They establish, they establish character. They establish action. There's lots of different things. Like I said, I'm sure this is stuff that you'd probably pick up in any ordinary English course. So in the case of Mr. Kill, the poetry never really draws itself. It never draws attention to itself. But it is absolutely relevant, and it's one of these things where you know a little bit about Mr. Kill, but also in the context of a game which involves sort of solving small puzzles. When you see a reference to the Rectory, you know, perhaps if you know someone who shares his interest in poetry, this is a big hint, right? Mr. Kill is the right person to put in this slot. And so even if you don't just, you know, mechanically think about every single aspect you go in, there should already be that connection that, oh, Mr. Kill is the poet. Perhaps a connection to Reverend Timothy is going on here. At least an ongoing curiosity of mine: how dead do you have to be before winter becomes relevant? Because dead gets very vague in this world. Very true. I mean, certainly the description here says those things that are not quite dead. So I believe shipwreck and crawling onto the beach might be sufficient condition. All right, we've got the Encircling Tantra, a 6 scale text. That's not easy, but it's not. It's certainly the easiest out of the ones that we've gotten so far. We're basically, you know, we sort of said we had a shot with Traveling at Night. There's sort of a similar reasoning for the Encircling Tantra. Yes, for sure. Well, also endings, right? So certainly there are ways of gossip. Okay, that does change things a bit. Reverend Timothy's tea goes cold while he expostulates about post-restoration politics and theorizes about the pagan traditions of the miners. The rectory is now available. So I need to take stock here about what I can realistically accomplish right now. So I couldn't remember if you got gossip or something else from Reverend Timothy. I was kind of hoping it would be something lantern related. So if I want to get access to Reverend Timothy, I'm going to have to give up something with knock or with lantern. And my lantern would be whist, which of course is my other source of lantern. So at that point, I'm kind of banking on Reverend Timothy giving me something else lantern related to be able to access this room, which again, in theory, is the thing that gives me access to this book. So that's a lot of ifs. So what are some of the alternatives that I can use this for? Well, number one, I can actually use it to level up quenchings and quellings. Ideally, I find something else to level up quenchings and quellings first, and for that I would want to have a conversation with someone. Actually, there's an easy way for me to do that. We talk with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So we can use Mr. Kill to open up the tidal flats. Doesn't cost us any money. And from that, we would be able to level up quenchings and quellings. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do here, and again, we're not going to bother using the sky with traveling at night. I think that's asking a little too much. But what I am going to do is start cataloging a few more books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. In fact, another thing that I can do here is I can do manual labor, and I can use that to restore elements of the soul. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. In fact, maybe that would have gotten me Reverend Timothy, but we'll worry about that a little bit later. So right now we're just going to generate some memories off of Mr. Kill. So Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Add something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Oh yeah, actually I also could have just used the winter to open up the room. So there was a little bit of a blunder there, but I can still make this work. All right, notes on bindings. Gideon DeWolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, discusses techniques shared between medical suturing, tailoring, and carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. So we're going to take a little bit of a break right now. There's not a whole lot for us to do, but the plan here is we'll get a few more memories from Mr. Kill just from conversation. My outside option now is to use him to open up the tidal flats, but it may be that maybe we can open up the Long Tower after all, and that would give me another option. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So essentially, one way of thinking about manual labor in the, or helping with reading and writing, is because it gets you sixpence. Realistically, what you can do, that's free, 2 free Element of the Soul restorations, if you want them. I say 2 free because you do also need to restore the health, which is exactly what I'm going to do, but first thing I'm going to do here is try and get that whisk back. So, rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, who'd listen? So now I don't need to worry so much about the whisk because we can use that hindsight with Mr. Kill to unlock the Long Tower. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. I'm not going to have a whole lot of time left to work with the memories that we'll get from reading Traveling at Night Volume 2 if it comes down to it, but it's still worth trying. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So we'll have a minute to open up the Long Tower first floor. The Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, its inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. This spring, the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Better now. Okay, let's restore... I'm going to restore the health in this case. Or... Whist. I'm also going to bring back Mr. Kill, because he's already opening up the room, so he technically doesn't count as being on the board. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So the idea here, again, is that we have the outside option of getting him to unlock the tidal flats, but right now I'm using him as a source of memories in hopes that we'll be able to level up quenchings and quellings. Although, again, it is getting kind of tight for the day's activities, so... All right. The Long Tower, Solomon's study. In 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, though the Curia generally liked a little more luxury. No one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. So here is Solomon Husher himself. This bust is the palest white marble. We've got a chalice candle, so 2 grail, 1 lantern. Widow's candle, light in remembrance. Moon candle. We've got Perenculate, deadly. Use gloves to read text produced with this pigment. An ink of power, sometimes consider an unsanctioned ink. He does have a neat looking bust. I will actually also say, because I am this type of person, whenever I do get the order forms for TRN or Cater and Hero, I always do love filling out the order form in Perenculate just to keep the people at the warehouse on their toes. Niveen Parchment, pale as the first wisp of mountain cloud. Winter and blank. Whispering sand, white silver sand, in which the voice of the waves lingers. I turn over in that mail room. 2 uncatalogued Curia books. Curia symbols. I always like these lanterns. And we have 4 lantern, 4 winter, so we know that we can get to the 2nd floor of the Long Tower with Mr. Kill, as long as we're willing to give up both our whist. We won't be able to do that today, but we might be able to do that tomorrow. And most importantly, the pale desk. So this is one of the reasons why I brought back the winter, because with Sacralamea, and then Memory Solace, and then Barren Silence Astrolabe. So this gives us 3 of the 6, but if we get a weather or a memory, that allows us to read the book. So we're definitely taking a risk with it, but it's a risk that's worth taking because gales don't come along all that often. Well, I mean, they come by like any other weather event, but this is a nice opportunity for us. And if I take a look around, so we've got, we got a few options. I could use the Heart and the Gale to open the Grand Descent, but that doesn't necessarily get me quite what I was looking for. And similarly with the weed-choked garden, it's not bad to go there, but there's not as much for me to take advantage of as there is me being able to open up a book and read it. And I happen to know that I think this one gives me solace and this one gives me impulse. So it's just a source of more knowledge. It's a chance for me to get a book that I wouldn't have normally been able to read. So in this case, I think it's worth taking a risk. And I believe the risk that I'm taking is that my whist winds up afflicted, but there are potential benefits to that in its own way. All right, Wit's Forge and Fire Blast, Meanings Press and Screw, Coleridge on Donne's Poetry. Okay, so I can bring back the health. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. Now we will use the whist with the pale desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen Bogyew, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. So we're going to take our risky move with the second volume of the Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called The Only Readable Occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. So this is kind of the first mystery that isn't our journal to deal with. So again, what we're trying to do here is get a mystery, a level of sky equal to the mystery sky. And in this case, we already know that we're not able to do it. So one thing that's important to remember here is that it's very valuable to think of the recipes in the most literal terms that you can. So does it make sense to use an element of the soul that has sky aspect? Absolutely it does. Do you have to use an element of the soul that has sky aspect? No, you do not. The only thing that is required for the pale desk is that it be lantern, scale, sky, or winter. And that means that you can use whist, you can use health, or you can use Faust. So in this case here, what I'm doing is I am attempting to read this book with 3 sky, because I happen to know that you get 3 additional attempts with certain aspects. So we'll see whether or not that turns out. Perhaps you've provided sky, but not enough to match mystery sky. If you were lucky, you still might succeed. And we'll find out in a minute if I do. So I'm not really going to have much time to do anything else with the health. I'm fine with that. I think I'm still going to use the health to level up quenchings and quellings, but I do want to see what we can get from Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. I keep reading that, but I never read his follow-up line, which is probably more important. Now this one's always interesting when you have the minors available, because if you wind up with a big scale requirement, those are useful, but I think the scale stuff starts over here. I think it's a good idea for me to wait 12 seconds before I talk with Mr. Kill. Our fate's kind of sealed with this book, but there's something I may want to do with Mr. Kill. Okay. Yep, only connect memory. We're good. Add an opportunity to add a memory, which will be used up. Duende. The duende is a force, not a labor. A struggle, not a thought. Lorca. An extra effort soul. An opportunity to add a soul element. So one of the reasons why I held... So one question you might ask is like, well, if you're trying to get as much sky as you can, why didn't you put the gale inside? And the reason for this is that one of these opportunities can sometimes be weather. So Solace is not weather, but gale is both weather and a memory. So the fact that this is weather doesn't actually affect my ability to put it in here. So you increase your chances if you have a weather available during these opportunities, whereas if you commit the weather at the start, that means that if you wind up with only connect, or what is it, opportunity weather or whatever they call it, it basically means that one of these opportunities is closed off by putting that in. So again, I don't mean to say, as a new player, like this is not something you would worry about. What you'd do is you'd get burned by that once, and then you'd say otherwise. But essentially, in the end, like it's gonna work or it's not. But this is one way that you can kind of tilt things to your favor. Again, most of the time you're just gonna get one or the other. But you always feel like a clown when you have a weather when you get like the weather one, and you totally had that available. You just weren't thinking about it. So for me, my whole approach to this game is usually regret minimization. So we do have some things we can do with Mr. Kill. In this case, we're going to talk with him again. We have our health from the sweet bones. So, I mean, if I want, I can try and spend money to restore something. But the question is, like, what do I think I'm accomplishing with that? If I want to restore my whisk, yeah, I can use it to earn money, but that's going to cross over for the day. So I think we're just going to leave that be. We know we're going to use the gale to... advance the to advance the opportunity here. I suppose the question is, how confident do I feel about my ability to level up quenchings and quellings? Because I don't think I have 30 seconds left in the day. So I'm going to say I lost my nerve, and we're actually going to get a head start on earning some more money for another hireling. Or alternatively to, wash the laundry. Okay, opportunity, an element of the soul. Increase relevant aspects by adding an element to the soul card. Can't imagine Duende gives us sky. I could see it being like moth and all the impish things, but... Oh, but this would give me saw. Well, that's still fine. Okay, now I can't talk with him about the lantern in this case, but I can use him to open up the tidal flats. Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide, you could walk there, but though you probably shouldn't. And if I want, I can preserve one of these. Foresight or fear. Fear is not enough. We'll hang on to it. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. No way! I let the memory pass by. I kind of want to reload the save off of that, but... that was a really, really... that was a really bad mistake. I put so much into that. Not today, the Duende, so yeah. That's fine. That's life, right? That's what I get for not focusing my attention. All right, you get a hindsight for that, but fortunately, it's not like it's fatigued, but it's not it's not afflicted. So yeah, so I mean, this is a shame, right? Because you don't get a Gale every turn, but it is what it is. You know, it's a forgiving game. So I wanted to get something bigger than what I normally could have. Didn't turn out. That's fine. That's how the game works. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. And I don't see any reason not to start with a catalog, so we will catalog one of these baronial period books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about the knowledge it might contain, and it's a cloudy day, which gives us moth and moon. Okay, so one of the easy things that I can do here is use Mr. Kill to get us up to the higher level of the long tower. I think that's a good thing to do, so what I'll do is I'll talk with him about the whist, we'll watch for what lies ahead, and then we'll just keep having conversations with him in hopes of getting the extra heart. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. And here's Crowcross Sands. Look out across the bay. Long ago, this was a forest. So Crowcross Sands gives us the opportunity for beachcombing. Take a long walk along the ocean's side. If I know what to look for, I might find something the ocean has forsaken. So in this case, I would need to add quenchings and quellings and either tryst or health. I also have the option of swimming. The sea is always hungry. The sea never sleeps. The sea accepts offerings. Not quite ready to do that, but what I'm kind of hoping for right now is a... well, actually, I'm going to start by doing manual labor, just because, again, that gives me the option of reloading some of my elements of the soul. Given that the priority right now is a lot of different cataloging, being able to... Oh, perfect. So we used up a lot of our whist to be able to get this new room, but Lady Ava's Repose is definitely something that I can read. So I'll put that on this shelf just so I can put that in its... Basically, I want to try and quarantine the books that I can actually read in a recognizable place. But yeah, so one of the reasons why I kind of like cycling through and using one of the elements of the soul to sort of restore to others is that so much of the stuff that I am doing today is related to cataloging books. That's kind of my default if I can't make the memories work. So there's one thing I can use Mr. Kill for right now, and that's the winter, right? So there's two things technically that I can use him for, the Grand Descent and this room here. But after that, he's done, but I can still bring him in for the memories to help me out with things like quenchings and quellings, and of course any books that I may be able to read. But right now, elements of the soul are valuable to me because I'm able to just catalog different books with them. And given the fact that, except for this one, we've kind of been coming up short in terms of books that we're capable of reading, that's a valuable use of the time throughout the day. Now, again, it's helpful if I can remember to actually do the things that I say that I do, but I'm streaming, okay? But yeah, it's also, part of it comes down to is I generally, getting a free character is not as costly, well, obviously, but it's kind of nice to have your outside option. So in the case of somebody like Mr. Kill, being able to say, okay, well, even if things don't turn out, I can still get, to the second floor of the Long Tower. That's a little bit better than saying, it's like, okay, I'm bringing in Mr. Kill and I'm just using him for memories. And if I can't find a use for those memories, I've used up that whist. Well, again, if I've used up that whist, that's a book that I can't read now. So I am a little bit lucky that we got Lady Ava's Repose, simply because now I have something that I can throw my whist at. But under normal circumstances, I would kind of want to make sure that I have my game plan. The other thing that's nice is because I'm playing as the Twiceborn, it's 30 seconds to get to refresh the character as opposed to the 45 seconds. So it's a little late in the day, but let's bring the whist back so I can start reading Lady Ava's Repose. And then it doesn't really matter if it's a whist or a health. I should be able to level up quenchings and quellings. Although if I bring back a whist and then I bring back the health, that means I can bring back Mr. Kill and get him to open the long tower right away. But as always, we'll do it in the order that of priority. So Lady Ava's Repose first, and then we'll figure out the rest. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Better now. Alright, so we're going to get another whisk back. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So there's no question about our ability to read Lady Ava's Repose. So in this case, in fact, it's even more appropriate that we can read Lady Ava's Repose at Lady Ava's desk. So we had quenchings and quellings. I can master this mystery, enough winter to match mystery winter. We're likely not going to be able to level up if we got more than one lesson, or if it was for something like Sacralamea or quenchings and quellings. We probably wouldn't be able to level it up right away, but that's fine. I mean, right now we're a little bit more focused on just getting things locked in. So once we get this whist back, I'm going to deploy Mr. Kill on the second floor of the long tower, and then we will bring him back. And that's really just... Actually, hang on. Bring him back, but he hasn't given me an extra winter thing. I'm actually going to hold off until he gives me an extra winter thing. I've kind of been banking on him giving me some kind of a heart thing, but that hasn't turned out yet. Regret. Okay, well there's the winter thing I was looking for. The long tower, second floor. Freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. Now, I suspect probably the better thing for me to do right now would be to use the memory regret with quenchings and quellings. I have enough time to hold back. We'll see. Although, yeah, you know what? I'm going to risk it. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So the worst here, I just get a heart back to make some money. Ideally, I get the heart back so that I can discuss a memory with my assistant. So my ideal is that I talk with Mr. Kill just after this, and I get something like a solace. And if it doesn't turn out, basically as long as the it's before sundown, I can use the heart to earn some more money. And the money is relevant still, just because I've largely been relying on memories to be able to boost up the miners to move through various areas. I'm not necessarily going to be able to do that all the time, but I also have the ability to restore the basket of dirty laundry. Okay, so I get one shot with the coffin maker to see if he can give me something that can help me out with quenchings and quellings. The Long Tower, Solomon's quarters, generally reckoned to be the chilliest room of the house. The Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosley, Magus Epistler, reputed Long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. Lord Gloom! What a pleasant and unexpected surprise. You filled that room with candles? The chancel feels like a appropriate room to do that, but I can respect filling the Solomon's quarters with candles. Folks, Lord Gloom is first of all very generous with that host, because obviously I'm a nobody, and I know the usual thing is to raid up to bring some attention to yourself. But Lord Gloom, I have to assume that you were doing some more Escape from Tarkov, but somebody we originally found from Cobalt Core plays the game very well and is just a lot of fun to hang out with. So I believe also has expressed interest in doing Book of Hours. So for those of you looking for a preview of maybe future attractions, we're not too far into the game. I've definitely passed sort of the opening tutorial moment, but this is a card-based crafting RPG in which you sort of inherit an occult library known as Hush House. It has been abandoned for 7 years after a fire. We've arrived, we've found no evidence of a fire, but we have a couple of acquaintances in town now, and we are currently cataloging books and trying to make sense of them. So, art stream today, so that's what I get for assuming. But yes, for folks who are interested and who don't know it, and again, I suspect I'm shouting you out to your own people at this point, but Lord Gloom is definitely somebody I was very happy to, folks of you who are, who aren't familiar, I was very happy to find him through Enda. Thank you very much for the follow. Very happy to follow him through Cobalt Core, but was delighted to find that he's a man of many talents, and as a result, someone I'm always enthusiastic to shout out. If anybody has questions about Book of Hours, it is a great time to ask, because I do feel like I know this game quite well, but we are early enough in that it's, there's a bunch of different things that will be that are opportunities for us to discover. For those of you who are familiar with this game, it is actually a very special day as relates to Book of Hours, and it's a pretty narrow example. It depends on how closely you've read certain things and how comprehensively you've gone through it. So the one thing I will say for this game is that it has a big world. The setting is known as the Secret Histories. There's lots of things to explore inside of it. And even in a first playthrough, you're probably not going to see everything that's there. I will also mention this game has something like 104 different endings, so there's a lot. But I definitely encourage you to stick around if this seems interesting. And whether you're familiar with the game and you don't know the significance of January 9th, or you just happen to like the strange Canadian accent you're hearing, reading, or misreading so much of the text here, I'm happy to have you all. That was like so empty compared to the yeah, well, this is the fun, right? This is one of the things that I get so worried about when I do these other playthroughs, because I've had the house unlocked for a very long time now. So much of the game is the process of going through the rooms and discovering what is inside of them and trying to make sense of what's going on. So I'm worried in some cases that I misrepresent what the game is about. And the thing is that the level that I'm at in that game is just an opportunity for me to interact with the deeper lore and some of the more arcane connections to make. But if you're not familiar with the game, it's complete nonsense. It might be nice sounding nonsense in some cases, but it's, this is definitely something that you have a bit of a chance to get a grip on. And it's a chance for me to specifically say, I'm trying X because ... as opposed to just saying it's like, oh, of course I think the chancel, consists of the velvet and the mare and the tree and the sun and rags. That's obvious to anybody who looks at those things. And like, my entire basis for looking at that is some mention of a red flower and 3 icons in the top right corner of the workbench. Of course that doesn't make sense to somebody who hasn't been playing the game for however many hours that I have. So anyways, one of the delights of the game is the writing, and we have just read our first book that is not my journal. Incidentally, for those of you who want to know what character I'm playing, we have the Silverbound journal. I was rich, but something was missing. I am no longer rich, and still something is missing. Hush House is a place of conclusions, and here as librarian I may find mine. Memories of the Magnate. I've lived too long, but I'm not ready to die. I've tasted everything, and it wasn't enough. Give me silence, give me peace. Give me the peace of snow. The Magnate came to the house to conclude a history where they will find peace, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Hushery wisdom. Lady Ava's Repose. So the reference here to Lady Ava is Ava de Wolf. In the 16th century, the de Wolf family became the Barons Brancrew, governing the Isle as their personal estate until 1759, when their line ended in madness and death. We have a reference here to Ava specifically on the first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brancrew, liked this room because this side of the house carried fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. Incidentally, Valentine is right here. Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron Brancrew, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. And as Eldritch knows, Lord Bird. I'm under the impression from everything we hear about Lady Ava that she was probably not a very nice person. How can you say that? Eason developed a slight crush on her. All right, so this is the person we're referring to. Oh, one other reference to Lady Ava, and that is the desk that we're reading it at. But Lady Ava's Repose, a meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wolf and her 2 grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wolf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the Isle in those desolate years. There are so many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence. We might easily choose to believe that the grand twins escaped, even that they live yet beyond the sea. Father Theo has come to believe that Ava sought an escape from a family curse, the pale heritage of Haffren, her forebear, or the curse placed on the line by the cunning man Red William in the time of Hendrik de Wolf. He has begun believing neither curse was real, but as the book concludes, he decides that he is determined to believe in them, rather than to accept the 3 deaths as a futile tragedy. One does not so easily escape the long necessity of faith, he concludes. So in addition to the nice writing, when you read a book, you gain certain information. So in this case, we gained a lesson, Rhyme and Remembrance. I gained more understanding of Rhyme and Remembrance. Use this card with Consider. And then we've also gained a regret. Now this is helpful because this I can use to level up a skill as well. So again, I've got a lot of things that I can do. So first thing I'm going to do here is Consider Rhyme and Remembrance. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. And we'll take my Quenchings and Quellings. This is a skill that I've already acquired. Yes, the renewable source of regret is very helpful here. I will confess, I actually do have a pretty good memory for most of the books at this point, but like even the titles. So I mean, I have just recently read these ones, but Encircling Tantra, Kukurbit Prisoner Records, 1927. This is the one that talks about the carapace kinds that he finds and releases one to the sea. Now this one I can't remember because it's a Latin title, but I do remember Westcott calls it the Big Blue Business, and I think this is funny as hell. Traveling at Night, Volume 1, Traveling at Night, Volume 2, of course, Lady Ava's Repose, and Orchid Transfigurations 2. Now, that's not as impressive because I just read these recently, but as I go through, I'll try and do... Oh, sorry, and this one I don't remember, actually. N.O.B. Notes on Bindings by Gideon de Wolf. Yes. The Quasi-Rosicrucian collection of allegories. Second volume of compilation Quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. But yeah, I've read a few of these a few times, so memories, give or take. Like this one I'm pretty sure gives an impulse. This one also gives an impulse. This one I'm pretty sure gives solace. But yeah, I mean, again, I am trying to treat this like it's a new playthrough. By the way, there was reference to Hendrik de Wolf earlier. Here he is, first Baron Brankrug, known for his pious, merciless justice granted Brankrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. And we got a solace out of everything. Wow, this has actually really turned out well for us today. So, no reason not to talk to Mr. Kill again, I think. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So what I'll probably want to do is take note of which of these I'm going to be able to keep overnight. I'll definitely use the health to level up quenchings and quellings. But if I use it overnight... Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Rhyme and remembrance, to speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. Maybe it's a dumb question. Is the house static every run, or do things switch around, and do you find things earlier or later? That's not a dumb question at all, actually. I think it's a really good one. So, I will confess that there is a little more variation to this house than the playthrough that I started. And that's because the developers have actually changed the game a little bit. So a common meme about this game was the phonograph doesn't exist. And that was because the phonograph was very, very deep in the house. It was so deep in the house, people genuinely thought that the game was sort of trolling them for not having a phonograph. So there's actually 2 phonographs in the game now. But if you started a save under the old system, so actually, this is the only save that I have that has the phonograph in the new location. So this is the trivial answer. This is not really what you're asking, but because the game is under active development, they've announced the first DLC, which owners of the Perpetual Edition will get for free. It's called House of Light. There are changes that are being made to the game sort of based on how they're seeing people play it, and as a consequence, sometimes the house is changing just because of the game changing. But the more meaningful way of changing is the idea of cataloging books. So there are very few books like Traveling at Night Volume 1 and 2. So Traveling at Night Volume 1 and 2 are always in this room, and there's a couple of other books which I won't really talk about that are like that in this game. But you'll notice that the other 3 here were considerables. These were ones that are uncatalogued. They basically looked like these ones. And in these cases, what happens with an uncatalogued book is it draws from a deck. So it's not completely random because different books come from different periods. This is from the Curia period, the Solar Gothic period, so related to all that stuff that you'll remember from up here. Whereas the Baronial period relates to the rooms I'm in right now. Like you can mouse over the rooms to see the types. So there's a Curia deck, there's a Baronial deck, there's a Nocturnal deck, there's a Dawn deck, there's basically in the Solar Gothic deck. And so what will happen is there's a collection of books from those periods that'll be drawn from. And so in this case, the books that you run into are different each time. So I think that's the substance of what you're looking for. The contents of the room, so far as I can tell, are the same. The things that you need to consider in catalog, so as Eldritch mentions, the packages, the catalogable books, those are drawing from decks, and in that case, it's different each time. So one practical answer would be if you were to do a speed run of Book of Hours, and again, this maybe isn't the game that's going to inspire a huge speedrunning community, but you would actually be relying on a little bit of good fortune in order to make certain types of progress. And it's fun, right? Like this game was definitely not intended to be played multiple times. And the developers said as much, but one of the things that they did, people were talking about how they thought it was a really bad thing. So the way this game used to work Oh man, Lord Gloom. So there was a big puzzle that I solved, and it was because I read a book in a different playthrough, my YouTube playthrough, that finally cracked this puzzle that I was going nuts over. And I'll put it to you this way, because I think it's fun to leave, like, it's nice to motivate multiple playthroughs. If you don't know what the Covenant Stone... Okay, I'll tell you that the Covenant Stone... the Covenant Stone of Hush House, the thing that makes it a branch of the Watchman's tree, that is present in the game, and it helps you unlock a treasure of the house. So if you haven't found that, there is still a book you haven't read yet. But yeah, so the way that the game originally worked was that when you committed a history, it would delete your save. So when I talk about those 104 different endings, if you wanted to access those 104 different endings, you would have to start a new playthrough, and you would go through the whole house. And the original intention, and I think this is an amazing way of doing a game. I'm genuinely sad that they changed it, although it makes more people happy and it doesn't deny me the ability to play this own way. But the way the game was originally set up is really that you would go into Hush House and you would have a unique experience, and you couldn't experience everything. There are things where you need to decide to commit to, this path or that path. As it says in the Tree of Wisdoms, there are choices, and so there are regrets. And I loved that part about the game, because what it meant is that it would promote conversation with other people about what you did in Hush House. And, you'd read different books and you'd have different understandings of things, and it would give you a chance to discuss. And I love this idea of a game where you have this experience that is unique to you as you're exploring this ancient manor on your own time, whether you want to go really in depth or whether you just kind of want to skid along the surface and get to an ending. Anybody can do it that way. But if you want to have a different experience, you start from the beginning and you go the way through again. And the problem is that people saw the deleting of the save as either a bug or a negative thing. People do want to grind out all the endings. And so the concession that Weather Factory made was it no longer deletes the save when you make a commitment. There's still a history of your playthrough, so there's like a gallery of previous runs, but it's much easier to basically unlock all of the different endings of the game if you're so inclined. But when I play this game, every save will be unique. So when I finish this one, I'm never going to go back to it. I'm going to delete it. When I beat the other, the main playthrough I've been doing, that'll be, a unique playthrough, a unique ending. And I'm not going to experience all the endings. I kind of want each story to be its own thing. I want to encounter the game as fate sort of decides. And I just think there's something really fun about that, right? It's, kind of letting go and being able to, sort of appreciate what you had. Like in real life, right? I mean, we don't play games to emulate real life. We play games to have fantasies. But, I'm not going to be an astronaut. I'm not going to be an NBA player. There's lots of experiences that I'm not going to have. And I've kind of reconciled, myself to that. Like it's completely fine that I'm not going to do those things. So likewise, I don't feel particularly bad that I'm not going to be able to see every single thing in Hush House, especially because if I want, I could just open up the JSON files and read everything, right? Your goal, I finish the game, then vicariously experience all the other endings through you. Like I said, I probably won't do all the other endings, but I definitely intend to play this game more than once. Okay, so I sort of filibustered the next step. So I want to level up Quenchings and Quellings, and I was originally going to say, well, I want to preserve something that will let me get a head start on leveling up tomorrow, but I can keep Regret and I can keep Solace, but it seems nicer to keep Solace, so I'm going to use Quenchings and Quellings, and then I'm going to use the Lesson Quenchings and Quellings, and then I'm going to use the Lesson Regret, use the Health, there's always more to learn, and we level up. And of course, the other reason for the Regret is if I really want, I can read Lady Ava's Repose again, and I can get the Regret, which I can use to level up Quenchings and Quellings. And another Foresight. Alright. If men don't tell no bloody tales, well, we'd listen. So we can't talk with Mr. Kill again, but we can use him to open up the Grand Ascent. The stairs here are clear, but the air here is thick with old magics. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. Why then was the house abandoned? The skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. So this is kind of nice because we'll have a reasonably high level of heart as well. It doesn't directly help us, but having a high level of winter and a high level of heart will get me a couple of useful things. I almost forgot to put the solace in bed. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing you to keep it until the following day. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I think I'm going to bring in Mr. Kill no matter what today. So Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. We also don't really know what we're up against in terms of books, so we don't have any moon or rose ones to work with. So in this case, I'm still going to use it to catalog some books. I will, however, only catalog the books one at a time, and my reason for doing that is if, let's say, I wind up with, a book that I can work with, I don't want to do both and just suddenly find out, oh, I should have kept an element of the soul back. And it's a rainy day, so we might be able to do something with that. The grand ascent, the ground floor, the staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project, executed by the master mason Gregory Wheellock. So this has Ambrose's favorite chair, somewhat pocked with cigar burns, a paradise palm and unquenchable vitality, a delightful repose placed by the curia of the isle to allow a rest before an ascent, or after a descent. Dr. Serena Blackwood, no one is in the picture, only an empty garden. Note, by the way, that this matches the name Serena Blackwood. And Hokebald. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals, whom, he said, his trophies resembled. And then we have the niches. So First Baron Brankrug, a niche with a plaque who returned loyalty for loyalty and curse for curse. Second, niche with a plaque who saw what had not yet passed. Niche with a plaque who commanded the raising of this stair. Niche with a plaque who was mocked more than he merited. And fifth, a niche with a plaque who was feared more than he merited. So we'll move on to that in a little while, but let's see what we've got for the day. So we've got the Ruinous Hall. This would require 5 scale. So this would be an example if we brought fear. So if we took fear and health, we would be able to bring the miner up to open up the Ruinous Hall. Catastrophically, Emma says, I do intend to get back to this game eventually, but currently Against the Storm is taking up your entire brain. That is definitely a good one, though. Like, it's hard to complain about Against the Storm. It's been a while since I played it, but certainly a very worthy game to spend your time on. Okay, so what I was really looking for here was something to do with the Grail and Nectar. But we don't quite have anything. If we can get another... Actually, no, there is another Nectar I can get. So if I add the health with the Nectar, I would... I'd be able to open up the Weed Choke Garden along with the Grand Ascent. So I suppose the question now is... you know what? I'm going to do something a little silly here. I'm going to do help with letters. So I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brankrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. I'm doing this because I actually want to preserve the health. coppermaker's assistant, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. So next up, I'm going to talk with him about health. I'm ready to lend my limbs, boosts heart, scale, and nectar. Carry the memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So again, I'm looking for another heart or winter memory. But the reason why I'm basically I get Mr. Kill for free, and I'm actually short on money. So one of the things that I'm going to do here is I'm going to load him up with the nectar so that I can use him to open the weed-choked garden. And then because we are getting sixpence from reading papers and all of that, we get to restore this whist, we get to restore the other whist, and we get to restore the health. So in this case, it's just a question of working out the timing. As long as I make sure I get one of the whisks back reasonably early, it's a wash. I get to open it up. I still get to bring Mr. Kill in to unlock one of the rooms if I so choose. Although obviously I'm going to wait until we get certain memories before I try that. It's also possible I might get a low-level Nectar book, although I probably want to make a decision about the rain sooner rather than later. Okay, Prophecies of Glory, religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. So now we'll use the FET to catalog one of these books. So again, just to be clear, Lord Gloom, from your question, in this case here it says this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Now, I'm not 100% sure how the random number generation works, so I don't know if they're drawn at the time you consider them or if they're drawn at the start of the game. But effectively, this is uncertain. And by studying this, I am now finding what this randomly determined book is. Again, within the context of the baronial deck. It's taking up 15% of your brain devoted to video games. Currently, 85% of your brain is obsessively over books that you're obsessing over books that you're reading. I feel like we had this conversation before, but what are you reading lately? And that is an open question for everyone, by the way. Catastrophically, Emma opened the topic, but certainly it is not limited to Catastrophically Emma. We'll work alongside each other. Okay, so we're going to keep talking with Mr. Kill right now. I'm going to preserve the rain because I may have other options with that. I don't really need to go crashing through any more rooms. We have lots of books to catalog right now, but I am trying to make some reasonably good progress. This is definitely a book we can handle. Keonid Abydos. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So that's a level 6 winter text. Probably not something I'll read today, but I'll maybe save that for tomorrow. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And what do I want to do here? I want to bring a whist back in case I want to bring back Mr. Kill. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. And we've got a gossip, which isn't too helpful for me right now, although I seem to recall there was a rose. Yeah, so the dimly lit chamber, once summer comes, we would be able to use the rose and my fet, and then a gossip possibly. The gossip, fet, and a barber to open up the dimly lit chamber. But I'm obviously not holding on to that until summer. That would be wasteful. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So there's lots of things that I can do with my elements of the soul. So what I'm going to wind up doing today is hoarding a few of them until I have a clearer picture of what kinds of memories I have to work with. So the impulse, actually the impulse doesn't help me. What I was originally thinking was that I could use that with quenchings and quellings, but quenchings and quellings is winter and heart. You just finished The Evening and the Morning by Ken Follett. Now I am rereading She Who Became the Sun, American Gods, and Mexican Gothic. And for the first time I am reading a non-fiction book about the Cold War called The Dead Hand, Black Sun, Reamdy. Oh, I'm delighted to see somebody. I always keep referencing Neil Stevenson and nobody responds. I have Reamdy on my tablet, but I haven't read it yet. That sounds like a good collection, though. We actually have a Cold War museum. So there's the War Museum here, which I quite like, but there's also a Cold War museum in an old building called the Diefenbunker. So it was one of these things set up. The prime minister that established it was named Diefenbaker. I do also have, so Reamdy I have in digital format, but Fall or Dodge in Hell is the one, it was like on the remainder table, so it was, I think I got it for like $2. But yeah, I want to read Reamdy before I read Fall, but it definitely seems like Fall, so far as I can tell, is, I know, like I like the Baroque cycle, so I know Stevenson has something of a sympathy for Puritans. And it feels like Fall is sort of him going, not quite getting over Milton. So, and I really like Paradise Lost. So I feel like that's going to be my sort of thing. All right, we want to bring the health back. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. And again, we're halfway through the day, so midday before the Great Division, this was the 6th hour, when the priests led hymns to the sun and splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. Right now, I'm just kind of interested in seeing what the day gives me. I'm not in a particular rush. You just bought a hardcover copy of Quicksilver. Actually, Quicksilver is one of the few books that I had to buy a second copy of because I lent one to someone and they didn't give it back. But it's also kind of nice because the inside image of the Fire of London sort of, it was like falling out. So I kind of replaced a crummy copy with a brand new one. So could be worse, I suppose. Although generally I like it when people return things. Okay, 10 men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So I got the memory that I was looking for from Mr. Kill. So we'll talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. And just in time for us to get the health back. Better now. Okay, so I'm going to bring another whisk back. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. So we'll do the main thing I was looking to do, which was to level up quenchings and quellings. So we've got a solace and a storm that we can apply to that. I'll use the health instead of the whist. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. You know, I've actually read relatively little Neil Gaiman. I have read American Gods, but it was a long time ago, so I feel like I should reread that. And I have read Sandman, but he's definitely one of the ones who, you know, I should be reading more than I actually do. But that's true for a lot of, I mean, that's true for David Langford, at least have a collection of his short stories. I've been going through H.G. Wells recently. I really like H.G. Wells, actually. There's really a lot of very, very good writing that I should be reading more. But the problem for me, and I think we've talked about how we have sort of the opposite problem, where my natural, and this wasn't always true for me, but my natural inclination is now to read nonfiction. That is kind of the default that I grabbed for. And I feel like I don't dislike that approach because it gives me an understanding of I like reading the article. I like writing the articles, right? Every once in a while, they're not always successful. The last one that I put out, I don't think anybody read it on the day that it was released. I think there's 2 people that have followed up on it now. And that's fine. I mean, it's also kind of on a narrow subject, so maybe it just wasn't as good as it could have been. But I have always really enjoyed writing them, and I'm specifically trying to get better. So the one thing I'm really trying to do right now is write something under 1,000 words, because I do actually tend to find that quite difficult. But in the end, I like that because it helps me. It's fuel, right? Even if I want to write fiction, being able to write to have some material to work with. I don't know. It's nice to have. But the thing is that I remember getting great joy from reading fiction. Man, I read Hitchhiker's Guide when I was in elementary school, and that just ruined me. Douglas Adams is a wonderful writer. And I think most of you know, I like things that are funny. I like humor. I wish people had more of a sense of humor. I wish people would recognize, and there are things that are examples of very good writing that are not comedy works that do still have humor. So this is actually something that people were talking about with Christopher Nolan, is that I think Emma Thompson was saying that people think he is very serious when in fact he has a wonderful sense of humor, and it is present in the films. I mean, just look at Memento and you can see the sense of humor, among others. But Orwell, right? 1984, the book everybody associates with just this incredibly bleak view of humanity. And it is, right? It's this terrible, oppressive work. It's a wonderful, wonderfully written, wonderfully written. It's very good. Nobody can dispute the status of 1984. But I remember there's that scene in the canteen where Winston Smith is kind of talking with his friend Syme, and I always imagine if I'm going to compare myself to a character in 1984, it's probably Syme. He's kind of unpleasant to be around. He's a little too amused with his own cleverness. He's very, very into the party, and it's he's kind of rattling on about the destruction of words. And I'm pretty sure we all have friends like this. I probably don't, because I am that friend. But somebody who's you tolerate being around, but it's there's a wonderful. I always remember this line from Mad Men when Don Draper, I think it's one of the first time he runs into Pete Campbell, but it's you're a lot to take first thing in the morning, Pete. And it's I feel like everyone knows someone like this, and again, I just kind of need to acknowledge I probably am that person to most people. And so what is the thought that Winston Smith has as he's listening to Syme go on and on about the destruction of words? Syme was going to get vaporized. And again, it's this topic about, the type of person that winds up vaporized. If you're too smart, eventually the party gets you and things like that. But everybody who's been in a conversation like that, has had a thought like that. And of course, I think that's a very funny moment. I think that is intentionally written to be kind of funny, right? It is this kind of gallows humor that's present in 1984. And yet I have never encountered anyone who recognizes it for that. So maybe I'm wrong, but I am also the kind of stubborn person who insists on, saying that sort of stuff is funny and that people aren't appreciating it for what it is. So anyways, Douglas Adams was certainly, I liked funny stuff. I liked satire. I liked comedy for a really long time. but definitely reading Douglas Adams for that first time. And I actually remember the part of the elementary school library I read it in too. That was a really, really special moment. And it is kind of funny that for some reason, as much as I enjoy reading, the great satisfaction I get from it in terms of like the default feeling has shifted to nonfiction, because I don't see that as anything but a force of habit. And given my appreciation, like to a certain extent, I do feel that some of the appeal of Book of Hours to me is just this great love of literature, right? All the different phases of the house you can sort of associate with all of my chapters in my Norton Anthology of English Literature that I'm trying to go through. I sort of feel like I should be spending more time with some of these, with more fictional works, because it's something I have a memory of, and yet if I'm honest with myself, I kind of need to admit I don't read as much of the stuff I want to than that I do, right? And again, it's not to say I regret the nonfiction stuff. Like there's some really, really, even textbooks. There are some brilliant textbooks. To give you an idea of what a nerd I am about nonfiction, and I will shut up on this topic afterwards. Linear Algebra Done Right by Sheldon Axler is a beautiful textbook. I actually ordered a physical copy, even though the new 4th edition, it just came out a couple months ago, is actually now open access. So if you want to get it, you just go to his website. You can get a free version of an excellent linear algebra textbook. The only catch is it's considered a second text on linear algebra. So if you've never studied it before, it might be a little tough. If you need a first one, actually, the Sham's Guide to Linear Algebra is pretty good. But I don't know, if you want to work in games, graphic program, actually pretty much most kind of programmy things in gaming probably benefit from the more I think of it, it probably benefits from linear algebra. But yeah, anyways, like again, there's great reading to be found anywhere. But if I'm honest, I should be reading more fiction, because I don't do as much, and I know I love it every time I read it. So, anyways, Weed Choke Garden. From what I can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. Lord Gloom, you have a comp sci degree. I ended my schooling 2 credits shy of a math minor. It's so math heavy. That's really cool, actually. See, the thing is, I'm actually, it's cool you mentioned that, because there's one thing I really, really, really hate it when people say that they're not math people. Because my background goes that I knew I wanted to work in film in high school. And if you look at my transcript, you can see the exact moment I know I'm working in film. Because all of a sudden I'm very interested in my literature course, honors English literature, all of that. Didn't take the drama ones, but I got a special exception to do the directing and playwriting course. It was a pretty good program for that. And I wasn't bad at math on my way up, but it's very just kind of passing by the skin of my teeth. And honestly, not effort and some fundamental misunderstanding. So to give you an idea of how bad my mathematics were by the time I left high school, I did not appreciate that the square root and the power of 2 were sort of, or the square root and power of 2 were inverses. So squaring and square root. I did not appreciate these were inverse operations, right? I did not get the idea that 2 to the power of 2 and 2 to the power of 1/2, multiply those together, will just do the same rule that you do when you put it 2 times 1/2 is 2 over 2, which is the same as 1. That gives you 2 as a result. That was completely foreign to me. I went through high school not appreciating that's what it was. So square roots to me were basically you draw the house over the number, and you really hope that inside you have a number 9 or 16, because then you can put a 3 or 4 inside. But if it's a root 3, there's literally nothing you can do. No human being will ever understand this. If you are denied, if you are denied the the calculator. There will never, no conscious being will ever be able to understand the decimal version of square root of 3. So that is how bad I was at math. And, there's a little bit that I sort of picked up because, I was in the camera department. And so, knowing a little bit about optics and, chemistry and things like that, it's helpful. But Numbers Out of Space to semi-quote Lovecraft. That's a really good one. But there are two big things that changed. So number one, out of sheer desperation when my music player broke when I was in Vancouver, this is when I'm trying to establish myself in the film industry. I don't have any money, so I can't get a replacement. And I had like an hour commute home. So, in sheer desperation, I got a library card and started reading again because I'd spent a little bit too much time on video games and not enough time reading. And this is probably just a matter of convenience, but the first floor from like the main area to the immediate right, where generally if I'm in a building, I'm going to head right if I have to turn, was the philosophy section. And there was some stuff that like, I remember being quoted from Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, which was a really impactful game for me. Like Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, Aristotle, Plato, stuff like that. So all of a sudden, a few of these books are, they're like not abstract quotes in a game anymore. These are things that I can actually sign out. So I started signing them out. And obviously some are more difficult than others, but I was kind of spoiled by doing like Kierkegaard and Nietzsche in the first place, because they're very good writers. And then, I think I got like Russell's History of Western Philosophy, and eventually it is Chairman Shenji Young. And I can't remember I cannot remember the particular work that's from. I used to. Alpha Centauri is such a wonderful, wonderful game. Like it's probably the oldest Civ game I've played. But, it's, I was actually surprised to find that was not Firaxis's first game. It was actually Gettysburg was. I always thought Alpha Centauri was the first one, but, sorry, I realize I've kind of taken a break on Book of Hours, but we'll be back in a little bit. But anyway, so the math person thing. So the thing is that I go from just like reading good stylists to genuinely becoming interested in philosophy, and then starting to do the hard stuff, right? The stuff that's a little bit more I was quite interested in logic, and while I never read a formal logic book, like now I have Kalish and Montague, but I was definitely trying to sort of punch above my weight when it came to certain things. So that helped, because to a certain extent, once you start doing math that you're not forced to do in school, like once you get to the proofs and logic stuff, that's where it actually becomes fun. It's when I'm trying to grind out equations that, I'm really sort of struggling to see what it's worth. But then the other thing that happened was after spending a little bit of time in film, actually I owe some of my friends this as well, because they kept seeing all the different books that I'm reading, and some of them expressed surprise that I didn't have any post-secondary education. I mean, at this point I think I'm a moron, right? Because I can't do math really. I mean, I can do enough. I can add and subtract. I can do the film count. I know how to like, I can manage money like that. That's fine. But like, anybody who makes it, like if you're doing like quantitative finance, if you're like doing some sort of like, high frequency hedge fund, some quant hedge fund, sure, you need to know some tough math. If you're doing just like standard finance stuff, on a bad day, you'll have to do division. Like it's not really like advanced math stuff. But yeah, no, a lot of people said is like, you would love university. Like if you can, you should go. So, eventually I eventually got around to it, and originally thought I was going to go for philosophy, but I took an econ course and I really loved econ. And if you want to do econ well, I mean, that is not a discipline. I mean, there are some people who like just have lots of opinions on economic matters. that's not really econ. I'm not saying you can't have opinions about econ. It's just that's not really what the study is, right? There is a very heavily quantitative part to it. You do need to be mathematically literate to really appreciate the arguments that are being made. So I, I did upgrading. I went to a community college and I got up, I got my Math 12 finally. And I was like, okay, actually this isn't so bad. And to a certain extent, it's a little bit like solving a puzzle. So it's like, okay, I'm starting to get an idea on this. And, Calc 1 through 3, that's sort of the stuff that's sort of designed to weed people out. So that was tough. I mean, the classes were basically at the crack of dawn, and I remember like my class average for I think Calc 3 was like 20% or something like that. So obviously a massive scale. There's always that one guy who gets like 90% when the class average is like 20%. But other than the person who's going to go off and like get a Nobel Prize in physics, the rest of us were really desperate during that class. But moving past it, again, the logic courses, and like Lord Gloom's mentioning comp sci. So like, there's usually it's usually the class you do as a prerequisite to data structures and algorithms. So I never did comp sci, but I was a comp sci TA, which is a whole story on its own. But like, that's basically a discrete math course in disguise. But yeah, I mean, essentially, because it was clear that to do this other thing that I really liked well, I needed to bring my math up. And it is absolute, like, if you can cook, you can do math, right? Cooking isn't following instruction. Maybe bake is a better example, but like, if you can follow instructions, you are capable of doing mathematics. And the big secret is that usually the professors also find the mathematical notation kind of counterintuitive and difficult to go through. I've never run into someone who ever said, oh joy, a full 2 pages of mathematical equations and Greek letters all over the place. The question is, can you follow it? Do you have the temperament that allows you to follow the steps? You don't just glaze over, but you follow the argument, which is what is being given. And can you state the conclusion? And as long as you can do that, you can do math. And then the rest is just sort of filling in the numbers, right? Usually the letters are representative of something because you're trying to solve generally. So again, being able to go from, scraping by in Math 11 to Masters in Economics, and from a decent school. It's a Canadian Masters, so like I know if you kind of wash out of a PhD program, they give you the Masters. And I would have liked to have done a PhD, but money is a thing. It's actually why I'm in the city I am right now. But yeah, it's the thing that has taught me that there is no such thing as not a math person, because I would have conceived of myself as not a math person, but it is something that, with the benefit of a good teacher, very often is the case. But it is something that you can learn. But there's lots of things you can learn in the world. The question sometimes is, can you, is it worth the time that you put in, and so on and so forth. Hey, Kieran, sorry. Anyways, sorry, I'm busy rambling on. I'm sure this is not as interesting to the... I'm hoping some people, I don't know, maybe some of you are motivated to do math now. I would be delighted if that is the case. But I do realize that I am tagged as Book of Hours, and some of you would like to see some gameplay behind this, although I'm pretty sure I've already lost everyone, so... From what I can make out of the garden beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. I'm sorry, I should have done this while I was busy ranting, but I did get a message I wanted to follow up on. I did make a small drawback in, or I made a poor decision in terms of not eating before I started streaming, so I'm starting to feel a little, um, peckish. On a semi-on-topic note, you just bought Cultist Simulator. That's wonderful to hear, Lord Gloom. Did you pick it up on Steam, or did you get the mobile version? I'll be sure to inform Weather Factory that their money's well spent, or their keys well spent. Oh, nice. So did you get like the full edition with all the DLC with it, or are you just gonna dip your toe in with the base game for a start? I only ask because I can make a recommendation on the DLC, but I don't want to. I don't want to immediately like. I don't want you to buy the base game and just say it's like, oh yeah, that thing you don't own is awesome. So, all right. So I was going to use the whist to bring Mr. Kill back in. Gonna dip in with the base game. Wanted to play Book of Hours, so mainly wanted. Okay, fair. So the one thing I will say, there is no requirement at all to. There's no requirement at all to playing Cultist Simulator before Book of Hours. So if you, I think Vesper Fortune also approached it that way. So I'm not going to discourage anyone from playing it that way. I just don't want someone to feel like there's required reading before playing Book of Hours. Yeah, exactly. The big thing too is that Cultist Simulator does ask a lot of the player. So with that in mind, if you're, if it feels like it's a bit much, number one, I'm here to help. But number two, if it's like, I mostly just raised the point because I don't want people to wind up in a situation where they feel, oh, I didn't do well in Cultist Simulator. Maybe Book of Hours isn't for me. Sorry, I've broken down. I'm definitely ordering food. I've been trying not to order stuff in, but I still want to do some stuff today, so. Okay, so I'm going to need to take a quick break when my food arrives, but that'll take a little while. To copy Gloom a bit on a semi-related note, I picked up Cult of the Lamb recently. Have I heard of it? Yes! I don't know if you've ever been in the channel when A. Jared J has visited, but A. Jared J was responsible for some of the social media outreach on that. I believe he is now full-time at Devolver. I've never personally played it, but Prosciutto Fist, who I found through Book of Hours, also does Cult of the Lamb, and it's a lot of fun to watch. So it seems like a very popular and very, very well done game. I just haven't had the pleasure myself. But if you've not checked out Prosciutto Fist, definitely check her out. One, just because she's a nice streamer, but number two, because she plays the games that I know you like. Alright, the skill is now level 3 and its power aspects have also increased. Yeah, actually, so Lord Gloom, the ones it doesn't, you don't need to worry about, like, this isn't for a wish list or anything like that. But I was gonna say the big reason why I ask people about the edition that they buy is because Exile, I don't know if that was originally planned as a DLC, but it basically wound up becoming, it's basically like Cultist Simulator 1.5. It's a really impressive DLC. And I think the thing I liked the most about it was it gave me, like, I'd been playing that game for over a year. And again, that was one that I found through itch. So that was one that you know, I'd been playing considerably longer than, I will shout her out for you, Cured. That is the broadcaster I was talking about, who plays Book of Hours and Cult of the Lamb, among other very good games. But yeah, no, it was just one of these cases where I'd gone through all the different kinds of endings with Cultist Simulator, played the DLC as they were released, and then sort of Exile came out, and it was basically like learning Cultist Simulator all over again. So it's a very Exile by far is the biggest change in tone between Cultist Simulator and the what am I trying to say? The other, like the other Weather Factory games, but it's not. Again, it's not homework, right? I'm not going to tell people, oh yeah, no, there's no homework or anything like that, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, but I'm going to recommend, you know, the following 3 DLC. So that was the main reason I asked. Okay, the Physic Garden. The Nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the Dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf both expanded it, and the Curia of the Isle tended it. Even the branch in the Bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brandkrug served as a prison. Okay, the infirmary seems like something we'll be able to handle. Again, probably in summer when we get our barbers showing up. I'll probably be able to access the Grand Ascent by the end of today. So we're making very decent progress through the house. I'm not trying to rush, but there are things I do want to get done before the end of the day. Okay, the Stolen Secret isn't quite what I'm looking for, but we're going to try talking with Mr. Kill again. I could just use the Whist to catalog a book, but I'm slightly inclined towards augmenting Mr. Kill. I also love the music for this game. Nuts! Alright, too late to talk with Mr. Kill, so let's catalog a book instead. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And gossip. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Lewd listen. Should take a look at what the bed takes here. So this would take Whist, which we can do. Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. So this would take Rose, Lantern, Winter, and Heart, which is actually a little bit nicer than... There's something of an argument to be made for switching beds, but that feels kind of wasteful at a time when I have so many books to catalog, so I'm going to resist the urge to do that for now. Yeah, the original plan was oh, I should reserve a memory. So it's the Stolen Secret or the Foresight. Let's just get a quick idea of what we're up against here. Neither of them's really that important. I'm going to try the Stolen Secret just because it's kind of the rarer of the two. Oh yeah, I should also be reading Keonet Abydos, although I think I talked my way through the... Also, Kier, just let me know if that I think you're probably watching on mobile, so if that doesn't let you see prosciutto fist spelling, let me know and I'll fix it. Oh, actually, as it turns out, with black nephrite, oh no, I don't have the lunar globe. One of Valentine de Wolf's dream journals, in which he records his visions of a place that is no place beneath a house that is no house. I may be able to do something with black nephrite. It would be better if I had oh no, okay, 2 moon, 3 with the tryst, 4 with rhyme and remembrance. I don't have Catwink, and I probably can't generate it with any of my existing... Yeah, I don't know. It's probably too optimistic, but we'll see. So I'm definitely bringing Mr. Kill in. So Mr. Kill always enjoys the chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. We'll go work at the Sweet Bones right away. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. No matter what happens, I am going to read Keon at Abydos. Now, Keon at Abydos is another source of regret for us, so it's not the most important book for me to be reading. Hey, I can grow. But it's another book. It's a chance for us to get more skills. You know, all of these are good things. So I can master this mystery enough winter to match mystery winter. More importantly, I'm doing this at a time when I sort of have enough to, I have enough flexibility to be able to level up the skills and so on and so forth. So we'll catalog another baronial period book, although black nephrite's definitely in my sights. Okay, sunny day, so that gives me some Lantern and Sky. Nothing I would want to try and read Traveling at Night Volume 2 with, but we'll see. And with that Lantern, so now is a good time for me to hire Reverend Timothy. Actually, I guess I don't need to worry. Well, no, okay, we could hire Reverend Timothy. And that would open the dimly lit chamber. I think my original plan was I was going to hire I was originally going to hire a barber, but I suppose it doesn't hurt for me to just take advantage of the opportunity in front of me. So I will do that when I get my whist back. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So, Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Now, this is not the easiest one for me to deal with. It's a four nectar book, which seems very simple on the surface. But the big challenge here is that if you think about my sources of nectar, right? I can get a nectar from my heart. I can get a nectar from a memory. But the only memory that generates nectar for me right now is impulse, and I can't generate impulse, automatic. I could if I got the knock for the other book, but I don't have that. So with the nectar that I currently have access to, the best I could hope for would be rain, but in that case, that's still only 3 nectar. I can get a little bit more nectar if I can get up to the dispensary, which would be this room, I believe. And basically take the mortar and pestle. Or if I get to the kitchen, which I think is this one, we could get the mixing bowls. Cake time. But as it happens, Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats is a bit more difficult to read than you might imagine in the first place. I guess we'll put it back to where it belongs. Okay. Tryst. So I've been holding out hope that I can somehow use the stolen secret, but that's clearly not happening today. So I should be cataloging books. Okay, foresight, nothing too dramatic for me to work with, so we'll keep talking with Mr. Kill. Eventually I will use him to open up the Grand Descent, but that's not the most important thing I can be doing right now. What I'll do is I will restore my Whist. I'll get Reverend Timothy using that. And then we'll restore... Basically, we'll kind of restore elements of the soul as time goes by, so based on what I'm trying to accomplish. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. I don't think I've read this one yet. It is written, Musgrave, 4th of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incausta Potentialia. Very interesting. Now I'm really committed to finishing this playthrough. Mr. Kill does have 1 sky aspect. Do I have anything with 4 sky that I need? Oh yeah, nope. So I'm not going to use the sunny day with Reverend Timothy anymore. We're going to use the revelation. And that intuition's kind of tempting, but it's not that different from the stolen secret. Just in the sense of the moon that it gets me. Okay, Keonad Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver, in English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. For the entity called Keon arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty. But in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Keon demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Keon out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. All right. Snow stories, so we can add that right away, and we get a regret. Better now. So definitely have a lot of demands on my attention, but we can work through this. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. We do appreciate the contribution. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring, and the landlady has served me with a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Okay, so Reverend Timothy, rector of Brankrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed the tally, the gate, and the light. Make use of the rector's help before dawn. It is also worth noting this is the first time that we have we've connected with Reverend Timothy. So in this case, he has knock aspect, he has lantern aspect, and he also is good for an introduction, although we've introduced ourselves to everyone in town. So if I have knock puzzles, so for instance with the stolen secret, technically I could talk with him about that. That would get me 2 knock. The only problem is the only real knock problem I have right now is traveling at night. Sorry, but volume 1, not 2. Oh boy, lots of very good winter here. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, we listen. All right. Lots to do. Let's start by talking with Reverend Timothy about Revelation. I can discuss memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I'm going to label this regret just so I keep track of everything. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Snow stories of wind, woe, and winter. Now this doesn't really get me anything that Quenchings and Quellings and Rhyme and Remembrance doesn't. But I don't know. For some reason, again, this is another example in terms of the intention of the game relative to how people actually play it. Apparently it wasn't originally intended that people would get all the lessons. Or like all the skills, but that's what most people do. And to be honest with you, like I just don't know how I would determine what skills are relevant for what, like the crafting that I want to do. But yeah, that's one of the rare cases where there was an original intent for the game that's different from how it turned out. And in this case here, I do actually think that, oh man, yeah, I can make the infirmary happen too. There's a lot of stuff that I can do here. I do need to bring the Fet back though, so we'll take it one step at a time. I want to see. Well, we are bringing one Whist back, so I think what I'm going to do is I will open the dimly lit chamber first. Then I'm going to try and open the infirmary, and then I'll try and open the next floor of the Grand Descent. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So now we're at 4 lantern. The way we get the 5th lantern is to use the tool we found earlier, the mirror scope. Bewildering and occasionally useful. I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. Better now. Alright, so I'm going to bring the Fet back. Kind of it's counterintuitive, but the reason for this here is that I want to try and use Mr. Kill to open up the infirmary if I can. Well, actually, there's no if about it. That's definitely happening now because I'm bringing the Fet back, but there are other things I want to try and do as well. And again, plenty of books for me to catalog, plenty of books for me to read, but I'm trying to make the most of the opportunities that the game has given me so far. So this tool has boosted their aspects appropriately. So Reverend Timothy now has his 5 lanterns, so we will move him onto the dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clouding the air with shadows. I'll need counter influences to unwind them. And for Mr. Kill, we're going to preempt everything by giving him an intuition. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. This doesn't mean we can't talk with him, but really what we're going to be doing is, once I get my Fet back, we're going to give him the Fet so that he can open the infirmary. We're also going to bring him in from Mr. and Mrs. Kill, give him the hindsight to be able to open up the first floor of the Grand Descent. And then if we can get any extra memories, hey, great, but that's not really the biggest priority right now. If I have the time, I'll also bring back the health so that I can try and earn a little bit of money, but that's not as big of a deal. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So we do have a little bit of slack here. I am going to talk to him again just in case we get a useful memory. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip, but the priority now is just to get him using the Fet. And I'm hoping I don't hear those birds. No! Better now. Okay. I have a very, very narrow window in which I can make all this happen. But I'm going to try. especially because my outside option is just to use the whisk to catalog something. Sun won't really be used for anything today, but I can live with that. Okay. The reading room. Visitors were usually permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when librarians commanded the services of the fine-takers, visitors were sometimes left unsupervised. So here we have the reeking chamber. That would take heart and sky, so that's going to take us a while to get there. And we have another foresight. Okay, dead men don't tell no bloody tales. We'd listen. So, we want to talk with Mr. Kill about the fete. Perhaps we shared a dream. Boosts Rose and Moth. What I want to do is basically wait for about 5 seconds after... Oh no, this will be fine actually. Well, let's be safe. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend, so I want to be really, really careful on the timing on this, because I could overwrite him, and that would be very sad. Alright, my assistant and I have an unspoken understanding. So, we'll use him to unlock the infirmary. Careless visitors have tracked mud through the window, and the windows have been open to the elements for years. So Mr. Kill's not on the board anymore, so now we basically instantly get him back. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. We talk with him about hindsight, which we can't take overnight. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. What I should have... Oh yeah, no, we couldn't bring this back in time anyway, so that's fine. Alright, I can discuss a memory with an assistant, so this will give him for winter. So as long as we open this room before the dawn, which is guaranteed because we're still in daytime, I'm able to use him to unlock the first floor of the Grand Descent. So 3 rooms open today, and I'm sure you've noticed there's a heck of a lot of books in here. So what I've been doing so far, like it's spring, so I've been making a go of opening up as much of the house as I can, because in the end, when I get stuck in terms of being able to push forward and in terms of upgrading people and things like that, in the end, I'm just going to be able to take these and turn them into, like all of this will just turn into an opportunity to hunker down and catalog and read books. So what I want to do right now is cast this big wide net to give myself sort of the source material for all the skills that I'm going to upgrade. And likewise, I haven't committed anything to the Tree of Wisdoms yet because I've been able to get by with what I have so far. Now, it'd maybe be kind of nice to have a few extra, elements of the soul to kick around. But it hasn't stopped me from being able to sort of be effective at doing my main goal right now, and it's a little more helpful to me to have those options open than it is for me to just sort of obsessively bang every element of the soul in at the start. Because in the end, I don't necessarily know which one's going to be upgraded first, like something that's at a higher level. So let's say I'm able to get quenchings and quellings up to level 6, well then we can sort of go down the path of hushery and just wind up in a better place overall. I am going to preserve the regret overnight. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. This is the librarian remembering that time that he let the gale slip through his fingers and is not successfully read Traveling at Night, which would have been a source of impulse. Okay, so now we move on to the first floor of the Grand Descent. The windows are tightly closed, the carpet's surprisingly clean, but my skin prickles at the watchful presence in the stairwell. We will need to placate it before we go higher. And the infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts, and it has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. So here we have a basket of towels, one of the changes to the house since I started playing the game. We have an infirmary bed, clean white sheets, and the unmistakable military ping of a steel bed frame. We have a vase of lilies, an elegant ornament. Ruby-wise ruin, a ruddy liquor wrung from flowers, even when the flowers aren't red. We have TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa. TRN Spices and Savors Department markets this as the secret sacrament of the last Inca. Serpent milk. It does almost look like milk, and it is drinkable, but don't give it to cats or babies. Now, this is a very powerful beverage, 6 edge, 2 knock, 3 scale, but we don't know how to make more of it, so we want to be careful in terms of how we use that. Watchful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. Lantern and nectar. A pale mommet, a gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. Musgrave de Wolf, the bust is carved from wood. Cherry. A mist-kissed water pitcher, the faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. A pale stool, bleached beach. And the paintings. Now, if you have not played Cultist Simulator, this is actually your first... Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I never actually read this description either. So the foundation of the sun. Long ago in this country, one did not build a church without first sacrificing a white bull to the sun in rags. Solomon Husher brought this tapestry with him from, well, wherever it was that Solomon came from. So this is a specific mention of the sun in rags. So this actually was technically our first encounter with the hours, but what I was originally going to say was this is probably our first collection of hours, and in this case, this is a reference to the sun in rags, whereas these are depictions of the hours themselves. Now, if you haven't played Cultist Simulator, you don't necessarily know what the hours are, but they are sort of these godlike entities in the setting, which you learn quite a bit about as you continue to play. A refuge for all the world might consider impure. So, we have the Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. The Thunderskin. He cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. To heart, to sky. The Velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. And the Sister and Witch, not to be confused with the Witch and Sister. The Sister and Witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. Grail, heart, and moth. Finally, in addition to the other room that we have unlocked, we have the Grand Descent second floor that will require 4 Grail, 5 Knock, 5 Nectar, or 5 Winter. So beyond our current reach. There's the Gloomy Room, which will require 5 Edge or 5 Heart, or the Neglected Room, which will require 5 Grail or 5 Heart. So we're certainly hitting the limits in terms of what my character can currently achieve with their skills and abilities. But we do have a few things that we can work to our advantage. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do about this scale, so I suppose if I'd been thinking if I wound up with a fear, I could have hired a miner and used my health with that, so I kind of thought I'd have Spring Forever, which I don't, but that's life. We'll get through this, and maybe we'll wind up with the 5 Heart to take us through the other parts. Now, my food has arrived. I'm going to go overnight just so we can see the transition to a new season, but I am going to take a few minutes of a break, if you don't mind, for the simple reason that I'm happy to be streaming like this, and I do kind of want to go as far as I can, but if I'm going to do that, I do need to make sure that I am actually making some sort of a gesture to taking care of myself. So I am going to take a somewhat brief break, but I do need to eat, so I am going to take some time on this. But in any case, I will run ads to try and keep people from getting hit by the pre-roll when it comes in. If you now is a good time, if you've been here since the start, it's a good time to get up, have a stretch. Otherwise, take care of yourself. Or if you really just want to, get a Ford Focus, or I've been getting a lot of condom ads recently, so it shows they really don't know what I'm about. But yeah, whatever it is that Twitch is trying to sell you, maybe Maybe you're just hanging around waiting for the advertisements, in which case your time has come. Either way, I'll try and be back as soon as I can, hopefully just a couple of minutes, and we can continue our journey through a fresh playthrough of Book of Hours. I will see you in a bit. All right, sorry for the wait, everybody. Canada put out, it's a couple of years ago, a food guide. So this was kind of to update from the food pyramid sort of, like the, it's to update it, make it more modern, you know, kind of move past some things that people might consider outdated. And in addition to sort of the nutrition advice that they have, they do also have recommendations in terms of just how to eat better in general. So, you know, like cook at home more often, and one of the things, make eating, I think they're trying to sort of do the European thing, like make eating a thing, have the family together, make it appreciate the food, savor it, don't just kind of shovel it and run off. Streaming is terrible for that. Obviously, it is like, it's a conveyor belt. Just try and put the the contents of the plate, the package, whatever it is you're eating, into my stomach as quickly as possible. And that is probably really bad, but it's also an exception. So I'm ready to go. All right, so we are in spring still. That can't be right. Because if it's spring... Huh. Okay. Now the catch here is I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get... that sucks. Okay. So the big problem here is I do not know if I'm going to be able to get a fear. So the best that I can do here, speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. So what we're going to do here is this is going to be our effort to try and get fear. We will still work at the Sweet Bones. We'll give help with letters. I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Now from there, let's continue to catalog books where I can. The clouds don't really count for anything today, so we'll catalog the baronial book that we have. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Oh, it is summer now. All right, current affairs. What is happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? So I'll handle things a little differently. But that's fine. I'm still making the money. I'm still cataloging books. You know, there's not a huge difference. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. And I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Actually, that's kind of funny. So I suppose technically what I could have done was got the minor before it crossed over into summer. That's actually a fun thought. Yeah, I think it's fair to say I don't have much that I'm going to be doing unless we wind up with a storm. A lot of what I'm going to do for the next little while is going to be focused on cataloging and then reading the books that I can. Okay, Introduction to the Histories is a great start. The good news about this is that I don't even need the winter. I don't even need the whist for it. I can actually just use the tryst here. So, Introduction to the Histories. Books are the memory that does not die. Add aspects that match this book's mystery. You don't always need to fill every slot. So Quenchings and Quellings already gives us 4 winter. I can master this mystery, enough winter to match mystery winter. Oh, actually, also it's not that hard to get Mr. Kill to get to the Grand Descent. I just need to make an Eigengrau. All right, the Grand Ascent, the first floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brankrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So we actually have a few details about some of the various barons. So for instance, we have Hendrik de Wolf. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron Brankrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brankrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. I also don't recall if Valentine was listed as, says right here, 6th Baron Brankrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. So we can put him there. Who knew cages. And then some of the books that we have. So notes on bindings, Gideon de Wolf, and I don't think we have Gideon. I believe Gideon's the terracotta one. This is Musgrave. Nope, have I run out of... Walter. Here's Walter. But yeah, I don't think we have anything on Walter. Now, again, I've solved this before, so there's not... Like, there aren't huge surprises here, but I don't know. I feel like we should follow this... we should follow this the proper way. Also, in 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became 3rd librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury. No one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. So this bust is the palest of white. Here's Solomon Husher. There's the slot for the 3rd librarian. Whereof we cannot speak, thereof we must remain silent. So... There's a few niches we've taken care of, and we can probably fill some of the other ones. So we'll put Musgrave over here, and we can move Walter over here. Okay. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Let's get back to work. So yeah, not much for me to do with the health. I can always use the health to catalog more books, but I think in this case we'll probably use it to earn some money. Again, we'll see where we're at with our other stats. Okay, that's a bit of health for me. A lot of this is going to change based on who visits. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So as always, we get... we get basically 3 free elements of the soul whenever we do that. The affair of the developments in the world beyond Brankrug, drawing a new incident. Visitor interested in a stock. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Okay. The affair of the absent friend. The Lesian Medusa is long dead, as is well attested. It's nevertheless well attested that she walks the streets of Budapest by moonlight. That's just one of those things, but now, for the first time, she's being glimpsed in daylight, too. What could that portend? Visitors with an interest in Edge or Rose mysteries will want to talk about this. So this does create a bit of a problem for me, and if you can just give me a second here. I got dinner, but I also got a snack, so... The that was that fear that I wanted for the miners. So if I hired them earlier, I would have been able to unlock this room. Oh, well, what are you going to do, right? Okay. So one of the challenges that I have right now is that I have a visitor, Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore. Now, he is someone who I should... Okay, so in theory, I should be able to satisfy his request because I just have access to so many books. But right now, I don't have an Edge or a Lantern book. So one of the things I would maybe want to try and do is find a bed for him to rest in. But this takes winter. I'm in this one, and it would take hard anyway. Actually, hang on. Heart. Yeah, these are all hard, aren't they? So what I kind of need to do now is I need to ransack the library trying to find something that will give me an edge. An edge. Edgelore. But that's fine because that's why we have the pale desk, so we can do that. I'm really hoping to be able to satisfy this request just because it does mean a Spintria for me. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Once I find an Edge book that Thomas More is happy with, Lieutenant Arthur Thomas More, hero, pilgrim, traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he only be a soldier. But yeah, the aim here is going to be to basically preserve him as long as possible. Oh, man. That could not have been luckier. War of the Roads, 1451 to 1551, and I don't believe I have ever read this book before. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, from its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. Wow, okay, very, very lucky. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So, we're going to talk with Lieutenant Moore. Now, if he's looking for Rose, we're hooped, but it doesn't give any indication that he's looking for that, so... Good day to you. May I come in? On the absent friend, you remember perhaps that I am a student of illumination. My teachers at the Labyrinth of Lions have set a challenge that I must complete before I can pass to a higher level of initiation. Try a book with as much mystery edge as their edge interest. First, I am to face Medusa and answer her riddle. Do you know it, librarian? What is not seen? Second, I must survive the encounter. I hope that there is something in your collection to help me prepare. What is not seen? I had long believed that the best answer is light, but I am no longer certain. Thank you, librarian. I have some thinking to do. Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to try and do is use my whist to make some Eigengrau, because then I can take Mr. Kill, I can combine the Regret, and then I can add Winter to it. Alright, rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is summer, and I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So obviously we can't talk with Mr. Kill while we're helping out Lieutenant Moore. All right, An Introduction to the Histories. A 17th century mystic and antiquarian, Claude Hirschalt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschalt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Hirschalt early in the writing of the book, but Hirschalt later became suspicious. Hirschalt identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. So more snow stories for that, so we may be able to make something of that, and we get a hindsight. So I am going to take the time to label that. So one of the things that I'm going to want... Actually, I guess I can do that right now. Actually, I had lots of different options in terms of how to get the stairs that we wanted. Anyway, it does make sense to level up a skill like this, so I will use the Whist accordingly, and I'm going to hang on to the Regret because that's something I can take overnight with me if I need. Okay, and he gave me a bronze spintria for my trouble. Occult treasures are purchased with occult coin, spintria. Bronze spintria are usually depict the act of shaping on the reverse side. Okay. The more I'm thinking about this Eigengrau strategy, the more I think it is very silly, because I actually have a perfectly reasonable way of getting Mr. Kill up the Grand Descent. Anyways, you know what, let's just do it. So we're going to give him the Regret. We can discuss his memory with the assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. And the skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. Now, there is something worth recognizing about this. So first of all, quenching and quellings. So 4 winter, 3 heart. So No Stories is now 3 winter and 2 moon, which means that we're... Oops, sorry, wrong one. We're getting a little bit closer to Black Nephrite. So we're still not going to be able to completely, call it on that particular challenge. But what we have now is we have 2 moon from Snow Stories. We have a 3rd which comes from the Tryst, and then the memories that we can get would take us up to 5. So if I feel like I want to take a risk, that's one option that I have. Alternatively, if I find some kind of moon-based ink, or there are some other things that that could help me out there, I have a more likely chance of being able to read that text. And of course, reading that text probably means that I wind up with some higher level moon skills and so on and so forth. So, and this is a reason why I haven't been committing these skills right away, right? Because, if I'd already committed Snow Stories, well, okay, that's fine, but now, I don't have quite the same opportunity to go up the line like I once did. So there will be a point where we commit things, and we're probably getting to it sooner rather than later, but I don't want to rely too much on this without a game plan. And I think based on the experience that we've had so far, I think it's also pretty clear that I want to catalog as many books as I can before autumn, just in case I wind up with a visitor who has something, let's say Rose, that they're interested in. I'm going to take another bite of my snack. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So now we'll use the wisp. So this actually brings us up to 6 winter. This is why I thought the Eigengrau was a little silly, because I can just directly use my element of the soul to bring him up. My assistant and I will be prudent. It is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before the landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I've heard that Gervenius van Loren, last librarian before me, was skilled in the forbidding of ways. I think I'm also done with my snacks. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. Okay. So, it's always tempting to... Hey, Vanguard Master. No snacks until you're done your work. Treat yourself to... The thing that I really wish I did was I wish I got some more bread. That usually just keeps the... That usually just kind of keeps the wolf from the door, but I kind of foolishly started streaming as soon as I as soon as I got home. It is unexpectedly different to raise my foot to the last step. Yeah, actually, I mean, I guess you've got a delay to your work now that you've planned a trip to Kingston. It is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I have heard that Gervenius van Loren, last librarian before me, was skilled at the forbidding of ways. So sorry, I know I read that before, but... Better now. Okay. It's a tough call, actually. So I can make some money. I could also, if I renew... Actually, I don't remember how long it takes to catalog a book. I think in this case, I'm just going to go for the safe bet of money. I do want to, if I can, I would like to clean my laundry. And then the other thing is that because I finally now have towels, I'd actually kind of like to see what happens when I go for a swim. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Also, I probably should have noticed that the smoking room is available. So if I get a lantern memory, I can bring in Reverend Timothy. We can use the mirror scope again, and then we'll be able to open the smoking room. I will preserve my solace, I think. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Should I be pausing in Cultisim? You should be pausing in Cultisimulator, Simulator 8, not trying to play in real time. I mean, it's up to you. So, I believe the developer has actually said that the pause was sort of deliberately kept the way that it was so that it wasn't immediately obvious that you could pause. But I play Cultist Simulator the way that I play this. I do recommend pausing because that's a lot to ask for your attention. And it's it's not just that it's easy to lose track of things, but the consequences of losing track of things can mean death. So I would say yes, but the idea that you're experiencing a little tension of whether or not you should is probably part of the design of the game. Yeah, I mean, So when I pretty much automatically decided I was pausing by virtue of the fact that I was playing the game and talking out loud. There is no possible way I could play that game the way that I do on stream in real time. But yeah, no, pausing. I think pausing is a very, very sensible way of handling Cultist Simulator. I'm not saying it's unwinnable without it. I think it's perfectly winnable with it, but you will just have a much easier time, and more importantly, like, you want to enjoy the setting. So, you know, it is permitted and in fact advisable. I don't know why I took that long to just say yes, but yeah, I recommend pausing. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Yeah, no problem at all, Lord Gloom. I don't, so it sounds like you're probably pretty comfortable with the game. Like, I'm not saying you're gonna, like, you know, clobber it, but if you are really finding that there's something that just kind of stops you from really kind of sinking your teeth into the game, there is actually a short guide that I've made to sort of capture the people who want to like the game, but it asks a little bit too much at the start. So I can actually give you the link to that. But more importantly, I like your broadcasts. You stop by. If you want private tutoring, you've got it. So be neato. Oh, I'm assuming that Sweeps has done a propaganda on you. So be neato. I am sorry to say I do not know what you normally do, but I'm going to infer that you know Sweeps, and if you know Sweeps, who of course has your emote, who is Sweeps? Of course, just some random person that was gifted a sub in your channel and decided to you know, take their recommendation of some strain. I am the best Canadian available who is streaming Book of Hours in Eastern time. Anyways, thank you very much for that raid. I really appreciate it, and I do feel a little bad that I am not able to speak, you know, with any sort of authority or knowledge about what you broadcast. So I realize you probably have brought the majority of the viewership of this channel currently now from your broadcast, but please do tell us what you're about. Tell us what you like to play. And while you do that, I will take the opportunity here to say, oh, lovely variety streamer who just beat Dead Space. Is that the remake or remake that they just recently did, or the original? But I will take a quick opportunity while I'm learning a little bit more about Benito. And welcome November Lunar and Kelp TV. I do apologize. I'm kind of babbling on, but the remaster. So I started the remaster. I think it looks very, very good, but I have not played it with any great depth. So that is good to know that it stays worth. We love Book of Hours in this house. That is very good to hear. So if I were to tell you all that it is at least where I am for the next... Oh, actually, I guess technically it ended 5 minutes ago, but January 9th, if I were to tell you it's the Agonalia of Janus, does anybody here know what that means? But in any case, I do also want to take a quick minute here to talk about Sweeps the Pillow Clean. And again, please keep in mind that it was Benito who very kindly brought in a community, their community, and a community that is familiar with Book of Hours, which makes me very happy to see. But we've got, I did want to take a minute here and just talk about Sweeps the Pillow Clean, because I did mention that Prosciutto Fist was doing Dracula, but it just so happens that Sweeps the Pillow Clean was doing Dracula today, and has been doing Dracula for a while. So I know I frequently say that Prosciutto Fist does a number of things that that people frequently request, and things that I like to do, but that's actually also true for Sweeps the Pillow Clean, and on top of it, she's a social scientist. A wonderful broadcast. In fact, I like to specifically highlight the fact that she was the one to introduce me to King of the Castle, which I had a lot of fun playing on Christmas, and we will be returning to. But I did find Sweeps through Book of Hours, and just overall is a very nice, very friendly VTuber, somebody who I always consider it a great treat to be able to watch her broadcast. And it means quite a bit to me that she decided to say nice enough things about me to disappoint a whole broadcast of people after Dead Space. So, oh, is it Giannis? If your Latin teacher was right, but yes. All right, I will now say Giannis, right beside Windy Witty Weechy, which still sounds goofy as hell. Now, here's my question to you, Sweeps the Pillow Clean. Do you know about the Agonalia of Giannis as relates to Book of Hours? Because that might be a special date in this game. If you think your sweetie Benito is gone tier wholesome, well, fortunately, I can tab out of games, so... Plus, I do respect a good bee emote. But anyways... I definitely appreciate the raid, Benito. Everybody who came along with Benito's raid, thank you for that. I know you kind of sign up for one broadcaster, and then a raid doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to like what's on the other side, so I appreciate you giving me a shot. If this is the end of our time together, completely understand, and I appreciate the chance for me to entertain you. For those of you who want to stick around, we are doing actually a fresh playthrough, not because I have finished my other playthrough, but specifically because I wanted to... I don't normally stream on Tuesdays, but because it was the Agonalia, I did... I don't know if I would count it as a spoiler or not, Sweeps, but how about this? I'm going to play, and I'm going to try and get as close as I can to what is related to it. And whatever we don't get to cover as part of the broadcast, I'll maybe give you a few... I'll give you a few gestures in terms of where you might be able to find some of the information you're looking for. The reason why I want to be a little coy about this is because there's a few layers, and there is a suspicion that I have. There's one part where I think I might have seen something I wasn't supposed to, but so there's also a couple things that I'm verifying with this playthrough, but that's going to be the fun of this. Anyways, also for those of you who are new to Book of Hours, I've kind of gotten past the tutorial parts. We've made fairly decent progress, so we've gotten through spring, and this is the amount of the house that we've unlocked. But I plan on making as much progress as I can tonight before I finish in. I don't know whether or not I'll be keeping this particular playthrough for the remainder of the week, but this is a special occasion, so I wanted to take the time. Assumption would be that there is a connection to winter and death and beginnings and Solomon Husher. Very interesting. You made a connection to Solomon Husher. Would you like to unpack a little bit more? Oh, another 5 winter, 5 moon. Okay, so the rose is actually something that we can use the barber for. So this is one of the reasons why we've been earning some money. We can definitely work with... I actually, by the way, I have a copy of Ovid's Fasti beside me right now in honor of the occasion, so... If any of you want to throw out a date, I can give you the verse. It's like 8 Mile, but it's during Augustus' reign. Yes, Metamorphoses is actually the first thing that I read by Ovid, and he is easily my favorite classic poet, possibly my favorite poet, full stop. I have read Ars Amatoria. I've also read Remedia Amatoria, which probably is my favorite opening for a book. my my love manual was so good. You're now looking to get yourself out of this horrible predicament you've gotten yourself into. Fear not. I'm here to help. But yeah, I have everything. Most of them are Penguin translations, although I have the Charles Martin translation. Actually, okay, to give you an idea of how much I like, this is so dumb, but I was talking about this for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy 2. When I visited Vancouver again, I actually specifically went to the library that I used to go to all the time, and I made sure to make a pilgrimage almost. Like I just kind of went to the classic section and saw the copy of Metamorphoses that I first read. They still have it. It's also the Charles Martin translation, although a hardcover, mine's paperback. But it's definitely, I don't know, it was very special. Vanguard's going to lurk some. You have a bit more work to do tonight. Hopefully you can drop by a bit, but I know you've been going for a while already, so in case I don't catch you, thanks for the stream. No problem at all, Vanguard. Good luck with your work. This is a new run, although I have not given up on the other run. It's the Agonalia of what I am informed is Giannis. So I wanted to do something special, and Solfeo was mentioning that she was kind of hoping that she could see the beginning of the game as well. So this is a special new run, and I will complete this run at some point. But if I don't do like a 72-hour stream, I may start it at a later time. And I am envious that you did a Latin course, Sweeps. I'm still working on French. I have Latin textbooks, but I have no hope of... Like, I know little bits and pieces, right? So, like, De Bellis Murorum, I already know is talking about, like, a war. I know that Gaul is divided into 3 parts, but I couldn't do anything even remotely close to translation. Anyways, I guess you do want to see some gameplay at some point, so... So yeah, Mr. Kill seems like a good option here for the memories. Alright, Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. I'll use health in this case. Manual labor, there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can collect, 6 worth of odd jobs. I also want to take the opportunity to catalog another book. So we've gone through our Curia books in sort of the part of the house that we've already... baronial books in the part of the house that we've already unlocked. So we'll now move on to the Curia books before moving on to the other part of the library. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Oh yeah, no worries, Sweep. So yes, let me put it to you this way: your intuitions are correct, and how about we take any further conversation offline, because I think there are going to be some parts that I'll put it to you this way: I think there's something that you will find very interesting. And I think there's going to be some parts that you want to work out for yourself, but I also think you would maybe appreciate a small nudge towards why I think you are on an interesting track. Otherwise, it's just going to be me being smug about something I know and you may not. So, but I'm not going to scoop myself for the other part of the stream. So, but thank you again for the recommendation. Thank you for hanging out, Sweeps, and please sleep well. And for those of you who have not followed Sweeps, and of course Benito, please do take the time to do so. They are absolutely worth your time. Although Benito, I do not want to be insincere and say I am saying this by association. I will be sure to remedy the fact that I have not seen a broadcast yet as soon as I can. All right, let's sort out the day. We're going to start by talking. The Ceaseless Tantra. The avant-garde choreographer Nicholas Carey supposedly incorporated this tantra into his menacing ballets. So this is an interesting one because it's quite likely we are going to be able to read it, but we're just shy of like being guaranteed. So we've got the Ceaseless Tantra here. We can add our health to that, which would bring it up to excuse me. So sorry, we got quenchings and quellings. We can add health to that, which would bring it up to 4. Oh, no, actually, sorry. We just need something like Solace, and that can be 6. So let's restore my health as soon as I can, and we'll get... we'll start to boogie. All right. Now, the FET I want to use on a barber, so I'm actually going to keep that in reserve. But until I can find an intuition, I'm not going to be able to work with that. Rhea says, I may actively start a new run. The idea of following your challenge idea is not helping you at all. I've made some weird, what I'd call mistakes with skills that I wanted to keep instead of using for upgrades. Well, again, remember that the game does not force you, like the game is very forgiving. And one of the things that I like to encourage people on is, you know, much like life, right? So I was talking a little bit about my experience or lack of experience with math in some cases. And there are, you know, you don't get a lot of do-overs in terms of specific moments in your life, but you do get lots of opportunities to take your past experience and to push yourself onto a different direction. In fact, that might even be more significant to the meaning of the game, depending on how far you've gone in. So I do always encourage people to try and do their best with the playthrough that they have. On the other hand, if you don't mind going through the early parts again, and if you can find some joy in doing that, by all means. The thing is that I notice a tendency to people almost... I don't think this is what you're doing, but what I noticed when I was reading the Reddit a bit was they did what I was kind of calling the Tiger Mother approach to the librarian, which is like basically because the librarian did not have a perfect start, like they were not a violin master at age 6, they were going to be a failure as a person. And it's such a shame because there is so much more that you can do with the game. And I actually do find some enjoyment in trying to sort of redirect the, redirect the playthrough towards an outcome that I'm specifically looking for. Oh, we've got the gossip that we wanted. Still looking for the winter memory, but we're off to a good start. But again, the thing is that I never want, like, so I push back against that a little bit because I suspect it is inconsistent with enjoying the game for some people, but I never want to turn that around into something where people... like all of a sudden it becomes a commandment on its own, you know, thou shalt not restart playthroughs. So if it works. Oh, so it's basically like the idea that, so like there's this, it's a book by Amy Chua called Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mother. And it's sort of, it led to this wider spread concept of Tiger Mother, where it's basically like the kind of parent that's like really pushing the kid to get sort of intense mastery of all things. So it's like the idea that, you know, when you read about Mozart being a child prodigy with music, sort of pushing someone to achieve that like 10,000 hours to achieve mastery. And the reason for doing that is because if you don't have that early mastery, the kid's not going to grow up to be someone who like completely changes the world. And I don't find it the healthiest way of thinking. Like there is some value in just sort of letting people putter around and sort of figure out what they're about. And there's research to suggest that that's valuable. So the people who excel in fields very often do not start off at the very... I know it's the story people like to tell, But very often what will happen is that they take some time. There will be some things that they try and quit because they don't really find it's for them. And then after they have spent some time figuring out what they're about, then they go and they specialize and then they excel. And it's because of those two parts where you do need to practice and you do need to build build your capabilities. But there is some value in taking the time to figure out what you're good at. And I got a lot of this from a really good book called Range. And the analogy that I kind of draw is just that in some cases, I have noticed, like when I talk about the Tree of Wisdoms, and, I point out, it's like we've got secrecy, knowledge, power, the sights we name are rarely named by day, the shapes we seek are rarely sought in clay, the names we claim are often claimed as pay. This is skolakosophy. And what we were, the shapes that loped beside you in the frost, the scraps you gleaned off call and periost, once these were answers to what may be lost, all part of the matter we call birdsong. So I kind of point out that there are two different things communicated by this. For some people, that was the first time they discovered it, and then they sort of said, "Oh, well, now I should go back and redo the playthrough." And again, that's kind of where I say that's like a Tiger Mother approach to the game, because you have this idea of a perfect playthrough of Book of Hours, and what it means is that the reason why I sometimes push back against that is that it is sometimes interesting to tell stories about how you went down one path, and through learning new information, it caused you to go in a different direction, which is obviously the opposite of a perfectly planned playthrough. So I learned something about the red flower. It's not something I really like, and it is something that has forced me to reconsider some of my assumptions about this game. But I would never want to sort of reset the playthrough to incorporate that knowledge. It just means that in future playthroughs, I'll take that knowledge. And again, it's a different way of approaching the game, but that's one of the reasons why, where I can, I like to encourage people to play through to the end, because you just never know what's going to surprise you and where some of the fun can come in. But I also understand the impulse. Like there was, I had an opportunity to max out Horomakastry, but I made a mistake when I was setting things up on the main playthrough, and it just means that I don't get an achievement that I could have gotten. So sometimes these things happen. Okay, so we are going to buy ourselves a barber. Assistance from a traveling barber. In summer, the barber comes by to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose. Barber's assistance. The itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt. Make sure you don't miss out on any news or gossip, and arrange matters so that you aren't too troubled by vermin. Snip, snip. Alright, we're also going to bring the health back now. Oh man, this game's really giving me what I need. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Okay, so first of all, we're going to take the barber's assistance. I'm actually going to start with the Fete. Perhaps we shared a dream, Loose Rose and Moth. Also, I should read the summary for Lieutenant Moore. Lieutenant Moore, preparing himself to face Medusa, came to fear that the answer to her riddle, what is not seen, was not light as he had long believed. Yeah, I mean, the big thing for me is it is really about people playing the game the way that they want. It's just when I notice a certain trend on the Reddit or in my channel or something like that, I do sometimes want to make sure that I'm I'm really conscious of unintended consequences. So that was really the driver in that. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So this gives me the 5 rows that I'm looking for. What do you mean you came with nothing? You had a journal. Better now. Okay. Now, I think I can do this. Ceaseless Tantra. Health. Quenchings and Quellings. Solace. Yes. Heart. Onwards. I can master this mystery. Enough heart to match mystery heart. And let's make some money. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Alright, so we are ready to set our barber to work on the abandoned bedroom. A crooning whisper haunts this room. It must once have been luxurious, and will be again once I have it restored, but I will need help to lay the restless presence that drifts here. We will now talk with Mr. Kill. So I think we're going to talk about the regret with him first, just so that we can lock that in. I can discuss this memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So the reason I felt comfortable using the whist for money was just, I know that I'm going to have a minute where the bedroom is being opened up. And again, I mean, I'm happy enough to unlock more, more floors of the Grand Descent, but it's not the most important thing for me to be doing right now. It is a thing that I can do with Mr. Kill, and I have been using Mr. Kill to get me some memories over time. So Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, staring at farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we'll restore that whist. It is summer. I am sitting sitting on a bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. The Severn Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the heir of the house, though it was originally furnished for Haffren, the woman of uncertain lineage who became Baron Walter's mother and bequeathed her unusual pale eyes and hair to Walter and his descendants. So here we've got Thyrza's phonograph. Thyrza Blake invited a nameless friend, or according to Brancrew tradition, her sister, to Hush House to recover from an illness. Thyrza was uncharacteristically secretive about the whole business, perhaps because her own solicitude embarrassed her. She cooked her guests' meals herself, read to her in the afternoons, and purchased this phonograph so her guests could listen to Viennese opera. So this was not part of the original game. There was a phonograph much deeper in the house, but this is the new setup. So we also have a knighted chair, solid, comfortable, oddly unobtrusive. A fringed lamp, a cozy little nightlight. We have Ashertine, which is quite a powerful lantern ink, so I can get 6 lantern or 2 sky from that. Veiled Goddess Lapsing Suchong, named for an enigmatic minor deity whose charge is the healing of burns, to forge 1 sky. A fringed lamp, 2 Curia books and a baronial. Moth Orchid Scented Candle, a bedside candle holder, and Abduction, Salvation. Either interpretation is plausible. Moving on, we have the Serpent Haunted Bedroom. That's going to be a tough one for us because it's 6 knock or 6 scale, neither of which we have easy access to. Smoking Room should be something we can handle with Reverend Timothy, although there is a question in terms of where I get the lantern from. Reeking Chamber, there are circumstances under which if we get a storm, then Mr. Kill will help out with that. Otherwise, I think we're waiting for some good fortune. Okay, Foresight. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Oh, you found an interesting book in the game. It makes a weird bit of sense if applied towards the Mantis. If I recall correctly, it's one of the Edge mystery books. Vaguely recall the name. It had some sort of affliction on it that needed winter. So the afflictions, I believe, are randomly determined. So I wouldn't know offhand what one you're talking about. By the way, this is not the storm I'm talking about when I say it. I need like a 4/4 storm, just to be clear. Okay, just trying to think about what the next step might be. Yes. So basically, when you get a book from, when you catalog a book, it's drawn from a deck. So it's not completely random, but the cataloged, like the uncatalogued books are drawn from a deck. So there's a set of Curia books, there's a set of Nocturnal books, of Dawn books. In fact, the new patch, the new update, the Eason update, will actually carry the information of what period the book is from. But the afflictions that show up on the books change. So I suppose in theory, the way the random numbers work, you could go through the entire game without ever having an afflicted book, but I suspect there's probably a little more. It's not the Slaying of the Seven Coiled, is it? I can't remember if that's an Edge book or not. All right, so we've read the Ceaseless Tantra. The Ceaseless Tantra is let's read that from the start. The avant-garde choreographer Nicholas Carolee supposedly incorporated this tantra into his menacing ballets. The Ceaseless Tantra is devoted mostly to warnings about the lively creatures called percussagants, but concludes with a chant which can be used to summon them. It observes that percussagants can be taught any dance, but they prefer only one. That which does not cease is not ceased. And given that I'm actually going to reorganize the library a little bit here. So this gives me weaving and not working, and an impulse. Okay, that's good. So this isn't necessarily going to be the last word on cataloging, but I do want to be a little more organized. No worries, Ray of the Moth. I mean, I love this game, but I'm not entirely sure remembering the names of the books is the most important thing that you can be remembering. Like, I do not consider it a moral failing that you cannot immediately recall, the name of fictional books in the Secret History setting. Okay. just helps me clean things out a little bit. I also want to try and organize this by likely to read. So we can put Black Neff right here, Kittling Ripes Tasty Treats, Encircling Tantra maybe. Definitely War of the Roads. Orchid Transfiguration's a little more ambitious. I'm going to put notes on bindings. Yeah. Double digits we can put in the Pale Chamber. And then Traveling at Night, so I should probably reorganize this a little bit. So 4 knock. I'm not saying these things are likely, I just think they're slightly... Yeah, I have a slightly better chance than some of the others. Okay, and Prophecies of Glory, that's an 8. So technically the Ashertine is kind of the key to getting that, but if I use the Ashertine now and I don't have a way of making another, then I've potentially used it on something a little too simple. So let's use Weaving and Not Working. That's a pretty straightforward one for me to add. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I don't think there's anything too dramatic that I'm going to get from this. It's more just, so I can have it. Better now. And we will give this to Mr. Kill when the time comes. There is a chance I might be able to make some money with this, but I'm going to resist the urge. 7 Vipers. Coils and Chasm. I'm actually slightly curious about one thing, so let me see. I don't think I'd be able to know the skill, but just give me a quick second here. It's possible that I can get this from the memory in my sheet. Okay, that wasn't super helpful. I really do think you're talking about the 7-fold slaying of the 7 coiled, because I'm like 99% sure that's an Edge book. The thing is, I'm almost certain that that would give you something related to the Colonel who killed the 7 coiled. Actually, if it's the Colonel, then it's clearly the Disciplines of the Scar. But if it's coils, yeah, I'm not sure. I actually don't remember a book that says Vipers. So that one's a little bit of a mystery to me. But yeah. Anyways, you can if you find it out, let me know, because I am slightly curious, but it's not it's not the deepest mystery that Hush House has to offer at the moment. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Right, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. Sweeping and not working. He. Valentine DeWolf. It's possible. I mean, again, like I said, it's not... I don't think there's any major bragging rights that come from having, like, perfect recall of the game. It's a fun little, you know, trick for me, because I've read these books so many times. It's a nice little test to see whether or not I've sort of internalized some of the meaning, but, like, it's not... I don't know if there's really any... I don't know exactly what value there is in dedicating too much mental power on recalling the book. I mean, the point of the library is the fact that you can access them and read them if you want. So, okay. I'm going to keep the memory storm. Foresight wasn't that critical, but we are going to open up the Grand Ascent, the third floor. Frost crackles on the window panes as I ascend, and the light strikes my eyes like knives, another of Van Loren's forbiddings. You mean the Geminiad? I think it's really interesting that the third volume seems to be the one that shows up in Cultist Simulator, because it wasn't clear to me it was part of a trilogy. The Witcher and Sister in Witch are interesting, but probably not the hours that I immediately think about. So, again, I'm not indifferent to any of the hours, right? Like, they're all interesting, but it is, like, the pantheon is pretty huge in this game. So, you know, if you say Gods from Light, I am going to be rapt with attention, and I'm going to pay a lot of, you know, I'm going to just, you know, I will eat every word up. Whereas if somebody's like, you know, Gods from Blood, I'm like, okay, that's kind of neat. Gods from Stone is like, oh, okay, you know, the slaying of the seven coil, and, you know, drinking tide, and making flint flee. You know, there's the overthrow of the Gods from Stone is kind of interesting, I suppose. Gods from Nowhere, I'm like, well, now I want to learn a little bit more, because they really do seem to be touching on the libraries of the Watchman's Tree, which I find very interesting. But yeah, I mean, everybody kind of has something that's interesting to them. And I think this is just a natural function of the fact that this is a game which has divided up the world among these principles. And there are going to be certain principles that speak more to people. And it's as it should be, right? We have all sorts of different personalities. We have different interests. That's why we have various branches of knowledge and understanding. And in the end, you know, we've moved on from some of the more classical definitions and categorizations. But they do have... There's an interesting question to be said, right? Like, do we find it natural to divide things these ways because... you know, that's part of our intellectual history, or is there something about the way that we think about problems that leads us to think about them this way? And I actually don't have a good answer one way or the other. You know, catch me on the right day and I'll tell you both. But to me, I do tend to find that there are some ideas which I just naturally gravitate to more than others. And as a consequence, I don't know. I do kind of find that I know certain topics in the game better as a result of my personal interest. Did you find the one about the Gods from Nothing? I'm assuming you mean the Gods from Nowhere. You're not talking about Black Nephrite, are you? Okay. So I suppose the good news is I have 2 sky. The bad news is there's really no way for me to take advantage of it. So, I'm actually going to take a minute to take stock here. I suppose in 13 seconds I'll see exactly what I have available, but oh no, hang on. We talk with Reverend Timothy. Oh yeah, no, this is definitely a day we talk with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea. He'll offer his assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. Now, we are out of options in terms of hiring people now, so we are going to put a little bit more effort into making some money. Manual labor, there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And we are going to catalog some books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. We do appreciate the contribution. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I do want to use Reverend Timothy for memories, just in case there's something useful for me, but we know we're going to use the mirror scope with him, so I'll proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. Oh yeah, no worries. Missed the comment about what you said earlier. So there are a few books that cover the gods from nowhere, which is I think what you're referring to. We have Black Nephrite, but I'm not sure what other one you might be referring to. The Grand Ascent, the 3rd floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. Okay, so we have the Despoiled Laboratory. That's going to be a pretty straightforward job for Mr. Kill. In fact, we may bring him in for that. And we actually have another job for Reverend Timothy, but I think I prefer opening the smoking room first because that gives me access to more books. I don't think so. I know the location is called Nowhere. I always thought it was gods from nowhere. I could be wrong. So my understanding of this would be there's the gods from stone, gods from blood, and I believe they are the result of sacrifices. Gods from light, which would be the ones following the sun's division. I suppose there's a question then if the sun in splendor is a god from light. It would have to be, I assume. So maybe it would be more appropriate to say that they descended from the glory. Then the gods from steel do not exist. Gods from flesh. I think that would be former mortals who become ours. So I think the not the watchman. Well, maybe the watchman, because he's the unwise mortal, right? But I'm thinking the colonel and the mother of ants, the priestess, would be gods from flesh. And yeah, I always thought it was gods from nowhere, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Light in the Inkwell. Musgrave, 4th of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brandkrug and the legacy of the sacred inks called the Incausta Revelatonia. So that's actually kind of neat that Musgrave has multiple ink books. Okay, I gotta figure out what my strategy is here for Mr. Kill. I've actually changed my mind, so I'm going to use the whisk to bring him in because I need a faster turnaround on memories. But I am still going to keep cataloging books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Where does the one Crimson God come from? The one you can summon in Culta Simulator. Are you talking about Azim? Because I believe Azim is a name of the Red Grail. That's a good question, actually, as to what the Grail counts as. So I believe the Grail the Grail like consumed the tide. I think the Thunderskin would be a god from blood because the Thunderskin was sacrificed to appease the horned axe. So that strikes me that that would be a sacrifice. I'm actually not sure what the Grail is, but I could see it being a god from blood because of the. But then again, I guess the conquest of the tide wouldn't make that a. Wouldn't necessarily make that a sacrifice. Actually, really, I don't think I could say what the Grail is. Oh, it could be both? Yeah. So this is the challenge, right? Like, if you start quizzing me on this stuff, I actually don't have enough... I don't have enough of that committed to memory. And I mean, in fairness, I suppose if you were a mortal and you were sacrificed and you become an hour, that would make you a god from flesh and a god from blood, but... I think there might be a suggestion that the moth is a god from light, but I don't believe the moth is. I haven't run into anything that says that it is that, but that doesn't mean that that's not the case, because like a lot of these distinctions I notice tend not to be explicitly stated in books. There is a book, I think, called Origins of the Hours that makes the distinction between that talks about like God from light, God from flesh, God from blood, God from stone. I'm like 90% sure it's Origins of Hours, but it usually doesn't sit down and say, all right, so this is what the Grail is, and this is what the kernel is, and this is what the... Like, I think a lot of that is left to inference. I don't think that's true, actually, but again, the problem is that I don't know it well enough to be able to like say, here is the part of the lore that says that moth isn't everything. But yeah, I'm actually. I feel that would put it in a fairly unique position, if that's, and then I think probably based on Book of Hours, it would say if Moth would be the oldest living, which is weird because if the horned axe is a god from stone. Okay, I'm gonna break my brain if I think too much about this stuff. But yeah, I would be very surprised if that was the case for the moth, let's say. But yeah, my biggest, like the most certainty I have largely is the Colonel and the Mother of Ants being gods from flesh, precisely because of the details listed in The Slaying of the Seven Coiled, that book we were talking about before. Exorcism for Girls. So that's good for two reasons. One, we have the Affair of the Absent Friend, which requires edgelore, but it also is a source of fear, which means the next time I want to boost up a minor, I can. Although I actually need to read this first, so that will be a challenge. Okay, we have finished our manual labor. We do need to bring back certain aspects, so one of these will be whist so that we can make Mr. Kill do something. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So I did say that I was going to open the smoking room before I opened the... before I went further, but smoking room. A tarnished brass sign on the door clearly reads smoking room. Rags of very old smoke sway restlessly, hazing the room beyond. What remains of the protections Van Loren once placed on it, and yet still no sign of fire. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Why do I generate so many memories despite the fact that they don't last forever? So it largely comes down to the fact that there's specific memories that I need. So I guess it's kind of like, it's the old, like, you've got a drawer full of different colored socks, and the lights go out. You want to make sure that you have two of a matching pair. How many socks do you need to draw out? The answer, unless you have one color in the drawer, first of all, why aren't you pairing your socks? But number two, like, the one answer you're not going to give unless you only have one color in that drawer is two, right? I think the answer in all cases is just the number of colors of socks plus one. So it's less about whatever. It's less about the ones that I generate that I don't use. It's more about what memories I'm specifically looking for. So I suppose if it comes down to, Mr. Kill generating what would it be? I guess a regret and a hindsight. I'm trying to think if there's another winter one that would be useful for me. Probably not. Well, like say he makes a regret and a hindsight and a rose and a revelation. And heck, let's throw a foresight in as well. That would basically give me everything that I would need to be able to level up all of the different villagers to help them open up the various rooms. But there's no guarantee that I'm going to get any memory from him. So I do have a few guarantees in the sense that, Keon at Abydos is always going to give me a regret. Actually, we've got that written as Impulse, Introduction to the Histories. There are a few books that I can read, but if I read those books, that costs me an element of the soul, and I don't have a lot of them. So one of the things that's easy to do, the talk verb really isn't used unless I'm either generating a memory or I am attaching something to someone that I want to unless I'm attaching something to someone that I want to do something. And so one consequence of that is it's helpful for me to just spin off a whole bunch of memories so that I have the option to do something with them rather than, sort of sit and not do anything with it. So for instance, if I want to take advantage of this forge, what would I need? 6 forge here. So the problem is I don't have any forge. I don't have a forge element of the soul right now, but I have the 6 winter. And the other thing that's important to remember is that for most of the day, what I'm doing is I'm cataloging various books. And so I don't necessarily know whether or not I'm going to get a book that's within my ability. So the ones that are within my ability are basically Rose, Moth, Heart, Winter, and Lantern to a limited extent. I guess Scale, Nectar, and Heart as well. But again, usually to limited degrees. So by having a collection of memories that I can work with, if it turns out that I wind up cataloging a book which has a very useful ability for me, I want to make sure I'm prepared for it. And in the end, all I'm really giving up is something that, isn't going to be used otherwise. So. Yeah. If you want to, presumably you will have done this, because there really isn't another way to, like, once you get, I guess a good example of this would be the Despoiled Laboratory. So if you, I think even if you get something like the Poet, the Poet's only going to give you, hello, Ionix. Good to see you. I was actually talking about Prosciutto Fist, but like behind her back. Don't tell her I was saying anything. So like even if you get a Poet, Poet's only going to give you 5 winter, so you need to do something to improve their aspects. Right, Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. And I know Sweeps the Pillow Clean gave me the correct pronunciation of the god, but I am going to call it Janus. So, how are you spending the Agonalia of Janus, Ionix? Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, listen. So those are the ones that always make me a little sad because there's nothing, nothing that you get from duplicating a memory. But okay, so one of these wisps I'm going to use to make some money, and we need it because we only have a shilling and a penny at this point. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic, but there's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. The hope here is that I'm going to be able to get Mr. Kill to generate at least one more winter memory. In a pinch, there's the regret. This has definitely been a good playthrough for just-in-time memories showing up, so I'm pretty happy about that. That will get us the Despoiled Laboratory. By the way, I was talking about Ovid's Fasti, which I have beside me today. Watch for what lies ahead. While we are wrapping up the day, here is the description to the Penguin Classics edition, translated and edited with an introduction notes and glossary by A.J. Boyle and R.D. Woodard. Beneath a patriotic facade, Ovid's final poem is deliciously subversive of the values and propaganda of the emperor who sent him into exile. And please excuse me for belching partway through that. One of the fullest and most enjoyable sources of information on Roman myth and religion, the Fasti is both a calendar of daily rituals and a witty sequence of stories recounted in a variety of styles and genres: comic, tragic, elegiac, epic, and erotic. Yet many of them contain uncomfortable political echoes. Augustus tried to control his subjects by imposing his own version of history and annual cycle of festivals on them, but Ovid, banished to the Black Sea, brilliantly debunks the official heroes and power structures. After celebrating the emperor as Jupiter on Earth, for example, he deliberately juxtaposes a story showing the king of gods as a savage rapist. Endlessly playful, this is also a work of real integrity and courage, a superb climax to the career of one of Rome's greatest writers. There is something kind of weird about that parenthetical and then having the words endlessly playful afterwards, but it is absolutely something that Ovid has used, even in Metamorphoses. He used that to great effect. So, all right. I don't know if I can afford. Let's go for it. Let's bring the heart back and see if we can make a little more money. My assistant and I will be prudent. All right, so we have the 6 winter that we were looking for. We're going to keep talking with Mr. Kill just to see if we can get a memory. So to answer Rhea the Moth's question before, so right now in my bed I can take Scale, Forge, Knock, or Heart. So my options right now are Storm, Fear, or Foresight. All of these are options that I can take with me, but what I want to think about is there something that I might want more by the end of today, that would, that I'd still be able to take through. So Gossip, for instance, isn't going to help because I don't have Grail or Rose here. but I generate these memories simply because I don't necessarily know what I'm going to need the next day. And so I'm generating sort of a surplus and then working out the... Oh, you know what? I'm going to ditch the sixpence. No tuppence, no beer. There's just no way I was going to be able to work that again. So I'm not going to have any information about what I need after the despoiled laboratory, so maybe we go... I think I'm going to keep this... Well, the storm doesn't really help me, though. Although I am going to keep the storm for other reasons. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Alright, despoiled laboratory. This was an alchemist's workshop and a picture gallery, but these pictures have been flung down, the vessels overturned, and the solvents and reagents spilt. It will be time-consuming and dangerous to repair. Now, the other thing that I forgot to mention was we have opened up another set of rooms, so we're on to some of the Curia rooms now. So, the Curia period. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. And who was that librarian, I wonder? So tomorrow I think I'll try and... So I want to generate a revelation first, but following that I think we'll try and hire Reverend Timothy again. He can get us a little bit closer to the church. And I guess it really depends on what we find in the laboratory. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we'll start the day right. We'll bring in Mr. Kill right away. We'll use the health for manual labor. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And it's a sunny day, so I didn't actually need Mr. Kill. Fair enough. Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea. He'll offer his assistance in return for a 1 shilling donation to church funds. It's my last shilling. We do appreciate the contribution. Mr. Kill can always find a few spare hours to help a friend, so let's talk with him. Let's also... I'll use the FET first. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly 1700s to 1800s. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to be another sunny day, but there you have it. The Flood Gallery. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, extended this space, decorating it with semi-precious materials and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. So we've got silvered snares. This is definitely the limits of our abilities right now. So it's going to take 8 edge or 8 winter to go into the next room. And we found 3 Curia period books. We've got the Sacrament Asite back in the Dawn period. The Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the Rites of the Horned Axe. That's a 6-knock drink. Sacrament Calisite back in the Dawn period. The Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the Rites of the Red Grail. 6 Grail. Glassfinger Toxin, what is within without, what is without within. A poison sacred to the votaries of the Menascate. Sacrament Malachite, back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the Rites of the Ringyu, the hour which has also been called the Malachite. Rubywise Ruin, we've read one of these before. Ruddy liquor wrung from flowers, even when the flowers aren't red. Xanthotic Essence, the rich gold of a summer afternoon. If sunlight precedes moonlight, St. Anselm observed, the Menascate must precede the Madrigad, and the light that was lost will remain. Wolf Snow Ampule, far too cold ever to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh, a 4-winter liquid. More Perinculate, a little something to write your catalogs in. A serpent-styled glass, carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervinius, in earnest of our wager." Turpentine, an odorous eraser of odors. One forge, one winter. Quartz chunk, ice rock, winking light, one rose. Solomon's preparation, Solomon Husher, hence it being preparation H. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. Hello, Neological. Greetings all. I've escaped from the networking equipment. Looks like I missed sweeps and a new start. So much excitement. It's not quite a new start in the sense that I have finished the old playthrough. We'll actually be returning to that tomorrow. But for those of you wondering why we're doing something special today, we wanted to mark Solomon's retirement. Let's worry about that bust later. Lady Tryphon, a very old portrait in the Byzantine style. Leaves in the Wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. Portrait of a behatted lady. The more prominent the headgear, the closer to the glory. Departure. Here Valentine painted gulls migrating across a darkening sea. Glory's Gift, a human figure silhouetted against a blazing sun. Dr. Serena Blackwood, No One is in the Picture, Only an Empty Garden. As Above, So Below, a framed page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. Lord Monday, a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman with receding hair and a clear expression of astonished delight. The boy prays. There is no sign of a boy in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. A sacrifice. A silent crowd watches a robed priest drown a struggling victim in a bowl of rainbowed oil. The foundlings, a pair of human eyes, peer from darkness in a tangle of roots. Ava de Wolf. This is the crystal called scolecite, the wormstone polished to chill smoothness. I'm taking that. Armagnac d'Ise. Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe Monsieur Courtin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from Yves beyond the sea. And Stargall ink, an ink traditionally but only rarely made with meteoric iron, a minor ink of power. Also a lumpy melodic chair, someone appears to have tuned to the squeaks, and melodic chair, someone appears to have tuned the squeaks. Okay, so continuing our tradition here, we have got the 7th Baroness Brandkrug, a niche with a plaque not to be crossed, not to be found. Excuse me. So, funny thing about this would be if I were to try and read Traveling at Night Volume 2 again. Do Sacralamea, Memory Storm for 3, Astrolabe for 4, and I could try the same trick with the Sunny, but we're going to use Reverend Timothy for that. Still, something for me to think about. Let's see how the day goes. So I'm not expecting there's anything we're going to be able to do with Mr. Kill today. He's just going to be a memory generator. I wouldn't necessarily have used him, save for the fact that the Berry Book. There's a Blake, 7th Librarian of Hush House, talks about fruit for no other apparent reason but that it was the kind of thing she did. She talks about the fruit in the woven language Kilisimi. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. No, Stargall Ink will not work there, because it is still one short. I also forgot to use the Tryst. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So, let's bring back the whisk. So, I'm in this tough spot right now where I kind of want to renew my finances, but I also still want to catalog all of these books. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. I guess the thing is, I should be a little more cautious about the money because I don't really have a whole lot to do with the hirelings. The Amalgam of Red Rose, that's an 8 forge text, so I guess we'll put that on the other side. Yes, I mean, the thing is that I am making money to try and hire people to come in, but until I get access to... So with the nectar, I can use the health, but I need someone with the nectar aspect, so that's not going to come until fall when we get an orchard keeper. I actually don't know if there's a two-edge memory that isn't contradiction, and contradiction isn't something that comes from assistance. That's going to come from a book. So the likelihood of me being able to use Denzil, unless I can get the Cucurbit Barrette, that's kind of sitting idle, so I won't have a reason to hire him. For the Ruinous Hall, now I suppose if it comes to heart, that's again Orchard Keeper or Mrs. Kill, but I can't access Mrs. Kill until I get Grail, and of course I can break down and put Rhyme and Remembrance and Skolakosophy, let's say. But even then, I'm using a health to bring Mrs. Kill up to 2 heart, and then I could bring in a storm, so then I'm up to 4. But I don't have access to the cake bowls, the kitchen bowls, and I don't have access to the mop and bucket. So, and the cake bowls and the mortar and pestle are the things to give me nectar for the garden. So the Ruinous Hall doesn't really help me. And then when it comes to scale, the only people who have scale are the miners. So that's, well, sorry, when I say only people, I mean the guaranteed people. Obviously, you can hire the weirdos. So again, that's another example of where I wouldn't hire someone. So Gloomy Room, well, if we're talking about how it's difficult to get 4 edge, 5 edge isn't any easier. 5 heart we just covered. Neglected Room, 5 Grail, 5 heart. Well, we've talked about the heart, but Grail is a very similar problem. We don't have the spice scales. We do occasionally get satisfaction, but I don't have any Arab to bring in Mrs. Kill, and I don't have any Arab to boost my followers. So again, what exactly am I setting aside the money for in that case? So the one exception here is we do have the Shadowed Atrium, so Reverend Timothy is going to help us out with that. In fact, he's equipped to do that right now. So this has long been a holy place, but in the absence of prayers, other influences have crept in. I'll need help to purify it step by step. The Silvered Snares is kind of an interesting one because we can get Mr. Kill up to 6 winter, no problem. The challenge is that 6 winter doesn't cut it anymore. What we need is we need 8. And so one option here would be something like Eigengrau or the water. But then I would need to find another 1 winter somewhere else. Now, the pantry will get me a pale marrow, but that's kind of a single-use sort of item. Another potential option here would be Solomon's Preparation. But the problem with Solomon's Preparation, that's 4 winter, and I only have 1 of those right now. So that is a huge concession. I also don't have any gardening, so if once I use that, that's it. So I can't really see myself opening up this, particularly for this room. I mean, no disrespect to the Hall of Mirrors, but like this is not the sort of thing that I would want to, to take my only winter drink. And then again, Serpent Haunted Room, well, we were already talking about the scale. I suppose there's a story to be told about knock. I don't have Shapt. Reverend Timothy only has one knock. Web-snared room. Oh, actually, I didn't pay attention to this. So the web-snared room, not only does that get me the lunar globe, that is something... No, I can't. Because they only have one rose. Okay, let me think about how I would do this, because this is actually interesting. So Rose, Barber has one rose, Fett has two, whatever, actually Gossip would do the trick here, so that's a total of 4, so that brings us up to 5. Actually, Armagnac de Guise... No, that's Moon it brings. Crumbs. Ross Crag and Whiskey. That's it. Okay. Now I really need to make money. So we're going to put the books on hold for a bit because I have an opportunity to... Oh, I should still be talking with Mr. Kill, though. Better now. All right, I'm going to turn that into money right away. I will restore the fat... Oh, yeah, actually, I guess I need to cycle through it. Anyways. 6 pence... Actually, yeah, I'm going to be able to turn the FET back into an element. It's going to be tight, but I think I can make this work. And we might be able to open up the sky rooms if we get a storm. I'll worry about that when a storm comes, because I'm going to want to think about a few things with a storm anyway. Like, if a storm arrives, the question is, do I try to open another room, or do I try and read some of the challenging books? And that's always a dilemma that I face in this game. Okay, the atrium. In 1651, Musgrave de Wolf endowed the atrium with a shrine to St. Januarius of the Gate. Musgrave was a pious man, but also a Puritan, so the grand shrine was a little unusual. St. Januarius is also an unusual choice, but he is the patron saint of boundaries, and the de Wolfs were often said in some senses to be marcher lords charged with the keeping of boundaries. This also gives us another period, so the Solar Gothic period from the 11th to the early 16th century, the Sisters and Brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a centre of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. We have the atrium chair reserved for latecomers, non-believers, and the pensive. We have 2 Aglafoda scented candles, and we have the shrine to St. Januarius. St. Januarius is the name which was wounded, the name of exceptions, the little god at the door. We can get to the gloomy stair, so that's another job for Mr. Kill. Probably not today. And the darkened church, I think I'm stuck... I don't think I can get Reverend Timothy to get us into the darkened church unless I use a candle, and I'm not opposed to using a candle. It's just maybe a little early for me to be giving up consumables when I can already commit some skills to the Tree of Wisdoms to get elements of the soul. Alright. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. I need to be really, really precise with my timing, but I think I can just sneak... I think I can just sneak the barber in. I'm hoping I can, because if I blow it, then Well, there is... nah, I mean, the damage is done if that happens, but... lots of good things. Whether or not we're going to be able to hire the barber in time is a big question, though. I'm really not feeling confident about it. No, that's never gonna work. Okay, that's a little bit of a shame, but we can still turn this into something. So what we're gonna do here is we're going to catalog the book. So the reason why I aborted the attempt is that I need the time to hit the barber with the fet, and I need the time to hit them with the memory. And I don't think there's enough time from hearing the bell to completing that to be able to do both. And of course, when the sun goes down, we're not able to interact with people anymore. So that's a little bit of a shame. We will not be able to keep the gossip or the intuition overnight, which is also a shame. If I had brought the whist back, I could have actually opened up another room. But we were trying for the fet. It is what it is. I mean, there's no point in kicking up a fuss about it. It didn't turn out, but we'll have other opportunities. But I am going to focus on that barber. I think I'm still going to bring in Mr. Kill because he's basically my free source of memories. The problem with the barber is that if I don't wind up with a gossip or an intuition and I hire him, then I've basically blown out my budget and I don't necessarily have a way of getting it back. Old copper nose and the softer metal. More level 8 forge texts. But yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because I originally said, okay, maybe it's time for me to stop, stop focusing on hirelings, but it does turn out that there's at least 2 rooms that I can open, one of which has something very helpful. So if I can get the rose, memory, or sorry, the rose tool, that will help me out with a lot. All right, I think we're probably going to keep the storm again. It's like Solace, it just has an extra sky to it. Anyway, it's a shame that I used up the tuppence, but we're up 1 on a book. In fact, I've taken care of my queue, so we'll add some uncatalogued curia books. I obviously want to handle the library at some point, but there's just so much to read. Oh yeah, Ambrose. This bust is cast in brass. Now, Ambrose is the first librarian, but I'm not in a rush to place him. The other thing that's worth remembering is that I do have the option of a few inks to help me read certain books. So, like, I could read War of the Roads pretty much automatically by using the Perinculate. But, again, it's one of these cases where if you're not able to restore a particular ingredient, is it really... like, is a 4-edge book really the sort of thing you want to use a powerful ingredient on? Usually the answer to that is no. So, usual routine, speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. I'm going to keep the whist aside for now. Manual labor, there's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. So we're going to wait until the We're gonna wait until the until we know that we can make use of the barber before hiring them, and we will start cataloging some books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. And we've got a sunny day and a storm. So if there was a 5 lantern, we'd be good. As it is, I don't have that much use of the sunny day. So Mr. Kill Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So I'm going to say that the Fet and Whist are untouchable right now. Once I have a clearer idea of what I have available. Actually, that's not entirely true about the Whist. What I might do is I might use it to make money and then cycle back. But a lot of the day is going to be dedicated to an Almanac of Entrances, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, compiled by Willem Harries in the 1860s during his term as the librarian of Hush House. This is the double digits pile. Yeah, a lot of today's actions are going to be driven by Mr. Kill and the memories he generates for us. So Impulse is interesting because of its nectar. As always, you kind of want to take a look at these things and what you can do with it. The most interesting thing about nectar is the fact that Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats is not that hard to work with. The big problem with this is that it would be so much better if I had either the kitchen bowls or the mortar and pestle, because we're going to be short, but the challenge is that so many of the things that we could use to boost our... like the things that we could use to boost our nectar are not that powerful, and they're kind of rare. So, you know, our health would be used, so if it asks for another element of the soul, we're short there. We can reliably generate Impulse now, but Impulse only gives 1 nectar, and we'd be too short. Now that changes on the day that we have rain. So, you know, I'm not completely ruling it out as a possibility, but at the moment it's not the most important thing for me to follow up on. If I was feeling brave, I could try traveling at night. So again, we've got Sacralamea for 1, Storm for 2, and then we have the sunny day. So this is 4, 5, Astrolabe is 6. Well, there's the justification to hire the barber. I'm actually not opposed to trying the... I don't think I'm opposed to trying the... traveling at night today. I may not have a lot of time for it, though. So, let's get the assistance from a traveling barber. In summer, the barber comes by to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose, alternatively add a soul card to find any rarer guests who might be seeking employment. Okay, now I want to think a little bit. I need to make sure that it's something that I can use at the Pale Desk. So Pale Desk is good for Lantern, Scale, Sky, and Winter. So my preference would have been to use Trist, but Trist isn't available there, so I am going to have to bring a Whist back. Will buy me a hearty meal. It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, Revelation is tempting, but I don't think it really gives me anything that I need here. I can discuss a memory with an assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. So there's 3 actions I need to take with the barber. The gossip, the fet, and then the Roscragan whiskey. After that, we'll be back to Mr. Kill. It's not the end of the world if I'm not able to get a winter memory from him. But if it turns out, that's just another room for us to take care of. So. Alright, now the fet. Perhaps we shared a dream, boosts Rose and Moth. I suppose the funny thing about this is I didn't actually need to hire the barber. I could have done all of this with Mr. Kill, now that I think of it, because the Roscragan whiskey is going to take us over the edge. Still, I have Mr. Kill available. All I really did was give up a whist. I could be setting myself up for a world of hurt doing this, but it's not the first time I've done something stupid to try and read Traveling at Night. So we do the Memory Storm here, and we bring in the Astrolabe. So the reason why the Stargall ink doesn't work... Well, I mean, I can, but the reason why this doesn't work in this situation is this brings me up to 4 Sky. I don't have any Fost, so I can't bring it up to 5. The thing that I'm short by is 2 Sky. Well, I can get that from the Sunny Day. Now, I suppose there's a very small argument to say that if there's, something like a painting or whatever, the Stargall gives me the option of using, I think maybe as above, so below. But in the end, this is a bit of a flyer here. And it just kind of comes back to that idea of, because I'm in a situation where I can't necessarily rebuild a lot of these consumables, I'm a lot more willing to take blunders. Like, basically, I'm willing to say, okay, that didn't turn out, maybe now I've got an affliction, or now I've got, X, Y, or Z. And, like, that's a shame, but that's the cost of doing a risky action. Whereas if if I'm too eager to use certain consumables, what I'm possibly going to find myself in is a situation where I really need to use them for something important, or something that'll give me like 2 or 3 lessons, and then I just don't have that option. It's like using Solomon's Preparation to open the Silvered Snares. It's not so much that I don't like this room, it's just that what this room gives me is not nearly as good as the option of using Solomon's Preparation when I really need it. At some point I also want to brew the tea and make the coffee, but one thing at a time. Okay, Roscragan whiskey for the barber's assistants. Please enjoy this whiskey that's been sitting out in the open for 7 years. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Like I said, this was a little silly of me because I absolutely did not need to hire the barber for this, and it would have been cheaper to use Mr. Kill, but potentially I have Mr. Kill available for... well, actually, no, he's not going to have enough memories, so yeah. It's a slight inefficiency, but we'll make it up by earning money with the whist. Down to the Grushans. This has boosted their aspects appropriately. So, into the web-snared room. The cobwebs here are as thick as ivy, clinging to the walls and furniture. Black-furred bodies rustle stickily. Van Loren was creative here. Many of the spiders are probably only seemings, but the webs are real, and it'll be long and tiresome work clearing away the webs. Alright, let's keep talking with Mr. Kill. If I'm lucky, I'll wind up with a regret. And that will give me... that'll give me a chance to... I'll sleep on it, and I'll be able to use that in the morning. Okay, relevant furniture, soul, and epiphany. Epiphany might actually give me sky. We definitely don't have double, we definitely don't have a 2 furniture, so a bit unlucky in terms of the result. Them's the breaks. This is actually oddly a case where Stargull would have worked out. Kind of hard to see how Sky would be Duende or Ubi Sunt, though, so there's still a chance. Stretch my legs and change my point of view. All right. The map room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th Librarian and former Nocturnal Branch Superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operations of his many agents. This gives me Catwink, so this is good for some extra moon. We've got the hallowed anthropoderm. Yes, it's human skin, but it's not just human skin. Catwink, the smell of Catwink puts off vermin, but it is very difficult to read in sunlight. An ink of containment, 3 Curia period books, a sacrifice. This is the priest drowning a struggling victim in a pool of rainbow oil. Carries, aspired city is dimly visible through a vast rolling wave. A vase of roses, a proud ornament. The vagabond desk, so more opportunities to combine certain aspects together, although we don't have Arab or metal. We don't have Shapt. We do have Fet, so this will be useful for not using up the consider verb when working with, when cataloging books. We have Green's red chair, a little wobbly. Green used to lean forward. And I also forgot to read the description for the Westcott room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734 to 1797. This is why it's Westcott's bust. Ambrose's favorite chair, somewhat pocked with cigar burns. Inviting footstool. How many home from the storm propped their feet here and gazed into the fire? A glass of Domaine Reveline, 2 Grail and 1 Scale, a small candlestick, simple elegance. Ambrose's desk. Ambrose did most of his work downstairs in the foundry and kitchen, or upstairs in the laboratory that later became the Flood Gallery, but it was at this desk that he composed The Temptations of Architecture and wrote long cross letters to the Times about the flaws of the British Constitution. We have a cranial tchotchke. We all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. Cyprian's lamp, a curio brought back from one of Serena Blackwood's trips to Greece. A quire of paper, creamy smooth and eagerly awaiting ink. Ashertine, lies written in Ashertine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark, an ink of revelation. Big stack of books, and Philemon. Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom it is said his trophies resembled. Phidian and Tavish. Finally, the Mansus. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. We got the dueling hall, so 8 Edge and 8 Grail is a lot to ask, so I don't think we're going to be going there. We need to see whether or not the Epiphany turns out, and I think that's it. Alright, doesn't look like I've got anything that I need, so it seems to be Winter, Moth, and Heart? I guess so. It was for the man of letters to record these epiphanies with extreme care, seeing that they themselves are the most delicate and evanescent of moments. Joyce. So, didn't turn out. That's life. Unless I get an affliction, then I'm going to feel super bad. Mysteries have defeated me for now. You can always try again later, so I have a regret, which is nice. I'm going to tuck that away overnight. I'll use that with Mr. Kill in the morning. Yeah, so I am still going to be moderate in earning some cash. I think having the option to bring people in the case of an emergency or an opportunity is good. But we're minimum cataloging 2 books a day. I don't mind taking more attempts at the what do you think? Yeah, I don't mind taking more attempts at the allopoly work, but it's I'm definitely going to need some kind of weather or something to make it worth doing. We can use the FET to catalog one of the books. And the cloudy day doesn't really do anything, so that's kind of just free weather at this point. Now there is one thing I want to take a quick look at before I go too far. So we can add Whist to the Alchemist set. Oh, I gotta wait on the regret. And carry the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is just get an idea of what I can realistically do with some of my winter substances. And what I want to do is I kind of want to throw as much winter as I can in here. Although, come to think of it, the wolf snow... Well, yeah, we'll use the wolf snow. I feel like there should be another winter thing that I can throw in here. Liquid... No, remains. We haven't opened... Oh, actually... weirdly enough, I don't think we do have something wintry that I can put in. It's not critical. It's mostly just to try and push the result a little further. Okay, so quenchings and quellings, we're at 12. This is good. Okay, so once I get the ability to garden, I can make Solomon's Preparation, so that's nice to know that that's an option. Snow Stories... Okay, this is actually also good to know. So I can make a Bittersweet Certainty, which is a lantern and winter memory. That will become helpful when I'm trying to upgrade certain ability or certain skills. Snow Stories with Prentice level Winter creates Bittersweet Certainty with Scholar level Recipe. Let it guide my hand when I dissect remains, and I can render something darkly leathery, chillingly powerful. Okay, but that doesn't make Mr. Kill better at stuff. All right, we'll boost Mr. Kill with the regret. We'll hit him with the whist. And let's see what the book is before I commit my tryst to anything. The Leonine Tantra. This is an 8 edge text. I'm going to stick this on top of the bookshelf for now. The money constraint is actually sort of getting in the way of real progress on the books here. So I may want to reconsider that strategy at some point. No. A little over enthusiastic there. I think at some point what I'm going to have to do is decide how badly am I committed to this idea of holding back on certain skills on the Tree of Wisdoms, because the thing is that we are getting to a point where we're not guaranteed to open up rooms, and I'm not necessarily getting new skills either. On the other hand, we have sort of been eking out advantages here and there. So I'm not quite ready to throw in the towel on the approach. But I do need to start thinking a little more carefully about how committed I am to the to keeping options open. I figure at minimum we probably want to take care of the like the Curia books. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of books to catalog, so I should probably just cool it on committing. So there's a lot, like, probably what I could do, I could spend a couple of days committing all of my elements of the soul to studying this stuff. And the reason why that matters is that yes, there are some books which are sort of low-hanging fruit to study, which, just committing a skill to the Tree of Wisdoms would help with, but I suspect there's going to be some, like, Rose, Heart, Moth. I would be surprised if we've exhausted our possibilities in terms of those books. So again, I'll try and slowly rebuild my finances. This one will actually be a little bit easier because now I can just cycle between the tuppence and the whist, tuppence and whist, tuppence and whist. We've got what I need for Mr. Kill. And again, if an opportunity comes up, great, I'll take it. But this should sort of replenish my finances for a little bit and allow me some flexibility in later days. Okay, now here's an interesting question. So I've got 6 winter for Mr. Kill, so there's one argument which says I don't need to talk with him anymore, because what other memory do I really need? We don't necessarily see where the next location is. It wouldn't hurt to have a memory to take overnight, but I think I'm just going to go for the Gloomy Stare. This has long been a whole... Nah, you know what? Sorry, changed my mind. I am actually going to stock up some memories. Because there's also nothing critical that I need from the Gloomy Stare, so at the very least I can have some options overnight. But the way it's looking now, we've used my spare elements of the soul. I think what I'm going to do moving forward, unless there's something obvious that I can use for this upper level, what I'm going to do for the next little while is I'm going to take the Sweet Bones. So I'm going to have one element of the soul that I sort of sacrifice to the Sweet Bones. And I'm just going to do this cycle of work, and then rest, work and rest, work and rest. So that's going to get a steady trickle of money coming in. So basically kind of like what I'm doing here. And then the remainder, so the Whist, Health, Fet, and Tryst, those 4 are going to be dedicated to taking care of the books. And of course, I'll interrupt that if there's an opportunity that comes up with a memory, if there's an opportunity that comes up with like weather or something like that. Obviously, I'll change it around, but I think that seems to be a good way of handling my progress without committing myself to things that I might regret once I read certain books. Because I think what's going to happen here is that basically we're holding a lot in reserve, arguably too much in reserve. But basically what's happening here is that we need just one break in terms of edge or something like that. And then all of a sudden I'm going to find myself with access to a few other skills that help, they sort of knock down a couple of the other blocks that I have. And you never quite know where that break is going to come from because the books are randomly determined. So the best thing that I can do right now is, as much as possible, focus on churning through the books that I have, acknowledging there's always that risk that I'm going to wind up with an affliction. But I mean, that's the cost of doing business, right? And then I don't know, like if I get the affliction, I'll deal with it then. But I think probably from that point, I think if it looks like I've worked myself into a corner as far as the books, I'm gonna have to pick whether I take consumables or skills first. I'd probably give up some consumables. So for instance, Black Nephrite is a good candidate because we've got 1 from the Tryst, 2 from the Snow Stories, and now we have the Lunar Globe. Yeah, we'll see. So 1, 3, 4, 6. Actually, I don't even need to worry about the I don't need to worry about the Catwink. I can use the Lunar Globe, and we should be able to read Black Nephrite. So I'll make sure that I do that with the Tryst. I suppose I should. And I hang on to the Stolen Secret as a result. I get an intuition too, why not? Alright, so we can... What am I doing? Open up the Gloomy Stair. This has long been a holy place, but the Madrigal has withdrawn her favors now, and a chilliness awaits here where dawn will not touch it. Only once it is pacified can I safely pass. I seem to recall this is like an 8... I think this is like an 8 forge challenge. So if I had metal and Denzil, that's not that big of a deal, but... Again, there's other things that I can do, so I'm not going out of my way to commit myself to things until I feel like I'm kind of getting my money's worth out of it. So Tryst is going to be used to do something different tomorrow, but we'll still put the FET towards cataloging. We can make money with health. I'm not convinced we need Mr. Kill today, so I'm going to see what the weather brings. Watch, it'll be like a storm. Oh, rain. Okay. This is where I really need to think hard. Actually, what I need to do is I need to get an impulse, and I need to take a chance on Kittling Ripe's tasty treats. Okay, that's not a hardship. Let's take the Tryst. I will add the Lunar Globe. So now we add the Snow Stories for the moon. Oh wait, I still need to wait 7 seconds. Oh, it's autumn. Okay. Scrub all that. We're hiring an orchard keeper. An advertisement from Cater and Hero. The firm Cater and Hero, alive to the possibility of commerce, has sent a smudgely printed catalog addressed to the librarian. And current affairs. What is happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Good question. I hope it's not somebody who's looking for Rose. Alright, so we use our Tryst, we use the Stolen Secret, we use the Snow Stories. Okay, now I know how to make a midnight mark, aren't I clever? We take the Lunar Globe, so that's my 6 moon, and then we read Black Nephrite, and we laugh at the challenge. I can master this mystery. So, Rhea the Moth, if you were looking for gods from nowhere, you are about to hear some stories. Alright, so if I want, Cater and Hero has offices almost everywhere. Not in this misty limb of the kingdom, but they will at least deliver here. And in this case, we don't really need any of the stuff that they offer, but if I had more money, I could, buy some things that would make my stay here a little more, a little easier. All right. Now, I don't need to worry about the FET, so we're going to use the Vagabond desk and catalog one of the books. And again, after we're done the manual labor, I will pick up the Orchard Keeper. And the glorious stair. Each stair tread is decorated with a quotation from the Book of Sons, so that the congregation might be edified as they ascend. The quotes are worn to half legibility by the passage of all those worshipful feet, which may be why some of these quotations differ troublingly from any Orthodox version. It has, of course, been claimed that the Sisterhood of the Knot, who first held the Isle, also held a copy of the long-suppressed Shuritic version of this book. Alright, we have the Wind-Prowled Gallery, so that's 8 Forge, 8 Lantern, or 8 Sky, none of which is really viable for us. It may, we may be surprised, it may turn out, but I'm not holding my breath on that, let's say. I am happy, though, that we have rain in fall, or autumn, because, speaking of the Elegies season, dawn. At this time, the Sisters of the Abbey would raise their voices in praise of the Madrigad for the office of Aurora. And we have operations of a certain finality. So we have 4, we can add 6 with the Wisp. This is actually a book that we can read. So I'm actually going to put this in my inventory to make this a little more explicit. Trying to think which of the nectar rooms are most useful. I guess the ones that give me the flowers probably count for more. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Alright, shilling. Assistance from an orchard keeper. In autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brankrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard keepers offered nectar and a little heart, alternatively add a soul card to find rarer guests who might be seeking employment. This is a pretty straightforward one. So we are going to renew the health and put that towards making some money. Orchard Keeper's assistance. In Cornwall, it is quite possible to take a stride from the richest vegetation into the abomination of desolation. It has been said in mockery that Cornwall does not grow wood enough to make coffins for the people. Sabine Baring Gould. Okay, we talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. And we have Lala Kamia, who I suspect would be an edge. Well, actually, she's looking for Rose and Edge, so this could go both ways. She also knows Crack Track, so I suppose I can pick up a new language if I can't satisfy her request. But let's see how it goes. Lala Kamia, Huntress, Gourmet, Occasional Bureau Consultant. When it can't be killed and it really needs killing, Kamia is the only one they turn... Or, sorry, Kamia is the one they turn to, not the only one. I'm hoping, though, we can just make her happy with War of the Roads. I suppose I should be cataloging books again, huh? This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So, I think it makes sense to keep talking with the Orchard Keeper to see if I can get some relevant memories, otherwise I'm stuck getting Mr. Kill next time. I'm going to show where things become a little not confusing, but a little uncertain for me in terms of the best approach. The Hissing Key, an account of the ascent of an hour called the Mother of Ants by the Bossk scholar Mek of the Theban branch of the House of Leith. So that's an 8 scale text. Better now. There's not much work on offer in Brandcrute, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Okay. So here's the dilemma that I have. So now I've used up all my elements of the soul. So one option I have now is to just alternate from... Didn't realize you were doing a marathon today. Yeah, I don't know how far I'm going to get, but I wanted to see how far I could get because it is a special day. I'm sure, Ellen Ripley, you as a scholarly man will be aware of the holiday that we are celebrating today. I guess technically yesterday. Especially given that you're in Australia, so for all I know, you're on to the 11th already. I know you're not on the 11th, but yeah, no, this is, I thought this would be kind of fun to do. But yeah, so one option I have is to make a whole bunch of money for going from the sweet bones, essentially manual labor, restoring the heart, manual labor, restoring the heart, and so on and so forth. The other thing that I can do is, excuse me, occasionally interrupt it by trying to bring back something like a Fete or a Trist. The problem is it will take about a minute for me to catalog something. And I suspect what will happen is there's going to be an excess of things for me to cycle through. Yeah, I think probably I'll just settle for using the elements of the soul until I get a little bit more money set aside, and then after I can focus more on restoring elements of the soul to catalog things. Anyways, let's see what Lalakamiya wants. There are things I need to know. I've been offered a contract to stalk Medusa in Budapest. To stalk, not to hunt. I am not a fool. Okay, so find a book with as much mystery, edge, or rose as their matching interest. We don't have any more books that we can sign out. I'm interested in if we even have a bed that would be relevant for a rose character. That's a grail bed. This would be a winter bed. Yeah, I'm thinking no. So yeah, let's hope that the edge text does the trick. I feel like I'm missing something. Orthodox Christmas, maybe. So yeah, no, it's actually, so this is not directly related to this is not directly related to okay, sorry. What I mean is, this is not exclusive to Book of Hours, but it's definitely not one that... Actually, the thing that's crazy is I really like the poet Ovid that is one of the sources for this holiday, so far as I can tell. But it did take this game to basically make it a direct connection. So January 9th is the Agonalia of Janus. And Sweeps the Pillow Clean, who has done Latin classes, informed me that apparently the correct pronunciation is Janus, but I'm going to settle for Janus. But yeah, so the January... in fact, I can point out the specific reference that's in here. So, Solomon's preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. Yeah, so it is quite literally because it is January 9th. That is the only reason I'm doing the stream. Yeah, no worries. There are maybe other things that are relevant to the game, which we may or may not get into, but I figure we can make this a journey of discovery. An Alucite is a difficult quarry, and an Alucite is difficult quarry, and Medusa is not like any Alucite I have ever heard of. I must know how I can protect myself, or perhaps how I can appease her. Well, again, I don't have any rose text, so thank you. I know how to protect myself as long as I don't get too close. Medusa, by the way, I will definitely be streaming this game at some point, Ellen Ripley, and actually, I guess I could show you the image. I'm sure I can find this online. Just give me a second here. I'm pretty sure it's on the Cultist Simulator wiki. Queen! You get to meet Medusa in Exile, I believe. Black Nephrite, one of Valentine de Wolf's dream journals, in which he records his visions of a place that is no place beneath the house that is no house. The dark, inchoate feral space described by Valentine seems to be the nowhere of the invisible arts, the infra-oniric layer of the alien hours sometimes called gods from nowhere. Valentine's attitude to nowhere hours is unexpectedly relaxed. He speaks darkly of their appetites, but he insists that they are too alien to penetrate the house of the sun, let alone the waking world. He even seems to suggest that the Mantis hours have exaggerated the threat of the nowhere hours for their own reasons. Not all birds are trustworthy in their feathers, he warns. So we get wolf stories from that, and fear. Okay, that's a good one to make a new entry for. So wolf stories we can throw straight into our skill list. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. This gives us scale or a moon. So the scale's kind of helpful here. I'm not expecting us to be able to read the encircling tantra, but it at least gives us a head start. Or not a head start, but a kind of a leg up. Okay, the known unknown tantra. Carlos Garcia Sauri, the ecstatic mystic of the Pyrenees, was known to recite this in 3 languages, though he had never visited the subcontinent. So we're going to put that back. 6 Lanterns a bit tough for us to do right now, but again, you never know. And yeah, like I said, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cycle through in terms of the earn money, like recycle the health until we get a little more secure in terms of cash. But there's definitely some things I can do. Alright, so this is a 2 moon. That's a little disappointing here, but wolf stories. Sometimes we eat the wolf, and sometimes the wolf eats us. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So I have a florin's worth, that's not too bad. And we've got a bronze spintria. So I'm thinking probably what will happen is we'll have our first hailstorm and then I'll be able to read War of the Roads. But for the time being, we're going to keep talking with the Orchard Keeper, and then when I can, we will open up the Tangle of Thorns. Now, it did occur to me one other thing that I could attempt would be, so if I got health for 1 scale, and then we've got Domain Reveille for 2, I can use Fear to generate 4. And I have this serpent-styled glass, so if I felt really desperate, I could try and open up the Ruinous Hall with the wine. I guess the thing is, though, like, I guess what it comes down to is that I'm not so desperate to open up rooms when I have this many books to catalog and potentially read. So for instance, I already have a winter book that I can read. And so even with that, I have 3 books that I'm going to catalog that day no matter what. So I think I'm just going to cool it on trying to force rooms. Like, if an opportunity comes up like the rainy day today, I'm going to take it. But if it's a question of, you know, trying to bang out another... I don't know, like if I want to try and just like bang out another room with Mr. Kill, I really can't see myself doing that unless we wind up in a storm or something. And again, there's a very good argument that I shouldn't use the storm to open up another room, but rather to read some of the books that I haven't been able to access otherwise. I should still keep talking with the Orchard Keeper. I think the easy option here is we go for the regret. So 2 winter here, 4 winter here is 6. Then our whist allows us to read operations of a certain finality. One thing I find interesting too, you've probably noticed that there's, was it the Tomb of Lies and the Labyrinth of Lions? I've heard one or maybe both referred to as Libraries of the Watchman's Tree, but I've never seen a specific reference inside the game, or at least not one that I can remember, compared to the Invisible Serapeum, which in this case here very clearly says, the work of an anonymous adept who violently despised the Invisible Serapeum, the Library of the Watchman's Tree in Alexandria. Which I have to imagine would be a very cool place to visit. Okay, so yes, we will preserve the regret. I don't even know why I really talked to the Orchard Keeper again, because clearly we were going to keep the winter. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So after all that work, we are up a half crown. I still feel like there's more that we can do, but that's a pretty decent place to leave it. And then the Tangle of Thorns, a flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. So if we wind up with a second rainy day in autumn, that's perfect. That will allow us to open up the walled garden. And again, we don't have a whole lot of edge to work with, so it's not like we're going to make use of the practice dummy. I guess it's called the Practic Garden. This is the Physic Garden. But yeah, the Practic Garden would allow us to deal with the stern-looking training dummy. And I don't know. It's just one more thing off my list. So sometimes it's as simple as that. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, first things first, let's get reading. Let's wait till I have my regret. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can buy 6 pence worth of odd jobs. Alright, here we go. I've carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. So, now we get to work. Regret, whist, quenchings and quellings. We don't need to worry about the width. I can master this mystery enough winter to match mystery winter. Fog. That's a big deal, actually. So, Traveling at Night Volume 1. How the hell am I going to get a knock? Ah, I know exactly how I'm going to get a knock. Okay. Wait. Yeah. I'm going to need to change things up a little bit, but today we read Traveling at Night Volume 1. Okay, I am ready for what? Cataloging. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to recover the health, and then I'm going to use the whist instead. The reason for this is that we've got fog. So when I take a look at the books that I currently have available, we've got The War of the Road, so that's an edge. Traveling at Night, Knock. Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Nectar, Traveling at Night, Sky. Encircling Tantra, Scale. Nona Non Tantra, Lantern. Exorcism for Girls, Edge. Grail, Lantern. Couple of Scale, another Lantern. Then we get into the really intense stuff that I'm not going to be able to do for a while. Excuse me. So, I don't. The key on this is that Black Nephrite was the thing that was difficult for me to read, and then I hit the point where, oh no, actually my skills are enough to be able to read this book now. Actually, it's not even the skills; it was specifically me finding the lunar globe. Although the cat wink doesn't hurt either. So, what that means, so I've got the wolf stories. That's nice, but. Essentially, the only thing that fog's really good for... Well, it's okay. There's actually two things that fog is useful for. So, one possibility is we find one of the rooms that needs to be opened with knock. So we've got the serpent-haunted bedroom, which is actually tempting. And I think that's it, actually. So then the question is, okay, so you've shown me that there is something that's useful. To use the knock with. Why don't you? And the answer here, oh God, actually, the more I think about this, the more I think it's possible. So I was originally going to say that you take Reverend Timothy with the fog. That'll give you 4 knock. So then the question is, where do you get the 2? Well, normally the answer would be you use your shaft, but I don't have a shaft right now. So, and then it's like, well, why don't you get one? It's like, well, maybe, but is like, do I want to remove the option of committing that to something later when I really need it, so I can take advantage of this one foggy day? I mean, there's going to be others. The one thing that changes the calculation is I do have the T here, the second flush Assam, and I genuinely do not remember if the second flush Assam gives you 1 or 2 knock. And so I suppose the question now, I don't know why I'm looking at the alchemy set for the T. That is the last play. Actually, I guess in Breaking Bad, they used the chemistry set in the meth lab for... or you'd use the serpent milk for the 2 knock. That's a good idea, right? Under no circumstances feed Reverend Timothy the glassfinger toxin, you monster. I might have made... So there used to be a time when I would make a note of all of the different, like, beverages and stuff like that. I'm just going to take a look see if I have a note for that. It's actually also an excuse for me to snack. Okay, so here's my thinking. And again, I'm sorry to do this with my mouth half full. I don't have a note. When I have a bottle of something, normally it'll be the same as the content. So, like we have Roscragen whiskey, a bottle of it. It's 1 forge, 2 rows. A glass is 2 rows, 1 forge. TR Unlimited drinking cocoa, 2 grail, 1 heart. Same with the 2 grail, 1 heart for the cup. So we have Mist-Kissed water, 2 moon, 1 winter. And then we take a look at the glass. Oh, that's interesting. 2 knock, 2... Oh, well, actually, that answers my knock question. Damn it. Okay, that complicates things. So yeah, the Mist-Kissed water does... Okay, so here was what I was originally thinking. We take the whist, bring in Reverend Timothy. So the knock is 3. Reverend Timothy brings the 4. So now that we know Mist-Kissed Water gives me the 6, I can open the Serpent-Haunted Bedroom. Now, I don't actually think that gives me... Well, okay, so it gives me a drink. I guess the real advantage of it is that it gives me another bed, which I might be able to keep the guests in. But do I really value that more than reading Traveling? Okay, so let me take a minute here and work out what I was going to do with Traveling at Night. So I want to read Traveling at Night. I have Fog. So what is the... What's the argument for how... I guess it's the same that I normally try, that I was going to... Yeah, no, I know what I was going to do. I was going to swim. Well, I guess either one of these winds up costing me... So one of these costs me money, and... You know what? I think I'm going to try... Actually, one of these costs me 2 elements of the soul. I don't know though. An extra skill probably would help. So yeah, I'm gonna risk it. There's a couple of things that make me a little more secure, but I think this is a gamble worth taking. All right, we have against the sisterhood of the knot and the foulness of their depraved customs. Hieronymus Pseudo-Hypnotimachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the Sisterhood of the Knot on his own Church of the Unconquered Sun, a 6 sky text. This is really bugging me. All right, view to the side. We'll now use the FET to catalog a book. Off by 1 errors are a thing. One other thing that I get to do is I get to play with the laundry mechanic. Okay. So, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we restore the health first. I now have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. De motu corporum viditorum. So, more books that are too difficult for me to read. What do I want now? I think we still catalog. Although I need some, one of my elements of the soul to restore. Yeah, I actually kind of messed this up. The whist should have been used to earn some money. I should still be fine, though. I do need to think about how I'm going to make this knock work. Okay, so... Ambrose's desk... Actually, I can only use whist. That's inconvenient. And the Victory of Crowns, erratic accounts by one Aaron of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy assassins, published in the late 19th century. And I'm curious if this is Aaron Peel. I'm going to switch that around, actually. Okay, never mind. The old get one full extra book in midair trick. Anyone with a big enough library knows that trick. I am ashamed to admit I have a backpack where I will sometimes carry about this many books. I realistically am not actually going to be able to read all of them, but they just make me happy to know that they're there. Okay, let's try and get that knock that I need. So we're going to go for a swim. The sea is always hungry. The sea never sleeps. The sea accepts offerings. A brisk swim. I'll plunge again into the waves. Afterwards, the wind will be chilly afterwards. Well, I'm glad I know where my towel is. I'll plunge into the waves and dry off afterwards. Okay, now I want to get that whisk back so I can, first of all, read the book. Just so I can be clear in terms of the logic here. So what I'm doing is, so I have two actually, I guess I could have used the FET as well. I still might. No, I'll use the whisk. So basically I was looking for a desk with knock and I focused on Ambrose's desk instead of the Vagabond desk. So Whist has Lantern, which will allow me to read on Ambrose's desk. Again, I could have done this with FET, silly me for not focusing on it, but that's life. All right, Operations of a Certain Finality, subtitled The Hammer's Sundering, the work of an anonymous adept who violently despised the invisible Serapeum, the library of the Watchman's Tree in Alexandria. The author outlines the means they had taken to sabotage the place and its collection, which increasingly seem more poetic and effective, to the point where the whole business may in fact be some kind of allegory. The author gloats that with the techniques of putrefaction and calcination, they have transformed the library stocks of Asmiel into a seduction of black sapphire, which will ensure the texts therein contain only moon truths. So we actually wound up learning that recipe on our own, but let's add something to the hindsight list. This is the first time I've read this incident. Ooh, 2 putrefactions and calcinations. Gives me another thing for my whisk to do, so that's a little inconvenient, but use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Then again, I mean, we have been earning a bunch of money. Part of the goal of earning money is to be able to take opportunities like this. So I don't think it's a bad thing that we're making a go of it. So yeah, putrefactions and calcinations and hindsight, but not with this whisk, with the next whisk that I'll generate. And then maybe we try and make some money. I'm not sure. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Death alters, snow endures. Solomon Husher. I guess a lot rests on my swim as well. Because again, it's worth remembering the whole point of doing this right now is to be able to read this knock text. And that's not going to last forever. Okay, so I'm just going to take a minute here to reason through what I'm trying to do. So I am using... Waves raise me, the salt stings my eyes, the horizon waits. Afterwards, the towels are clean and soft. By drying off afterwards, you've gained a memory solace. No! Oh, hey, good. It was the salt I was looking for, so I got both. And a basket of damp towels, a bath time luxury, but soggy from use for now. So I have some laundry to do. Unless... That'll be amazing if the pub just lets me go in with my my soggy towels and lets me dry them over the fire. Huh. Okay, Sweet Bones apparently doesn't do laundry. Does this mean... No, surely I can't. Okay, yes, I can dry it out over the fire. Most pubs in Australia would probably allow that. I mean, this is just a disgrace then. Yeah, okay. But let's focus on the task at hand. So I want to use my whist. I want to use that with salt. I don't have any knock skills to put towards it. I do have a knock text, Traveling at Night Volume 1, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Olopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. I am basically hoping for a memory or a weather. Otherwise, I got nothing. But knock, a crack in the seal. Perhaps you provided knock, but not enough to match mystery knock. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So we'll see where that goes. Next up, I need to bring the whist back. And the reason I'm bringing the whist back is so that I can level up putrefactions and calcinations. So that's going to be where I put my tuppence. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And I suspect in this case I will not bring the health back for the simple reason that it's going to take us a minute and I'm probably not going to be able... Well, I don't know. We'll see. It depends on the birds and bells. That is a very tight window, so I don't want to bank on it. You could go to the polling booth and swear. Man, I get told off if I have my cell phone out when we're voting. It is actually very annoying. Like, I kind of get it, right? It's like, okay, the sanctity of democracy needs to make it so that you're not recording people in the vote. But like, what's the point of the dividers, right? Like, it seems to me that, like, again, I'm not gonna be annoying about it, but I'll be annoying to all of you because you're a captive audience. But like, surely it is Elections Canada's business to make sure that it's conducted in such a way that people don't feel intimidated. And I'm not entirely sure, like, especially if the lines are as long as they are. Okay, we're definitely not trying to restore the health. The lines being as long as they are, I'm really not sure. Stuff, also things, and 2 soul efforts. Ah! I used to have such good luck, and I threw it all away. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it just seems to me like being able to, browse the internet, play a game, especially if my phone is... It's not exactly like I hold my phone in front of my eyes upwards like I'm taking a photo. It's looking at the ground, so I'm sure, the Ruskies will identify who people are by their shoes and take them out for, I don't know, being all democratic, but I don't know, it strikes me as very very silly, and I imagine that the real source, like, it's not dealing with the electorate as it is, and frankly, I kind of wish that people would make, like, I don't know, I feel like voting should be easy and enjoyable, and having to wait 45 minutes in a lineup and then being told off for using your phone in that wait is maybe one of those things that makes you say, I want to stay home. Also, I was delighted to find out I don't owe any money for not participating in Australian elections, so haha. I realize I sounded very whiny over that whole thing, but I don't know, it just bugs me. So yeah, it's a shame that the fog didn't turn out. Obviously, we had an opportunity to, to do an alternative, like to talk with Reverend Timothy and open a room, but we knew there was a risk. Oh, night has not yet fallen. Well, I could still bring in Reverend Timothy. Not really, but I don't know. We took a shot. Didn't turn out. That's life. We'll see. We'll see what the next day brings. Mysteries have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So I didn't go for the... I normally go for the regret, but I just don't have anything that I really need the winter for right now. So we're looking for Forge, Lantern, or Sky, Heart or Lantern, Edge or Winter, Knock or Scale, Edge or Grail, Heart or Sky, Heart or Scale, and Edge or Nectar. Alright, what are we up to today? I think we're going to do the same thing as before. We'll do the manual labor to make some money. I don't think it matters. Well, we can wait to see what the weather is. More rain. Okay, so that's an excuse for me to hire a garden keeper. We have got Oriflammes. Oriflammes established 1776. Sense Sign Sciences. Dear librarian, we'd like to offer you this opportunity to purchase Inem Capinglingpur Garki Krippus, in which 4 enigmatic figures tell stories they've heard over the years from the Roost, the secret location where the Avaformowers congregate. So the it's affordable. It's a 2 tally price. The drawback is it's a 14 moth text. So do I really want to take out half of my tally value in order to, to buy this particular book? I am not convinced. So what I will do instead, we're going to catalog like we normally do. We're going to make money. So 4 books cataloged. We will hire the gardener when I can, or orchard keeper rather. And I will use the orchard keeper to generate memories, although once I'm done cataloging the books, I might stop. So the idea here is that I'm going to be cataloging 4 books. If one of those books has a chance of being something that I can read, then I want to... okay, To a Pale Lady, a collection of Franklin Bancroft's letters to Ava de Wolf. Eight Moon is actually getting, it's just starting to creep towards being a bit more achievable for us. So like if you think of To a Pale Lady, so if we take our Tryst, that's 1. If we take Snow Stories, that's 3. If we take a Memory, that's up to 5. If we add Catwink, that's 7. And so if we have favorable weather, there's a possibility that works. But again, why risk it? Can just wait for another foggy day. Yeah, I'll hire the orchard keeper just so that I can get the memories. Well, not just for the memories, but it is autumn. Sorry, in autumn the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. And now we go back to refreshment. I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, exalt them, or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. I finished cataloging that ages ago. I wasn't paying attention. All right. I still want to do these one at a time. Okay, here. I will queue up the rain. So this is so that I can unlock the Practic Garden. After that, if we get another rain, I'll be using that to try and read Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. If we can get a, if we can get something that allows me to do gardening by winter, that would be ideal. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the season goes. The Radical Measure, Gloss. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult properties, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Alapoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. So, interesting book, not one we're going to be able to read anytime soon. But the point of doing all of this is to see what our options are. There's not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So we're going to keep talking with the orchard keeper. There's nothing that I really need in the Practic Garden. It's more just so that I can have it opened. But like I said, the big target right now is to be able to do gardening in winter so that I can get the blue crown. Because if I can get the blue crown, Quenchings and Quellings might allow me to make Solomon's Preparation, at which point I may be able to... Oh, our first tainted book. Do I put you in the infirmary to... make you feel better? Let's put you in the map room for now. So 6 scale, but I'm going to need to get rid of the Synthic Taint with 7 knock. That's going to take us a while. Also, I'm going to need the relevant skill. That's a separate question, though. Alright. Hindsight. So again, we're mostly just doing this so that I can have a choice of skills to pick from the next day. If I had like a 4 scale, actually, if it was 4 scale, that would be easy. Let me think about this. So I've got Wolf Stories for 1. I've got Fear, which is 2, so that's 3. I can put a heart in. Okay, 2 from the Fear, 1 from Wolf Stories, 1 from Heart is 4, and then 5 is the Serpent Style Glass. It's close, but it's not quite there. It was autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady who served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And on Thirstly's Ivories and Lovelies, a level 10 book. We are getting too many books I can't read. So let's say the Big Blue Business goes up here. Alright, this is my double digits. Start of the double digit section. Okay, those are all 8s. Get back there. So there's nothing to suggest, like there's nothing in the collection that says, all right, you know, we're definitely reading this book tomorrow, so I'll load up. I guess I've been in Curia mode for the last little while, so I'll finish those off. Maybe I'll go back to the Baronial. It would maybe be smarter for me to do the Nocturnal books, seeing as those have fewer curses, but whatever. We like living on the edge. And Oriflammes thanks you for your continued interest. This book may become available for purchase again later. Again, it's not that I don't like that book, it's that I value the option to buy something excuse me, that doesn't have as high of a requirement in the near future. Gossip. We're almost at the end of the day. And we should be able to get one more... should be able to get a little more money by the end of the day. So I don't know, the system's starting to work now. Again, we've got a lot of books that are beyond my skill, but we really just have 2 more rooms of books. I mean, again, there's a lot of books, but given that we knock 4 of them down a day at minimum, I'm feeling reasonably confident in my ability to wrap this all up. Cool. I think the stolen secret was the thing I was hoping for when... So I was hoping for with the Alopoli work, but I don't... Number 1, I can't keep it. Number 2, I guess it doesn't really make that much sense without the fog. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So we'll get the Practic Garden. I'm not really sure what I'm waiting for. I'm probably just going to keep the Solace. Walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. So I guess the good news here is that the remaining nectar can be used for Kittling Ripe. I don't know why I'm agonizing about what memory to keep. So my choices are fair. Actually, I'm surprised. Oh, that's right, because the stolen secret keeps knock. I guess that saves me a dip in the water to generate the knock. But I'm really hanging on to a stolen secret on the odd chance that I need it for a fog. Because I guess the other argument would be, well, what if I have an opportunity to read To a Pale Lady? And the answer is, well, the only condition under which you're reading To a Pale Lady is when you have fog, which is the condition under which you would want that knock. Alright, I think I'm just going to go for the Solace. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. So again, Practic Garden is more so I can... Actually, sorry, I'm being unfair to the Practic Garden. In addition to the practice dummy, there are the Sea Blessed Pears, and those can actually be quite helpful, particularly if you need to push someone over the edge with heart, which we're very likely going to need to do. But I will make do. Again, the bigger gardening priority right now would be the ability to get Blue Crown for Preparation H. Alright. Back to the sweet bones. Not much work on offer in Brancrude, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. And as always, we catalog. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So, Gale. This is tricky. Don't leave home without it. I realize that joke only works for people who know that Solomon's last name is Husher, but am I the sort of person who's willing to laugh at a private joke? Me? Can't say it ain't so. All right. So I have a couple of options here with the Gale. I can get my Nemesis traveling at night. This is, of course, what we tried to do last time, and then I was a bonehead and completely forgot to commit the memory to the study. And, of course, this time we may not get the weather or the memory slot. The other alternative, and in fact, the other, so there's a pretty good argument for this one, and that is we already have the Solace. So that also helps us. Now, let's imagine for a minute that I assign some value to being able to open these heart rooms. First of all, it could be the neglected room, the gloomy room, the ruinous hall, which technically we can open in spring when we get access to the minin' folks. And kind of the reeking chamber, but that is considerably more difficult than the others. Okay, so let me reason this through. So we have a gardener that can give me 1 heart, then I have health that can turn them up to 2. The Gale would bring them up to 5, so that gets me the neglected room or the gloomy room or the ruinous hall. Let's say it's one of these two. In fact, what I'm particularly interested in would be getting up to the Regensburg room, for the simple reason that that gives me access to the dispensary. It gives me access. I guess I already have the serpent style glass, so there's my scale already, but the mortar and pestle will give me access to nectar and forge. The dispensary gives me access to another crafting table. Alopolis Nook gives me access to the barber's chair, but I never craft using that. Maybe that's why I haven't won. I think there's some other stuff in Alopolis Nook, like books, but it's not like I'm rushing for books. The big thing is I think once we get past Alopolis Nook, it's going to take Stronger Heart and Grail. But I don't think that's a good argument against the neglected room. Like, I do like the idea of being able to read Traveling at Night Volume 2. It's just... like, it's uncertain, and... I don't know, like, the ability to get a tool that'll strengthen all of my nectar and all of my forge attempts actually seems like a really good idea. So, yes, we will hire the orchard keeper. That means I need to get my heart back. It's going to be a bit of a messy day, but I can live with that. I think the deciding factor was being able to get closer to a nectar tool means I'm closer to Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Getting closer to Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats means that I'm closer to, I think, the gardening ability. Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brendan's Abbey, the brothers practiced the arts of war here. So it was in the baronial times the gardens became a favorite of the martial, quarrelsome de Wolfs. The Practic Garden dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, he has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. There's Brian. Garden, Sea Blessed Pears in Summer and Autumn, in Numa, the Shining Pear, Pyrus Auriculanus. Alright, there's my solace. And yeah, we'll see how the cataloging goes. So we've got 6 letters of necessity. My god, witchworms! Tiny larvae with half-human faces. Fortunately, they rarely develop into their imago state, but even as larvae, their whispering can torment the senses and distort the thoughts. These can affect your shaft and whist, and spread to nearby objects. You can remove them with a skill that's effective against infestations in at least 7 winters. So the good news is these don't affect Trist, and I suspect with the appropriate memory, we should still be able to read the 6 letters on necessity. So I am going to put this in the quarantine room, but we should still be able to read that. Okay, let us continue on. So a fet to catalog the book. That's it for my Curia books for the next little while. So yeah, we've definitely slowed down our kind of the pace, but we are still making progress, which pleasantly surprises me. And we can obviously kind of give the progress a bit of a jolt as long as I'm willing to commit some stuff, but it's not quite necessary yet. We're not even through the full, like, we're not really through the first day, or it's the first year yet, and there's quite a bit that we can do. Collected Hush House Lectures is something I can basically read whenever I want, but I'll leave that aside. I still want to catalog. Yeah, so we're restoring the health, hire the Orchard Keeper, Gale health, that gives them 5. We open the room with the films, and then I guess we have to see where we are there. I have a feeling that I'm gonna need the Arab before I get where I need to go, but okay, Deratio Quercum. This gives me the Earth sign, but there's no way I'm gonna do an 8 Nectar book anytime soon. Still, Collected Hush House Lectures is not nothing. I think that gives me an Intuition too, so if I ever wind up in a situation where I can benefit from more rows, that means my summers get very happy. Better now. Alright. In autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. I am ready to lend my limbs. Boosts heart and scale and nectar. Warming draughts to uplift the heart. A wonderful compendium of healing to saints compiled by Natan of Regensburg, whose room we are trying to get to. Now, this may actually be something that we can read. We may need to wait for a gale, but, so we've got quenchings and quellings with 3. We have, health, which gives me a 4th. We can get up to 6 with a solace. Yes, I mean, we're kind of waiting on a storm, but, it's not outside the realm of possibility. Again, storm I'd probably use for other purposes, but I at least want to leave myself the option. And presumably if I get access to the, you know, cake bowls, mixing bowls, I'd be, well, I mean, it helps, but it probably wouldn't be enough to push me over to warming drafts. Alright, we'll work alongside each other. We've got 2 hearts. I'm a little surprised it's the Orchard Keeper that's getting so much play, but I'm not going to complain. I mean, rooms are rooms, and... No! I can read another book. I could just save the money, but why not? You know, if I'm going to be down the minute, I might as well have the cataloging to show for it. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. So, the hope here... I don't think I'm actually going to be able to make the money back. Or, like, I don't think I'm going to be able to bring the health back and make money. Well, no, I'm probably being too pessimistic. It'll be night when I finish the work, but we should be okay. We'll still talk to the Orchard Keeper just to give myself some options for memories. I'll probably still keep the Solace, but I'll see where... It never hurts to see where we're at. And yeah, I mean, we're not going to hear the bells and birds in 12 seconds, so... Better now. So even though I kind of blundered on a couple of these things... Well, I guess we did hire the Orchard Keeper, so I don't know if we're ahead in terms of cash, but we're not quite as desperate as we used to be in terms of cash. Like, we could comfortably hire someone if we so chose. It certainly would be nice to, you know, do my laundry, but I don't quite have the same need. I don't really have the need to refresh the element of the soul like I previously did, and, you know, the towels are cool. Like, it's neat that you have the ability to do that. But to be honest, like, okay, actually, let me be clear on this. The ability to get Assault and Solace in one move, right? I actually can't think of too many... Okay, so technically reading a book, you get more than one memory because lessons count as memories, but that is a very dumb way to use lessons, in my opinion. So the idea of being able to get Assault and a Solace if you use the towel, that is actually, depending on what you need, that can actually be a pretty decent little... that could be a decent little boost. I just don't personally see the benefit of it right now, so... we've got the Chandler's Wish. Again, this is all stuff that'll be great when I have more capability, but right now it's just part of the collection. I'm slightly worried at the lack of rose texts. That's because we are going to have visitors in winter, and the affair of the absent friend involves Edge or Rose. We've been lucky that just people have just been looking for Edge so far. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. Actually, there is one other thing I was thinking of. The other reason for wanting to get to the dispensary is that if we get Hail, and we have the Cucurbit Barrette, we would be able to read The War of the Roads or The Victory of Crowns. Whereas if we don't have the Barrette, or, you know, I guess the Saw would be the other thing that we could do with it, but either one of those are the key to being able to read the 4 edge text. So it used to be that I'd really value on getting a Regret because of its Forge and Winter, but in this case here, you know, the Windprowled Gallery doesn't require Winter. None of these do, so... Actually, I guess this one does, but I'm not ready to throw Solomon's Preparation at Mr. Kill for that room. Still, I don't think it's too bad of a day's work. Okay, I'll take the Solace. now we open up the neglected room. The room above might have once been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment has been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew. An unlovely smell wafts from further up. Okay, so again, the hope is that we're able to get the ability to garden, but honestly, a lot of that is dependent on the weather at this point. So our best bet moving forward is still just to read the books that we can. I'm not opposed to trying... So if circumstances work out, I'm not opposed to trying to read the 6 letters on necessity. We definitely have collected Hush House lectures available to us. Although I suspect in that case it's one or the other. Yeah, we need an impulse. So collected Hush House lectures is probably the one that I want to read first. Regardless of what happens, let me just take a minute to think this through. Okay, I've got the Lunar Globe. I have Snow Stories, which is 2 Moon. I don't have something to push that over the edge unless I get a memory, though. So the smart move, I suppose, would be to read collected Hush House lectures, because that doesn't require me to get a memory. But let's see what the weather brings before I commit. I am, however, going to earn money, because that's what we always do. I don't mind waiting to see what the weather does. Clouds does actually tip the balance, I think. Or does it? Yeah, we have Sacrileme. Oh yeah, actually the weather doesn't matter. Okay, I think this is a little silly for me to do, but... Actually, do I have a desk that supports moth? I don't think we have a moth desk. It doesn't matter, though, because I don't need the tool. So again, the witchworms will only affect my Shapt and Whist. Doesn't affect Trist. We had Sacralimea, Moth Choice. I can master this mystery. Enough moth to match mystery moth. Collected Hush House lectures. So that one... Yeah, Snow Stories... I might actually renew the Trist today. Just simply because I have weather that can actually help with both. It probably would have been smarter for me to do collected Hush House lectures first, if I'm honest. But we have other things that we can do in the meantime, so let's catalog first. The Patience Lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate, those who had suffered something no more horrible but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit, an eruption of worms perhaps, or the risks at the military end of the Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Lopley, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Hattington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the 9th librarian, and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted, he served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. We have the Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam. So it does turn out that this only had 1 knock. Good to know. A lacquered bone chess set, Born of Battles, Edge and Winter. We have the projector. Governor Collars had this installed in the 20s as a treat for prisoners allowed to recover in the infirmary, or so he said. Rumor had it that he was a secret Keaton fan and didn't want to motor all the way up to Exeter to see the latest feature. See, why do people think Collars is a mean guy when he likes Buster Keaton? Alright, so the first floor, as expected, there is a heart requirement. However, 5 moth might be achievable given that we have Trist. So that may take so this may be a summer activity. We do not have the Alcapurine shears. However, we would actually potentially get that if we could get to the dispensary. But yeah, in summer we have a barber, which is 2 moth. We would bring Trist, which is 2 moth. And then we really just need, weather. So that is a matter of time. But I can see it working. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Beekeeper's Ends. Okay, we're really getting to the cursed ones here, I'm noticing. Keeper Skin. This book is blotched with keeper skin, a luminous fungus that grows in the wood we see in sleep and enters the world when a dreamer inhales its spores. Keeper skin contamination can affect your Arab and core and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against corruptions if you provide at least 7 nectar. We don't have that, so we're going to leave it alone. Now, it is worth... So that was the last of the Curia books, by the way. It's not like these are always contaminated. It does say rarely contaminated in the case of the baronial period, but we do seem to have been on a roll. So what I'm going to do, I will take care of the last of the baronial books, and then we'll move on to Nocturnal, then Solar and Dawn. But yeah, this book was written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And we will load up on the remaining baronial books. I'm kind of crowding out my options with these two, but we'll try and clear out collected Hush House lectures before too long. Looks like I'm going to be able to get another cycle with the Harden before I need to use the Tryst. So again, money isn't the most important thing in the game, but the real thing I'm trying to capture with the... Again, the spin tree is a little bit different. So tally price, you know, you preserve options. As Taros says, they prefer... you know, getting languages. I'm indifferent. I mean, in the other playthrough that I do, I've been pretty insistent on keeping the visitors happy. I haven't missed one of the visitors' requirements. And the thing is, like, the problem I'm running into right now is not a lack of languages, it's a lack of skills. So the one nice thing that the tally price gets me is access to books that I find useful. And of course, that's why I didn't get that 14 moth text, because in the case of the 14 moth text, there's no reasonable situation under which I make that happen. Now, to be completely honest, I don't see a situation where I have something like a 4 sky text showing up and it costs 5 tally price. But on the odd chance that it does, hoarding the Spintria helps. Speaking of 4 sky texts, The Humors of a Gentleman. I believe we can actually read that. So if I take... Yeah, the Solace won't help me, but if I get a Storm Memory, we just combine that with Sacra Lamea, so that's good news. But yeah, essentially preserving the option that will allow me to do... Like, basically, the way I sort of see this is that my access to new skills, i.e. my ability to read books, is going to be what sort of makes the dominoes fall, because there are some very, very easy books for me to read, right? Victory of Crowns, War of the Roads, Traveling at Night Volume 1, Kitling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Even Volume 2 is not the hardest book in the world. It's more about the fact that I haven't committed things. Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf. Okay, that's a little harder for me to read right now. But I'm also running out of space. So... crumbs. We'll put you up here for now, and we will slightly reorganize the library. I don't think I can creep that on the edge of the... No. We'll start an overflow. Okay, so that's it for my normal collection. 20 seconds and we will have finished 6 Letters on Necessity. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the secret arts, addressed to a student by the 17th century magus and reputed immortal Julian Cosley, also known as the Long Man. Cozy's tone is urgent, as if he suspected he might have a little time. As if he suspected he might have little time left. Better know. Probably worth just waiting to get the tryst back. We are going to want to finish collected Hush House lectures reasonably soon. Even the sun can be divided, though it require the Forge of Days for its division. Okay, let's grab the tryst first so I can lock that in. It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. Let's put the book back in the quarantine section. Transformations and Liberations is nice, and it gets me a foresight, so I am going to make a note. So because I'm recovering my tryst, I can afford to acquire Transformations Liberations, use this lesson to acquire a new skill. It is also worth remembering that Transformations and Liberations, I believe, is my first Forge skill. So most of the Forge stuff that I have is higher level than what I can really work with. But it's a start, right? Like any new... There's a difference between having elements of the soul and skills, and as it happens, I don't even have a Forge element of the soul. So the fact that I have Forge on the table at all is a bonus, and 2 Forge, no less. So, for instance, if I do that with Foresight and I get access to the if I have my Foresight and I get access to the Mortar and Pestle, all of a sudden I can make the Prentice level recipes, despite the fact that I don't have Shapt and I don't have Metal. So now whether or not I want the Prentice level Forge recipes is a whole other question, but again, it's nice to have options. Okay, we're getting near the end of autumn. I'm probably the picture of optimism in terms of my ability to get gardening. But let's at least try and get the collected Hush House lectures in. So in the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. I can't imagine anyone else who'd be like that. Okay, so Snow Stories gives me my moon a culmination. I can master this mystery. Enough moon to match mystery moon. And we did that without hiring somebody to generate memories for us, which is... I don't know, I'm not like gonna give myself a medal for doing it, but it's a helpful way of limiting my my expenses. I suspect this is the last money I'm going to be getting for manual labor because I was asleep at the switch. I think we're going to hear the birds before we complete the day's work. So I'm trying to think if there's a situation where I want to hang on to the Solace as opposed to the Foresight. I think I'm just a little too amused by Transformations and Liberations. Forge and Moth are less different than we think. Every change is in some way a release. Yeah, so 13 seconds, we're not going to have enough time to complete the task. 1776, the Third History. Louis declares the Mask of Masks and forbids mention of the great writhing within the walls of the Palace of Versailles, although by this point the worms are observed to move openly among the boulevards of Paris, sometimes even in daylight. The army is redeployed to defend the court. The mask lasts 1 lunar month and attracts several of the long abroad in Western Europe at the time, fleeing the worms or hoping to take advantage of the desperate Louis, or seeking access to the sealed mirrors of the palace, or just eager to attend the most inventive and desperate debauch of the century. I think I need to... Yeah, I'm waiting on storm. Not an actual weather storm, but a storm memory to be able to read Humors of a Gentleman, so I may want to bring Mr. Kill into it tomorrow. Many know espouse wormish sympathies, let 100 histories flourish, tear down the tyranny of eternity. To grow long is usually to cast off these sympathies. There would be no immortality without eternity, and eternity, we often seem to decide, is only tyranny as long as we are not eternal. Alright, so I've got an intuition to show for it, and sickle and eclipse. So, first of all, we're going to make a new shelf for intuition. Also lock in the sickle and eclipse. That's actually also edge for me, so that's particularly helpful. And apparently I misplaced... Really? You're kidding me. Why won't it let me shelve it? That's gotta be a bug. Oh, now it works. It's a pretty sparse library, all things considered, right? We have a ton of books, just not a lot that we've read, but we are starting to get some of the essential items that I need, which is good. One dilemma I do have is this Humors of a Gentleman. And again, it's just the simple idea that giving up an element of the soul to bring Mr. Kill in is something that... Actually, you know what? Bringing in Mr. Kill makes... no, it doesn't, because I can't get to edge. I can get to scale, but I can't get to edge. I need a contradiction. Yeah, again, like, it's the question of, do I want to give up getting a text or not? And I don't know. Salt and silver, balance, necessity, and rebuke. If I had a more reliable way of getting a contradiction, that would make sense. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute to think. Is there... Yeah, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. I suspect War of the Roads or Victory of the Crowns would probably give me a contradiction, but I actually need enough. So if I had an Arab, that would work, and if I had access to the Kukurbit Beret, I don't see either of those happening. New Plan 1, this is Weather Factory's follow-up to Cultist Simulator. It is a direct sequel to the game, although you don't need to have any knowledge of Cultist Simulator to play it. Although I will point out, like, there are absolutely references to things in Cultist Simulator. So, for instance, there's a reference to, in the first playthrough that I did, there's a direct reference to the House of the Sun. Now, you don't get to visit the Mansis in this game, but there is a painting the Mansis. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. So, this one is much more relaxed than Cultist Simulator. It's not really a roguelike in the same way that it is, but it's a more relaxed crafting RPG where you wash up on St. Brendan's Cove. You are the intended librarian of Hush House, which has been abandoned for 7 years since a fire. We're in sort of the first year of gameplay, but the main thing we've been working on right now is opening up a whole bunch of rooms, essentially renovating the house after a fire, although, as the game points out, there's no evidence of a fire so far. And again, it's a different take on the Secret Histories. It takes place in 1930. It starts in 1936. So It's a much more relaxed pace, and it takes place after the events of. In fact, there are definitely suggestions of some of the events that happen in Cultist Simulator. So same world, although as the setting is set up, of course, there are 5 different histories. So whether or not this takes place in the same history that Cultist Simulator does is a whole other question. But yeah, if you have any questions about this, I have been streaming for quite a while. But I do have like a main playthrough that I've been doing that I'll be getting back to tomorrow, but my aim right now has been to, you know, try and... The 9th of January is kind of a special date in the game. There's an item called Solomon's Preparation. So Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January, 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. So I did decide that I would... I do a special stream tonight. I do a new playthrough. And so if you have any questions about how the game works, it is not a bad time to ask, just because I'm not as far into this playthrough as I normally am on my other one. So we don't know what the weather is, but we don't have the same priorities in terms of reading certain books. So let's go for... let's just catalog the books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. All right, so this is where we take a risk to read Kitling Ripe's Tasty Treats. I'm actually going to make an effort to get the impulse in this case, and we're not even going to bother with... Mr. Kill in this case. We're just going to read the Ceaseless Tantra. So we're going to do the same trick that we normally do to try and get the result we're looking for. So what we're going to do is I'm going to use the impulse. Hang on, I got to find what desk I would do this at too. I did not mean to pick up Abbott Thomas. All right, so I actually kind of got ahead of myself here. So I need to find something that will take moth. Oh, you know what? I've been burned by this before. I think I just wasted my tryst. So I don't have a desk that will take moth. Oh, but you know what? That doesn't matter because I don't need to do it at a desk because I don't have the mortar and pestle. The mortar and pestle is usually the thing that keeps me. Okay, no, we're still good. The Carmine Petal, absolutely not something I can read right now, so put it there. This was normally left for books in languages I don't understand, but we will go to Ava's desk. I'm also happy to pick up more baronial books, although I think that's it, so... And then we'll pick up our first Nocturnal. Nocturnal shouldn't have any curses, or at least rarely have curses. Speaking of Nocturnal, there's actually another one over there. Actually, you know what? This will probably be a film, but... It is autumn when the leaves rustle. The silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. And we have the Orchid Transfigurations, A Feast. Now, this shouldn't be that hard for me to read, but I don't think I have anything that gives me Grail right now. A lot of Winter and Moon. But again, that's fine. We don't need to... God, this is such a crowded... Alright, we'll just put that on top. So it's all well and good. I can get the satisfaction from talking with people, but I really do need a skill to seal the deal. Otherwise, I'm really counting on getting another memory. So we can try reading it. I mean, if I get sufficiently desperate, I can try my chances, but that doesn't strike me as the wisest move. This book's wondering if I'm going to make up my mind. Yeah, so when we get the health back, we'll try and use that to read Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Like I said, I'm an optimistic sort who feels like I might be able to learn how to garden before winter. The Ceaseless Tantra. The avant-garde choreographer Nicholas Carey supposedly incorporated this tantra into his menacing ballets. The Ceaseless Tantra is devoted mostly to warnings about the lively creatures called percussagants, but it concludes with a chant which can be used to summon them. It observes that percussagants can be taught any dance, but they prefer only one. That which does not cease is not ceased. Okay. We are gonna sit tight because I'm really just waiting on the heart at this point. Now, if you've been watching long enough, you've seen me make some very boneheaded moves when it comes to, my god, there is no way I'm gonna be able to fit all these level 8s. Well, okay. Let's do this properly. I have space up here. Also, no, seventh voice is Samuel Savage. Never mind. Yeah. I think we'll try with the heart. Again, I do have a tendency to do dumb things with the memories and the weather. Excuse me. But I'll let the whist replace the heart. And we will try and earn some money. Now, it is also worth remembering that we get Sky from the Fisherman in winter, but I guess I also get Sky from Mr. Kill, so that's not that special. Yeah. I'm probably overthinking any benefits I might get. But we are going to take a chance and read Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Of course, the really funny thing will be is if this doesn't actually give me something that I can use with gardening. So here we're going to use Solace with the Memory. We don't have any skill that's relevant to reading Nectar. But what I'm hoping for here, even though we only have the one... Whoa! Impulse, you moron. Okay. Even though we only have 2 nectar, the hope here is that we get a memory or a weather that will give us the remaining 2. Nectar, Hedge of Thorns. Perhaps you provided nectar, but not enough to match mystery nectar. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So, I am hoping I don't do the same boneheaded move as last time and forget to add the card. But of course we don't have any guarantees that it's going to work, so... Okay, memory. That will help us. It wants relevant furniture, soul, or memory. I don't think we have 2 nectar furniture, so we really are counting on the memory here. And help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. But again, I want to watch this like a hawk, given what happened last time. Alright, no soul to add. I might add the relevant furniture just... know, just so I say I did? What does that really get me? Oh, there's the memory. Okay, we don't even need to think about it anymore. I'm going to laugh if this winds up giving me, like, spices and savors. Satisfaction, and... I knew it! Alright. Actually, I think I can still garden with that, though. Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. The Velvet is the Hour of Secrets, and so very little is known of the Mothlong? Nectarlong, who ascended to immortality under her auspices, but this book, by Kittling's friend, purports to be part cookbook and part manual for immortality. Kittling Ripe is the name usually given to the speechless but never silent cat thing that serves as the name of the Velvet. Kittling Ripe, it seems, enjoys hunting immortals, and the Velvet is very fond of Kittling Ripe. The secret, it appears, is to arouse the Kittling's appetite enough to become her quarry, but not quite enough to be caught. The Velvet permits the game, since it culls immortals careless enough to attract attention and keeps her name happy. The author bemoans the loss of the Carapace Cross's savor secrets, which apparently were particularly tempting, but suggests that decent spice substitutes, which also happen to make for excellent pigeon pie. Alright, let's add a new shelf for satisfaction. So we're getting a nice little library of memories I may need at some point. I will definitely lock in spices and savors, particularly for its nectar, although I think it's primarily forge. I actually don't know if I ever read the description for transformations and liberations, but forge and moth are less different than we think. Every change in some way is in some way a release. And that is the hurry everything up alert, so we're not going to be able to recycle our whist. I'll take the money and run. We are up a half crown and a shilling, so not bad. We've had more, but I have that comfort that I was looking for in terms of being able to, you know, to do certain tasks. So if I want to try and preserve the grail, I can hang on to the satisfaction. Spices and savors, there is no sacrifice without sustenance. This is a 2 nectar book, so that's also interesting. That means I can get up to 4 on a normal day and 5 when it's raining. 6 when I get access to the mortar and pestle. But the funny thing is I actually don't think we have any more nectar texts, so no, that can't be right. What about Duratio Quercum? That needs 8. Okay, what is the argument for me to keep Grail? Okay, we say Orchid Transfiguration's a feast. Fair enough. What is the other... Well, okay, there's a weird argument that I can make about the Orchid Transfiguration's a feast, and that is I read it using any skill, and I bring in a satisfaction, and then I read the satisfaction book so I can get a second one and wait for a memory. Or I wait for the rain, which is more or less the same argument, but that's basically a purely memory-driven attempt because I don't have any grail to throw at it. So then the question is, how much do I value keeping the satisfaction over solace? Excuse me. Well, do I have more heart texts or do I have more grail texts that I can read? It feels like more heart texts, so I suppose that answers the question and I keep the solace. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. I also don't think I have a regular way of getting solace except for swimming with my towels, and my towels are currently damp. It would be kind of funny if you let them sort of sit around long enough, they cease to be damp towels that you dry, but instead there's something that you need to send to the sweet bones for laundry. I think we might be moving into winter tomorrow. It's the winter, or the season shifts have been kind of delayed. but I'm pretty sure it's winter tomorrow. Alright, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we'll throw our heart into work as usual, and we will start cataloging. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. So that clears that one out, and I think most of the nocturnal stuff in our inventory. Alright, another foggy day. That is pretty relevant, actually. And yes, it is winter. We've got another visitor. I hope they are not looking for... Oh, you know what? The fact that I committed the tryst is a problem. Okay, this fog actually gives me something to think about. So, here is the dilemma. So we've got to a pale lady. So with the fog and the tryst, that gives me, what, 4? 5 with the right. So, hang on. Okay, tryst is 1. Fog is 3. That's the memory. The skill would be Snow Stories. So that's 2. So 1, 3, and 2. So that's 6. So that's actually a call for the Catwink. Alternatively, I try for the Alopoli work, or I try to open the Serpent-Haunted Bedroom. I definitely prefer the idea of reading To a Pale Lady, because that gives me the memories. Okay, so I'm going to need to change things up a little bit, but I'm okay with that. I definitely want to check as many books as I can. Actually, I guess I do have I have the radical measure now, so in a pinch, I do have a rose book I can give them. I just prefer not to give them that particular one. Man, this game's really giving me everything that I need. So, Letters to a Fugitive might actually be something I can read right now. Nope, it's all moon stuff I have. I actually don't have any rose skills. That is a little surprising, but clearly true. So, if I had a rose ink, that might be a different story, but I don't. So I'm going to put that in this room for now. I will... What am I gonna do? I'm gonna use the vet to catalog another nocturnal book. I am gonna use... Yeah, I am gonna read To a Pale Lady. That's one of the more powerful books that I can access. And we just use the whisk to catalog, I think. I think it basically catalog until we don't have any books left. Okay, Experiment Beyond Sight. Ilse Bischoff's bewildering, widely derided final film, but it's got some really cool lore in it. Okay, so I can't access that directly. Yeah, our ability to read a moth film is pretty slim. It is winter, and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the sweet bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. So we'll see who visits today. As for the rest of it, let's keep cataloging. It's kind of funny, right? I can remember when we sort of said, oh god, look at the number of books. We're not going to get through all of this. But it's 2 shelves worth. Some Dawn, Dawn Solar, and then another batch of Solar. Dr. Ibn al-Adim. We've never seen him before. And actually, it's just as well that we got letters from Fugitive, because clearly that's what Dr. Adim is interested in. Dr. Ibn al-Adim, the Alapine, historian, doctor, and above all, traveler. The good doctor has been associated with all but one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. He was even secretary nunciant of Hush House for a little while, but he never has been on good terms with the Suppression Bureau. So if we want, we can learn Sabazine from him, but I don't need any Sabazine texts. He is going to be interested in Rose, though, and so I think there is some value in waiting before I talk to him, for the simple reason that I may wind up with another Rose text. So basically, the reason why I'm doing this is Letters of a Fugitive is a 6-Rose mystery. If I can find a 4-Rose mystery, which is admittedly fairly slim, but if I can find that, I'm in a pretty good spot. All right, my nemesis traveling at night. Fair enough. We'll just set you over there. But yeah, so if I can find something that's lower than 6, then that just means that I have a little more headroom when the time comes to answer his other future requests. Although I'm definitely overly cautious on that front. I generally feel that there's more than enough books, and the visitors don't return all that often for the same lore. Still, doesn't hurt to try and keep some efficiency in terms of how the library's set up. Okay, got my tryst back, so we're going to read a book. Recordings from the Altheban Abyss. Now that's actually a pretty small scale text. The question is whether or not Thyrsa's phonograph can read it. You know, weirdly enough, I might be able to pull this off. So with Wolf Stories, no, Wolf Stories is, no, hang on. Okay, so we add Wolf Stories, we add Heart, so that's 2. Now I can't add Fear. I can add Fear because it's the bottom end here. All right, that's cool. I always had the impression that this was a much... Oh no, but it's Mandaic, so it's not one that I can understand. Or Deep Mandaic. I need to be careful. I do actually need to say the Deep Mandaic in front of it, because Mandaic is in fact a real language that is still used today, so... Alright. So, Fog, we'll put Snow Stories on the job. Snow Stories actually has been really earning its keep. So we're short 2. Now again, this is kind of one of these cases where I'm using a consumable without necessarily being able to restore it, but honestly, Catwink is not... Like, Catwink's not a deal breaker. I do forget that it has scale, though, so that may be useful when it comes time to try and read something like the Encircling Tantra. But anyways, I'm definitely happy to use it to read To a Pale Lady. I can match this mystery, enough moon to match Mystery Moon. As for the rest of the day, let's restore one of the whist here. And we'll just kind of keep on the... We'll keep on the habit of earning a little bit more money. But I'm not going to be getting any more books, so let's have a chat with... No! No! He was here on the Affair of the Absent Friend. I don't normally like doing this, but I'm going to try the autosave to see if I... Oh wow, that really went far back. I'm not gonna do that again. Um, I thought this auto-saved a lot more. So I do I allowed myself a mulligan that one time, because I've obviously been streaming for almost 9 hours. So I'm like, okay, well, you know what? That was a level of carelessness that, you know, I feel can be a little more forgivable. But yeah, I definitely didn't realize that was as far back. Okay. Well, that's fine. Again, I'm hoping to capture as much. I suppose this will be an interesting experiment to see whether or not the this will be an interesting experiment to see whether or not the books are sort of seeded at the start of the game. I suspect they're probably freshly drawn. But look, that's the consequence of my choice. I was definitely not in a bad spot, so I suspect, if anything, I'm missing out. Alright, we'll still do the same thing as before. Actually, I'm curious if it's, I can't imagine it being a foggy day, but you never know. I'm going to use my health to earn some money, though. Well, okay, well, there you have it. So, Trist, Fog, Pale Lady, Snow Stories, Cat Wink can master this mystery. Fat. Surely it's winter by now. Okay, so Experiment Beyond Sight was one that we had before. There's Letters from a Fugitive, so that was the one that we used with Dr. Redeem. So it does look like... So it's either seeded or it's definitely... Or sorry, so it's either a seeded number or it's... Oh, so they kept the Christmas decorations, even though the Christmas tree isn't there. That's an interesting touch. Let's switch that around, actually. Yeah, that's interesting. So I wonder if basically the books are sort of secretly determined, or if it's just the fact that there's some sort of seeding for the draws, so that you know you're gonna get a certain text each time. Anyways, obviously I feel a little foolish about doing that. I don't plan on doing that sort of thing repeatedly, but there we go. Peace be with you. I ask entry to the house. On the absent friend, she is the oldest of her kind still living, and she is dead. That is how we are accustomed to speak of the Legion Medusa, who haunts the nights in Budapest. But now it seems that she has begun to haunt the days. Oop. Medusa's riddle is what is not seen. There is rarely only one answer to a Legion riddle. If I am to go to Budapest, I would go prepared. Some authorities favor eternity, others the cross, but I fear that might irritate her. Perhaps it would be safest to resolve that the answer is me. Thank you, librarian. Alright, to a pale lady. There is a substantial body of erotic pleading and half-finished poetry, but also learned discussions on matters mythical and marine, as well as notes towards a comic opera on which Franklin and Ava were apparently collaborating. Oh, sorry, a collection of Franklin Bancroft's letters to Ava DeWolf. Do not return, O my light, to the sea. None of us can be what we were. That is history's curse. None of us know what we may be. That is history's gift. Your mothers, and the mothers of your mothers, are caught in eternity's jaws, like a rope hem in a trap. It is the pearl that shines, but the tide that returns. Okay, so that gets me salt. Oh, it's been a while since I've had a salt text. Again, I don't think I've ever gotten this book before, and Pearl and Tide, and I'm going to need to restore my Tryst to be able to level, well, that or the Fet, but one way or the other I've used up both, so. But I'm happy I did that, so we will use the health first, and we can slow it down. Okay. So we're doing okay for cash. We've got a gold spentria and an iron. Nobody really to talk to, but we can at least get Pearl and Tide now, so use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I don't know if I read Spices and Savors, but there is no sacrifice without sustenance. And what I'll do is I'll restore my Tryst so that I can bring back Pearl and Tide, and then we'll just go back to the money train. I think I'm actually going to go to a 2-speed. I reserve the right to kind of back off, but I would like to make a little more progress than I have so far. It's mostly just my tendency to sort of be a bit chatty, which I don't necessarily think is a huge problem for this game, but there is a trade-off between the amount that I talk and what I'm doing. But again, if I'm going too fast, if I am not explaining things well, I don't want to get too repetitive in terms of descriptions, but if there is something that people are unclear on, I do want to clarify, so please don't hesitate to speak up and ask questions. Okay, rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. I'm not optimistic about my ability to... No, I don't want that fisherman! Okay, reset. I'm kidding. Fishermen offer moon and a little sky. It's a waste of shilling, but there you have it. Fishermen in this part of the world have a reputation as smugglers and worse than smugglers, but those days are past, mostly. And mostly they just catch pilchards now. They still remember the words spoken in silence to the moon and the sea. So I might as well get my money's worth out of them. But I don't see them getting enough sky to open the reeking chamber. We're still doing okay money-wise, so even a blunder like that isn't fatal. Okay, better now. So we'll take Pearl and Tide, we'll level that up. Now this is helpful because it gives me a higher level of... it does give me a higher level of Rose than I currently have. Just trying to think if there's any other use I have for this guy, but not really. There are moon parts of the house that I'll need to open, but we haven't reached those yet. Alright, so we have 3 rows, plus the one... Actually, with 3 rows, we can now read Letters to a Fugitive. So I'll remember that for tomorrow. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I can pick Foresight or Foresight. I'll go for Foresight. So I'm going to be down a I'm going to be down an element of the soul for cataloging books, but I'm going to be doing that so I can read a Rose book, which is not a bad trade-off in my view. Although I do believe I will still need to get the Gossip or the... That's an interesting question. So I am going to need to read... I'm actually going to be down 2 books then. That is the price of doing business, I think. Let me just think of that. Okay. 3 from Pearl and Tie. No, I don't need to worry about that, actually. I think I probably wasn't thinking straight about my ability to do Rose stuff, because I take Pearl and Tide, I combine that with Fet. Now I know how to make a salt sign. Lovely. I also take the Lunar Globe. So technically what I can do is I can actually go up to 8 rows. Although I don't think I have an 8 rows text. I think my next highest is 12. But again, the fatigue is setting in, so it doesn't hurt to double check some of these things. All right, back to the task at hand. We're going to catalog where we can and then make money. I also don't know what the weather's going to be, so I may have to undo some of these, but... Hail. So that was going to be my effort to get Victory of the Crowns or War of the Roads. Now, I think the dilemma here is that Edge can sometimes mess up one of my skills. I'm not going to be able to read the Edge stuff without it. So, well, okay. So here's my options. I can use the Hail to try and read one of the sky texts. So, for instance, we've got Humors of a Gentleman, and that's more or less a sure thing. Oh, what am I saying? No, Sickle and Eclipse guarantees me to... Yeah. No, this is not... This is actually not a problem. We can use... Actually, I don't think there are any Edge... Yeah, green would give me the Edge. Okay, that's fine. We'll wait on Ava's desk. So yeah, we won't read as many books as we wanted to today, but that's fine because we get Edge. Now, I'm going to do War of the Roads because I haven't actually read this one in Book of Hours yet, so I'm kind of curious if it says something different. Carried the memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. Right, I should have known. All right, we'll put you... I don't think there's a counter for me to put this. It's full of tea and ink and all of that, and I can replace things, but we'll move you out on the side here. This is the last of the Nocturnal books. So we'll load up on some solar. Okay, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. And Colors of the Liver, Ilse Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. So not too good with the Grail stuff. It did occur to me too, I was looking for spices and savors so that I can do some gardening, but I haven't been using my health for that, so... I'm still going to use health for rest and refreshment, because So you need to recover the money that I lost to the fisherman. But I'll eventually transition to the health being used for gardening. And then maybe the whist being used for money. Alright, letters from Fugitive. Lars Westergren, explorer and murderer, spent 7 years escaping justice through his knowledge of byways and shortcuts in the bounds. Throughout that time, he wrote regularly to his daughter, possibly in part to taunt his pursuers. A year with the Legion de Sul, patrolling the bounds until he deserts. A month with the Priory of Captains of Morbihan. 7 days, or so he claims, in Ys behind the wave. Cornered at last by his pursuers, Westergren writes that he will attempt the paths of the sun. He doesn't seem sanguine about his chances, and indeed this is his last letter. An editor's note adds that Westergren's whereabouts or end remains unknown, although he was supposedly sighted at the Christmas market in Vienna, the negotiations between invisible underworld figures that happen each year there in 1929. So we've got a confounding parable. That's a new memory type. Actually, it's basically, I always like to think of confounding parables as like super intuition, because they give Sky as well as all the stuff that you get from intuition. So those are helpful. Although again, I don't have the elements of the soul really to afford to just read memories unless I'm specifically trying to gain something. But it's at least a place for us to put letters from a fugitive, and we've got Path and Pilgrim, which we can add to the library right away. That also gives me some scale to work with, although it may just wind up giving me the same as Wolf Stories. Okay, so I do have a bit of a choice. I could try and catalog these remaining books. Honestly, though, the way it's working, we probably get at least 3 books a day. So I imagine in 3 days we'll have the library fully cleared out. And then, of course, hopefully we have some weather that'll allow me to go further in the house. But War of the Roads, 1451 to 1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, from its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. It is not widely believed that the sons and daughters of the Red Rose were forged into immortals. Understandably, they are, after all, now all long dead. The forge itself devoured the greatest among them. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the leashed flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. At last, the Bronze King undergoes his great misfortune and great debasement, and is afterwards known as the Copper King. His attempt to cheat the Forge ends badly. The leashed flame is released, and the king's heirs are merely mortal sovereigns. Alright, Menescate Reflections and Foresight. I feel like I should have a Foresight shelf, but I actually don't remember. Impulse, Regrets, Intuition, Satisfaction. Nope. I usually like to keep Foresight and Hindsight together, so let's change the Fear shelf to... Nope, I missed one. I'm gonna have to redo these, but... Alright, Path and Pilgrim. The traveler is always returning. One who does not is no traveler. Aaron Peel. Menescate Reflections. Use this skill to acquire a new skill. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Men escape reflections. What without is purified, within is erased. So we've got a couple of forge skills now. We do also have another edge, although Sickle and Eclipse is still better in that regard. Still, we are starting to make some work on... We're still... sorry, make some headway on our library. Okay, one more chance to earn some money. Fallen Dawn will come soon, so I think I'll try and keep the confounding pair of... Actually, I don't think I can. Because... yeah. Doesn't match. So, Foresight it is. It feels very odd to play this on anything but the default speed, but... there are a couple of routine things I'm doing now, and like I said, I'm hoping that I can make a little more progress on a couple of things I'd like to see before the end of the day. Okay, so it doesn't hurt to take stock for a moment. I don't have the Sky for Humors of a Gentleman. I don't have the Heart for Warming Drafts to uplift the heart. We do have Edge, but we don't have something that gives me 2 Edge, and we don't have the Cucurbit Barrette. We don't have anything that gives me Knock. We don't have anything to give me Sky, otherwise I could do Humors of a Gentleman. Knock 3 and 1, the same. Now we do have some scale to work with, so I want to be careful navigating that. So we have 1 scale from our health, a 2nd from Wolf Stories, and 2 from a memory. We can get actually get up to 5. It's still not quite enough for us to push over the edge. Known Unknown Tantra, we don't have any Lantern anywhere. Exorcism for Girls, we could do Victory from, for Crowns, similar stories with Sky. Grail, Lantern, yeah, we're more or less telling the same story over and over again here. So, here's what I'm going to do. I am actually going to start harvesting some Blue Crown, because I'm only going to have that for a limited time. So something familiar, a corner of something metallic protrudes from the soil. Alright, well, we're actually going to lose that element of the soul for the first time. Help with letters. I can offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. But I am going to catalog the Solar Book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And books from this period are occasionally contaminated, so this is the point where I'm running some risks with the elements of the soul I'm employing. Oriflams wants to sell me something. The White Jade Tablet, cool book, 14 moth, and it costs 5 tally price. Supposedly copied from a tablet of White Jade, which serves as the Covenant Stone of the Grove of Green Immortals, the token which gives that library shelter beneath the Watchman's Tree. So I think we'll hold off from that agreement. Observations of the Peacock Door. Nangela of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mansis, a rent, an imperfection, an abrasion, and it's in Vac. So even if I could muster the moth required, I don't know how the language works. Another Solar Book. So, and a straggler. There's one. And there's another. So yeah, I'm a little... I miscounted the books, but should still be 2 or 3 days, depending on what I get tied up with. And again, probably the biggest factor that's going to... change things will be weather. So I'm not worried at all about clouds. In this case, we're just purely going to focus on making some money here. But moving forward, Red Book of Brittany. So the Rose is way too high, but I can see this being a book that we follow up on at some point. In fact, if I give up on making money, once again, here's the key to Hush House, half buried in the garden. I forgot that the first effort's always going to be getting the key back. Medusa's Lament on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. 14 scale's not that hard to do, right? But yeah, so we've got 3 books here and 4 here, so that's potentially 2 days, depending on how much money I want to make. But again, this is one of the reasons why I feel kind of comfortable speeding through some of the days, because right now my focus is on cataloging books and taking advantage of weather. Oriflams, thanks you for your continued interest. This book may become available for purchase again later. There have been some pretty good books that come by, but again, it's a question in terms of how I want to use my scarce tally. So I'm thinking probably the next weather event I'm going to pay attention to will be something with sky, so that I can read Humors of a Gentleman. I really don't know what I'm going to do if a storm shows up. Daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. We're going to go back to gardening. Few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue Crown is one of those few. I think I'm going to change it up. I'm actually going to try cataloging with Whist at the start of the day. And that just gives me an option to switch it up. Actually, that doesn't give me an option to switch it up, because I also want to make money. And it's a snowy day. Of course it is. Alright, so I am interested in seeing if I can get past the silvered snares. So with that, we would take Mr. Kill with 2, then we'd take our 2 from our Whist, then we'd take the 3 from the snow. There isn't a winter tool. I'm not feeding him Solomon's Preparation. Not feeding him the Mist-Kissed Water, because that's an inefficient use of the Mist-Kissed Water, so realistically we're looking at 7. If I had the U-Blank, which technically I had an opportunity to try and get by going to the moors, that might have happened, but the fact of the matter is it didn't, so I can't. And to be honest, this is not the most important room for me to get into right now. Okay, so next up. What if I want to get into the Reeking Chamber? So either option, whether it's the Fisherman or Mr. Kill, we have got 1 sky. Then we add the snow, which is worth 3. So that gives us 4. Now, if I am so inclined, I could use the Veiled Goddess Lapsang Suchong. That gives me 1 more sky to deal with. Actually, okay, so that's... there is a possibility here, because with the Veiled Goddess and then the Astrolabe, that does give us something... That does actually give us enough. The thing is, I'm not sure that's the most important thing I can be working with right now. I actually think that Humors of a Gentleman is probably worth the effort. Unfortunately, I also think... Oh no, this should do. So we take the Tryst, we take Humors of a Gentleman, How much you want to bet I can't do this? Oh, great. Sacramento. Right, because it takes Sky. All right, yeah. Read Humors of a Gentleman. We should be finishing the books that I have, so I can match this mystery. Plus, Humors of a Gentleman is just a cool book. Alright, I don't think we're going to be doing anything with that foresight, but you never know. We've got a history of inks. Now, Eldritch, first of all, you've been doing the Lord's work by staying around here. Have you read the letters in the not quite so secret folder that you can access from the main menu? For those of you... Okay, so if anybody wants to know how to get those letters, I'm happy to say. You have not, but you know they exist. Okay, so the first one has Hokebald of Posend, and it explains why this book is the way this way. And it gives me a chuckle. But yeah, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I'm happy to say it. There are some secrets in the game, and I always figure the nice thing to do is let people opt in terms of learning about this sort of stuff rather than blurting it out. It's not gonna like change your life, but there's some in-game fiction. Some of this stuff has actually been written and is available on the Weather Factory website. But yeah, there's some fun in-universe letters and notes from people, and what I find kind of fun about them is that they do actually reveal the status of certain. Or like why certain things are the way that they are in the game. So, and Hokebald's letter is a particularly fun one. Okay, Malachite supplications. Now we did need to rely on Catwink last time, so if I can find a way to make Catwink, that would be best. But this does seem to be a manageable book for me to read. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So we're looking pretty good cash-wise now. I'm going to finish off the day in terms of cycling through, but now I can never figure out where I want to store my flowers. I think we'll keep them in the Flood Gallery for now because we're going to be making Preparation H with them pretty soon. For help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay. Humors of a Gentleman was probably one of the first books that I read in this setting, which I felt a particular attachment to. I think this one gives a gossip. Anyway, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. We've got gossip. We've got sky stories. I don't actually think I have a shelf for gossip yet. In fact, what I should do, confounding parable, move the confounding parable shelf, just so it's beside intuition. There we go. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Now, there's an argument that to be made that maybe I should be improving some of the existing skills that I have, but I am a bit of a hoarder on these things, so Sky Stories, the Nine Winds Gossip, and Sometimes We Can Listen. So that gives me two. Actually, the two sky winds up helping here because that gives me more than Sacralamea, which will mean that next time I try to do Traveling at Night or Against the Sisterhood of the Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, that will probably carry the day. But the task right now is to make some money, and then we'll figure out whether or not I want to kind of dedicate myself to that task tomorrow, because we have 6 more books to read. 5. We'll see. We've got 4 that we can work with, but there is something kind of nice about just being able to... Yeah, we'll probably clear out the queue. So one of the reasons why I'm being a bit of a hoarder in terms of cash is because I have laundry that needs to get done. And then I do have a couple of plans for hiring people over the course of spring and summer. So I'm building in that buffer of those expenses into the amount that I'm saving to start with. But yeah, I think I am going to commit to cataloging every... no, I'm not. I am going to predominantly focus on... Yeah, you know what? We're going to do the day the same way because, again, I want to get as much Blue Crown as I can. And that means I'm not going to be able to do every... I'm not going to be able to do every book, so I shouldn't pretend I'm going to. Now, the fog. So we had Malachite Supplications. This actually makes a bit of a dilemma for me. Because my moon quantities haven't changed, but we do have an opportunity with the knock. Well, okay, I do have an opportunity with the knock, but it's not like it's the only one that I have. So, what was the story that I was telling myself? So we've got Reverend Timothy. He's got the knock right. So I'm going to need my whist for this, but we're going to take Reverend Timothy and we're going to get him to open the Reeking Chamber. Although, I am going to take the opportunity to see if I can make Catwing. How about I use something that can take Moon? Okay, so we can make a Midnight. I actually knew that. Pearl and Tide I don't think gives us Catwing. Yeah, that gives us Eigenbrow. Should probably just keep this here. I know Inks of Containment, or do I know Inks of Containment? It does. Okay. I'm definitely not using the fog to make a Catwink. That is a huge waste. And I guess I don't have any knock to kick around here, so that doesn't really tell me anything. Yeah, I think the right call is to talk to Reverend Timothy and get him to open one of the rooms. Well, the only room that he can, the serpent-haunted bedroom. It's different from how I planned on the day going, but I'm not upset by the prospect. Okay. I never got this in my main playthrough. My deeds, my powers, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. A diatribe by Hokebald of Posend, formerly of the Order of Immortals called the House of Leith, later the Ordo Lamea, and much later the Obliviates. He has scores to settle. And I believe the name for this book in Cultist Simulator is Big Huff. I aspire to be the kind of man who writes my deeds, my powers, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me, although, depending on who you talk to at work, some might suggest that I already say that. Okay, 3 more books. We'll have that tomorrow. Okay, so we will pay a threepence to recover the Whist. Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulf, best known as a Mason architect. We should have room for this book in this room, but let's push this off. Okay, we'll put Hokebald up, and then we'll put this on the edge. And unfortunately, I'm geisted. So let's not put that near Hokebald. Let's put that... No! Fifth Eye Cursed. Someone has unhelpfully placed a curse which may tear open the unwilling eye of the soul. This contamination can affect your Fet and Faust. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against curses and at least 7 heart. This is cursed. The signs are unmistakable. A fifth eye curse which has wrenched open the unwilling eye of my soul. Your fist has a malady. This item is cursed. Geisting in dreams, I have visited the house behind the world, and some part of me is trapped there now, even when I wake. So I do still have 1 rose to work with. However, it is a malady, and it is also worth noting that there is a change that was made to the game, where basically if you interact with a book using an afflicted element of the soul, it is possible you will pass that curse on. So there are some things that I can use this for. I can actually use this to investigate certain objects. So what we'll do, let's take a look at Musgrave DeWolf. Oh, am I not? Oh, that's right. I can't always use... there's only a limited number of things that I can actually interact with that way. So if I want to try and make things with Rose, I guess I need to find a workstation that will take Rose. It's really just the desks at this point, but I don't know. Let's see if I can make something with Rose. We already know how to make a salt sign. And Sky Stories doesn't have even remotely close enough. Alright, well that was educational. I don't want to pass on the curse, so we're just going to sit on this. Now where I get the Grail to solve the problem, I don't know, because if I could get enough Grail to fix it, I would actually be able to read the Orchid Transfigurations as well. So I think I should probably accept that my Fet is probably going to be out of commission for a little while. Which is inconvenient, but again, it's not fatal in the current setup. Better now. Alright, so we're going to have a chat with Reverend Timothy so that he can open up a room for us. And I guess I spent so much time worrying about the curse, I didn't try to get my Tryst cursed. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Oh, I forgot to pay Reverend Timothy. We do appreciate the contribution. Reverend Timothy, rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the tally and the gate and the light. So we're going to talk with him about fog first. An account of Kanishk the Spider's Door. That should be readable. No? 1 from Trist, 2 from Snow Stories is 3. The Lunar Globe is 4, and then the Memory is 6. So yes, this is one we should be able to read. And I'm forgetting to restore all this. And then tomorrow, that should be the last of the books. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So we're trying to get up to 6. The easiest way for me to do that is to feed Reverend Timothy the Miskissed water. Technically, if I had a pattern memory, I could use that as well, but this is available, so I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. I figure probably it doesn't hurt to have a conversation with Reverend Timothy before we open up the relevant parts of the... Why is his... Oh, right, his moon is so high because of the fog. So before we open up the serpent-haunted bedroom, I figure we can chat with him to see if he can give us something more interesting than a foresight. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. And we should only be able to get 1 more of the money, but it's better than nothing. So we are down the FET, so we'll put the Trist and the Whist to the uncatalogued Dawn books. And we've got Solace. I wouldn't say no to keeping the Solace, but I suppose the question is, what does it get me in the long run? Then again, what does the Foresight get me? Well, okay. The Solace is something I can't actually make with a book yet, whereas the Foresight is... That should probably be the deciding factor. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Okay. So yeah, I think I am going to hang on to the Solace. Reverend Timothy can work on the serpent-haunted bedroom. Bright-scaled, watchful snakes lie coiled on every surface. I think some of them might be real. And I am definitely feeling the effects of the late night, so I might wrap this up. I kind of want to at least get to the start of the new year, but I'm sure you've kind of noticed that my capabilities have started to diminish. Alright. No need to stand on ceremony. Let's queue up the next ones. And we will throw ourselves into the garden again so that I can... Yeah, no worries, Eldred. I mean, this is mostly kind of a longer term warning, so we have a little bit left of the day, but I figured I'd let people know that I am starting to feel the effects. So, the Violet Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the lady of the house. Later, the librarians William Harries and Gervenius Van Loren both preferred it to the librarians' quarters. Harries established a little shrine to St. Agnes in the far corner, and there it remained for many years until Van Loren ordered it to be removed. The guest bed, Violet Chamber. 6 generations of DeWolf heirs were born in this room. It would have been 7, but Hafren Waters had the ill grace to give birth to Baron Walter in, family legend has it, a cow buyer outside Carisham. So the icy bedroom. This is actually possible for us to work with Mr. Kill. So we can get him up to 6. If I could give him a glass of water, that would actually be perfect. But I only have the Miskissed water right now. Yeah, maybe if we go for a walk on the moors. I don't know. We'll see. and it's rain. Okay, so this is something I want to pay pretty close attention to. Because right now, I have the problem of geisting. And the rain is not a bad way for me to solve that. So we've got the drinking cocoa. How much you want to bet this isn't going to let me put this stuff? Ah! Yeah, so I'd actually want to move to the violet chamber. Good lord. Okay. So the thing is, I don't have a skill with Grail. With the... I mean, technically, the Ruby-wise Ruin is basically my get out of Geist free card, but I don't have any way of replacing it. So the rain's basically the same as a satisfaction. I probably shouldn't be... I shouldn't be getting too excited about that. Yeah, I don't know. This isn't quite the unique opportunity that I think it is. There is, however, an argument for me to try the Orchid Transfigurations, because I can use that with a satisfaction. That seems like a much more sensible thing for me to try to do. I am, however, going to need more elements of the soul than I currently have. So, first question would be, I need to find a way of... So I guess it's Ava's desk is the one that would give me Grail. So we would take the Tryst at Ava's desk... Alright, no, I have a game plan. So, I will read... I'll read Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. The Silver Book, it's a Fusine text, so I shouldn't expect too much out of it. I'm really struggling for space. It's funny because I've got so much in the library here, it's just all of it's sort of dedicated to proper filing. Okay. Let's say... God. I don't know how that works, but I'm not going to question it. I was also wrong. Apparently I do have one glass of water that I can give Mr. Kill. Okay, yeah, so we will try to recover the Tryst. Then... I don't know, maybe I recover one of the Whist and try and apply to the uncatalogued Dawn book as well. I don't know. We'll see. If I can get all the books cataloged at the end of the first year, that's kind of an accomplishment. Let's bring back the Tryst. We're also really early in the day, so it's probably a little early for me to be waving the flag. I'm just trying to think if there's any other sneaky things that I can do on the inside here. I don't really think so because we don't have any Grail inks, and I don't have Grail elements of the soul or skill, so we're really just kind of counting on memories or weather, which is admittedly not the most secure I've ever been, but it's also not, like, I don't know, it's not completely appalling either, so I think I'll settle for what I've got here. So yeah, we'll get the Tryst back. We'll try to read one of the Grail texts, ideally so that I can get the relevant Grail skill. We'll still restore the Whist and make some money off of that. I figure we can handle the last uncatalogued Dawn book tomorrow. But the brass ring is just being able to read the Orchid Transfigurations, because that'll probably open the door to the other Grail things. And at that point, once we have all of the books read, or at least cataloged, then we're going to be in a position to say, you know, okay, here are the ones that are realistically for me to handle. Here are the ones that maybe I want to consider committing a skill to get an element of the soul for. And also just for the rooms, right? We've been spending some time making money, so I may want to hire some of the stronger helpers to be able to open some of these rooms, because if they're at 5, a lot of these rooms are pretty straightforward to open with some of the more higher-powered assistants. So I have any number of options available to me, but for now, we'll take advantage of the weather, so we'll add the satisfaction here. My easiest option is the Orchid Transfigurations. Well, in fact, it may be the only option here, because number 2, I think, is 8. So perhaps you provided Grail, but not enough to match Mystery Grail. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So we have a few opportunities to make this work. If it doesn't, you know, that's a shame. But we'll... actually, I guess it's Duratio Quircum. No, that's... yeah, there's a bunch of higher level ones. We'll see how it goes. Also, I should be restoring my Whist. Okay, 2 elements of the soul, which always makes me sad, and relevant furniture. So unfortunately, unless I have particularly graily furniture, I'm thinking this is going to be another sad. The last exception being, of course, I could say, screw it, we're going for the oh, you know what? If I found the cat, that would have saved me. Actually, I wonder. Okay, yeah, the Beachcombing and the Moor doesn't like afflictions. Also, a cat isn't furniture. A cat is a comfort. Okay, well, I mean, these are the risks you run, right? I'm gonna add Ambrose's chair just cuz. Actually, I'm curious what counts. Okay, actually, yeah. So if it is looking for a comfort, then it would have, if I had the cat, that actually would have saved me. So, lesson learned: always have a furry friend. Fear. Mysteries have defeated me for now. This will help me in spring, actually, so I think we're going to take the fear with us overnight. So there's an open question as to whether or not I want to follow up with more money making tomorrow. It's always hard for me to tell, but I think Subtle Old Soldier is probably my favorite song on the soundtrack. There's a lot of really good songs, and there's a couple of others which I'm sure when I hear them I say they're my favorites, but Subtle Old Soldier is one that I always remember why I like Book of Hours when I hear it. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I've carried the memory like a flambeau, safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. So I think we're on to spring now. Let's see what happens. Hail. Alright. Well, I guess that's a chance for me to read Victory of Crowns. So we'll take our Tryst. We'll add the Hail. Take our Menescate Reflections. I can master this mystery, enough edge to match a mystery edge. We've got to be in spring now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I did say I was gonna wrap things up with the new season. However, I do want to catalog the Dawn Period book, and then I think I was going to work with the miners because I can now use my health. The health, the fear... Yeah, the health and the fear alone are enough to open up the Ruinous Hall. So, we'll use the Florin, assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. A yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual, rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. So just as we, amass a small fortune, we get the stipend. Anyways, doesn't matter. Let's have a chat about fear, my friend. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. We don't know who's on the way to the house. I may not even worry about it. So one of the reasons I'm not talking with the miner to get the relevant memories is I know I'm going to spend that time talking with someone else. Okay, so Book of Masks. I wish I had enough room to put all this stuff in. Alright, gotta do it. No room. If I was thinking, I would have used... No. The twist is still fine. Because I need to think about how I can use it in the... Well, no, there's definitely things I could have done differently. But we will be able to read the account of Kanishka the Spider's Door. Yeah, so I'll do a summary of where we're at in the playthrough in a moment. I should see if I can... No, I shouldn't, because I'm going to use my health on the miner. I really don't need the money at this point. So, what else do I do with the whist then, though? There's no cataloging. I need the tryst for the account at Kanishka the Spider's Door. Well, here's what we do first. I go to the Sweet Bones. And I give him some laundry. Have something cleaned at the Sweet Bones. For a shilling, the Sweet Bones will take care of my laundry. Oops. The Sweet Bones is taking care of my laundry. And, on top of that... Take my wit. Actually, here's a question. No, it can't take Afflicted. Oh, that's really interesting. So the basket of towels apparently just dries out on its own between seasons. Cool. Alright, well, we'll build up the miner to what they need, and then we'll open the relevant room. It does leave my whist sort of kind of hanging. Maybe I will use it to make some money, because I can't use it to explore the surrounding area. And we have Daymare, Grafin, Friederike, Dagmar, Sophia, Teresa, Helena, Begina von Nagelsberg, if you prefer. She doesn't. And she wants Rose. Alright. We'll work alongside each other. So we've got the 5 scale that we were looking for. This will give us access to the Ruinous Hall. No point in lollygagging on this one. This place was bright and busy once. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so. Not suitable work for a librarian. You know what the really frustrating thing about this is, actually? I could have tried to do a little bit more gardening if I didn't worry about the heart, and instead I used the serpent-style glass. I'll need to remember that for next time. Reeking chamber, icy bedroom. Okay, icy bedroom is something I can work with. Silvered snares, probably not. Wind-prowled gallery, doubtful. So, and then the Motley Tower I'm probably waiting on summer for. So here's the broad plan. So I mean, first of all, this isn't bad for the first year, I sort of feel. It's not just that we've opened up all these parts of the house, but every single book has been cataloged, so we're able to make some decisions in terms of where we want to go next. So it seems to me there's some easy low-hanging fruit in terms of some books that we can read, and this is either a question of waiting for the relevant weather or finally committing the relevant skills. So some of the simplest books that I can read would be Traveling at Night Volume 1 and 3 with their 4 knock, and then Traveling at Night Volume 2, that is 6 skies, so that's not trivial, but there's definitely ways that can work. So for instance, if we're in a storm, we would be able to get that without a problem. Now the catch is that storms are pretty special events. They give me a lot of heart, and given that heart is something that I can use to access parts of the house that I value quite a bit, the question might be, do I really want to spend all of that effort reading a pretty straightforward knock text? Like, presumably there are other ways that I can get away with that. Now, there's also some things that we've gotten better at, such as edge. So, for instance, we've got a 2-edge skill now. So if we look at Exorcism for Girls, realistically, that is a 4-edge challenge now, and we can get another 2 from a... No, we can't get another 2 from a memory yet. So yeah, we would actually be up to 5 in a hailstorm, and we could get to 6 with the Cucurbit Barrette as long as we're able to get up to the dispensary. So that gives a fairly high premium for things that get me things like core. Or alternatively, we wait for the summer and then the moth. So in terms of the elements of the soul that I probably need the most, Shapt, Arab, and maybe Faust. Malachite Supplications. I think we're still short, so I can go 3 with Snow Stories. 5. Yeah. Excuse me. I either need Fog, or I need to get lucky with a Catwink, or I need to get lucky with a Lunar Globe and have a pocket Intuition. The thing is, though, that when we're not... So because we're a lot less focused on studying... basically, we're a lot less focused on studying or cataloging texts. So one of the things I can sort of afford to do for the next little while is I can... excuse me. One of the things that I'm going to be able to do over time is dedicate more elements of the soul to generating memories. So, as an example, here's sort of the priority list of things for me to do. The account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door, piece of cake, right? We run that. We use the Tryst. We use Snow Stories for up to 3. We use either a Confounding Parable or an Intuition, and the Lunar Globe. Get that, no problem. And then whatever skills come out of that. The other thing to keep in mind is that the Orchid Transfigurations of Feast is not quite as difficult as it seems to be. So we know when we used, I guess it was the Tryst didn't get an affliction for failing that one. So what I can technically do every day is I can bring up a Satisfaction, and I can combine that with the Orchid Transfigurations. So that gives me 2 Grail to work with. Then the next thing that I can do, as soon as I read that book, I can bring up a second Satisfaction, and then essentially I just wait for a memory. So it might take me a couple of days, but I should be able to get the Orchid Transfigurations of Feast, even if I don't wind up getting an Arab. What's the wisdom in doing that? Well, that's a whole other question, right? That may be a very silly thing for me to do, but it's something that the rules of the game will allow me to do. So we could probably say, in fact, I'm confident enough in that I'm going to add that to my list of books that I can read. Now I can't do that trick with traveling at night because I don't have something that makes patterns yet. The Encircling Tantra, we're too short on scale for. Exorcism for Girls is probably more likely than any of these others. Why the hell is the Cursed Book with the others? Okay. Yeah, Malachite Supplications is close. I don't see Orchid Transfigurations happening anytime soon. I'm guessing I can't put the Tantra there now. I'm just trying to tidy up the library a little bit. So these are the double-digit difficults. Oops. So I think I can probably put a couple of the 12s in there. All right, this is an 8 that should be going with the 8s. Oh, crap. All right, you go up there. Okay, Book of Maya. All right, here's what we're going to do. This is going to be the new languages I don't understand room. At least as much as I can. I may not have enough space. History of Inks is not I don't understand, it's too difficult. And the phonograph? There we go. Okay. So, in fact, we can just stick these over here. Well, we put something on the top of the surface, but this is manageable. So the idea is these are ones that I can read. These ones are double digit too difficult. These are the ones I should be looking at before I attempt these. These are I don't know the language, and these are you're kidding yourself. You're never going to be able to read these. So yeah, like I said, pretty clear idea in terms of the... So Kanishk at the Spider's Door is the first one I'm trying because I basically get that for free. Orchid Transfigurations I get by spamming Satisfaction. The remaining rooms depend on weather at the moment, and I suppose once we finish the relevant books, that's the question. That's the time I question whether or not I want to hire specialists or commit skills or take my chances with the weather. But I think probably we'll take stock after Kanishk and the Orchid Transfigurations. But I'm out of here. So let me just this separate save. Thank you everybody for hanging out so long with me. A almost 10-hour stream. I have to get some sleep before work. As much as I would love to read from Fasty, hey, thank you very much for the host, Eldritch. I definitely don't normally do Book of Hours. Actually, I don't stream on Tuesdays, and I don't do Book of Hours for 10 hours unless I'm doing it on the Steam page. But I appreciate you hanging out, and I do hope our paths cross during my normal hours. If not, thank you very much for keeping me company and being such a pleasure to have inside of chat. And indeed all of you, whether you were lurking or whether you were participating in chat. I do see that there's a few more of you kicking around, and I appreciate that immensely. So yeah, just a reminder, the special occasion was the Agonalia of Janus. That is the date on which Solomon Husher suddenly and unexpectedly retired from Hush House, and I figured it would be kind of fun to play the game on the occasions. Not every day January 9th comes by, so my commitment with Book of Hours is every game that I have started, I will see an ending. So I've got a handful of games that I will see the end for. This one will probably be one that I follow up sooner rather than the other ones. But tomorrow, assuming that I don't sleep through the entire day, tomorrow I'm going to be back to my main playthrough, and that is actually very close to the end of the game. So for those of you that want to see what the end of the game looks like, I may not get to the end on Wednesday, but I'm going to be getting darned close. And then the plan for... I think I'll probably just keep with Book of Hours until I get at least my first win. Not this coming Wednesday, but the Wednesday following, I believe, is local game dev meetup, so I will not be streaming then, but on the Monday and Friday I will be there. And once I finish Book of Hours, I can figure out all the other games that I'm playing. Anyways, I have no idea who would be online at this time, but let's take a quick look and see. do in Cultist Simulator? Nope. I got nobody. I'm sorry. So sorry to end this so abruptly, but this is what happens when I broadcast until the early morning. So thank you everybody for watching. I hope I'll see some of you in the future. Take care, have a good sleep, or enjoy the rest of your day if it is daytime. Until next time.